Hi, everybody. How are you today? All right. So there's a lot going on. Are you coming up, babe?
Yeah.
There's a lot going on today. I told you guys that this judge was really, really worthless. He's spineless. He doesn't want to make a decision. He doesn't want to piss people off. The only reason I'm here today, because Perry was going to do it for me, is because Brendan is coming on. Let's keep our fingers crossed. They did see him at the house, right?
Right.
He is so spineless. Perry, tell everybody what happened.
So basically, this is sort of what's going on this morning. I guess on Friday when they released juror 6, um, they had something. The judge is upset, saying that basically the defense. Well, he's thinking the defense leaked something from an article to Law and Crime. Any side could have done it, but you know how you having a backroom meeting or whatnot, and the article is brung up, and some parts of that article got leaked out. Some info from that article got leaked out. So they're assuming, well, the judge is pretty much assuming it's the defense and saying that if they find out, they're gonna keep investigating, that whoever did it could be prosecuted.
Now,
That's
this is
what's
where my problem lies, right? You have information. You have information in your worthless company that jurors have been lying, and you have done nothing about it. You have sat on this for weeks, letting the masses of the public say, Jane Doe, we feel so sorry for her. We feel so sorry for Cassie. And you know they're lying. And your worthless ass is sitting on this information because you don't have a spine. You don't know how to run a courtroom. My 21-year-old can run a courtroom better than you. And now all of a sudden you think that the defense leaked some information, and now you want to put somebody, hold them in contempt. You are slimeless and worthless. This is the worst judge ever.
and then I'll say
Either
this
you're
too.
too young and green at this, or you want to fit in.
Now,
Worthless.
yes, he did talk to both sides, but only one side was asked certain questions. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. Obviously, I'm not at the courthouse, but he could scold both sides or whatnot. But whatever it was in this article that they're talking about, you can sort of think, well, okay, well, who would that benefit here or there, right? That could be possible. So we got a lot of things going on at the same time. So that's one item. Now they're looking at another juror, I guess, and the word I'm hearing is that now before we was talking about just another juror. Now they coming out with a juror number 7. So they saying juror number 7, I guess, reported to somebody that he got a text from somebody saying something. He don't get into specifics of what was said. A number he don't recognize. Now, people can speculate and say, well, he's probably chatting with somebody he knew. We don't know. But it's another thing going on right now with this whole thing. Now, is this trial is sort of crazy? Because for one, I would go back to my regular thing to say that I think even though RICO racketeering could be a charge, that has been overcharged in this particular situation. And then people don't understand that it can set precedents for the shit to become a neighborhood charge. When I say a neighborhood, across the street from your house, when small things happen, a lot of DV happen on every block. Mix a little DV with this and that. According to these same rules, a lot of people could be charged with RICO. Let me see. If juror
I
7,
put that up there because she's saying exactly
yeah,
how I feel. Like this judge is spineless. Keep going, Perry.
yeah. No, I'm just saying like that. It's like people want to make it out like we just don't have Diddy pay for the things he did. No, everybody, whether you was charged with K and 20 people, you should have a fair day in court. They should have to prove you guilty of charges, not have a law where you can be selective. And this is what my problem with being overcharged. A lot of black people just want Diddy to go down, this and that, and they'll come out, oh, I just got to get a click in the view, And I know this law, this is great. He's going down. Look, people, it's going to come around to where it's probably something that can affect somebody in your life. This whole thing is a stretch and it's selective. And this is the part we got with the justice system. It's a law that's going to be selectively used whenever they feel like it. You can't tell me right now, let's keep it real and take off that jacket where you above it all and all that. People do things. People fly from state to state. People indulge in pharmaceuticals. People involved in sexual activity. And it's like you got co-conspirators, KK, people that's supposed to have been right there with them. You're selectively giving people immunity, but you're going after one person. And at the end of the day, you're going after this one person. You want to tarnish their reputation and perhaps take all their wealth.
Mm-hmm.
So now, granted, say just take something with most states for DV, not condoning it, but if you get charged with it, you might do a year. They trying to, but now they want to amplify it, put a multiplier by it. Well, we can just prove DV. Now, even DV is not on trial, but let's keep it real, people. That's all we've been saying. At the end of the day, what got to do with it? Now, yesterday, a lot of attorneys came out. Oh, the smoking GUN came out. They finally tied it to the enterprise because you had KK and Diddy talking about the plug coming over, making a drop, and he was saying, hey, have somebody pick it up, whatever. That's what people do to their assistants. I mean, let's keep it real. Whether you like it or not, this industry is not like working at Amazon, where you get the top brass coming down telling somebody. This is a group of people that's pretty much staying together, doing all this stuff, a different kind of role. But they want to make it like, see, his enterprise did that. And then they had to clear the pavement because somebody's shipping money from here. Yeah, you got somebody in charge of your money. You might say, hey, I need this to fund this. And whether it was to pick up some pharmaceuticals or not, it's his own money. It's still his company. So, but I don't know. People making too much out of it. People want to see a lynching. I guess everybody's life right now with the state of our country, everybody's going through a lot. And then people who just don't like Diddy, and that's either here or there, whether you want to like him or not like him. We're talking about the justice system.
That needs reform.
Separate the two. Separate the two. Whether his name was P. Diddy or Stephen Jones. Because you can't tell me it's not a lot of people, even your leader, that done these things and ain't nothing happening to them. It's selective when they use it. And don't fool yourself and think that they're going to use it all the way across fairly. That's the problem we got with the justice system, period. And, a lot of minorities, I want to forget they minorities when they think they change financial status, when they don't moved up. Now they ain't considered this. At the end of the day, your ass still a ninja. And let's just keep it real. That's what you are. But it's just never been placed out fairly. And we just saying this on this bigger case right here, that shit can get wild when they start going after a lot of rich people first, because that's what they want to target. That they ain't gonna waste a RICO on Joe Smith.
Let me say this. One of my biggest complaints is this spineless ass judge. You are sitting on a motion right now with evidence of transcripts showing that every single witness, some people said not every witness, every single witness changed their story when they got to court. You do not do anything about that, but now you want to place sanctions on the defense. You are worthless. You're worthless. You're a pick-me. You're a pick-me. You just want to do what the majority of the office wants you to do. You will never be white. Period. You're not black either. You're some lost soul that is really caving in to the messed up judicial system that we have. We need judicial reform. We need judicial reform. Now, white people can say all day long, this judge is fair to you. And you're speaking a correct statement. Black people know that the system is set up for us to fail. Where do they set us up at? In the judicial system. I mean, all this ignorance I've seen going around. This black girl, she's about 24 years old yesterday. How about Sharrell, face it, the other juror, he just didn't follow the rules. Like, they are convinced that there's no racism going on here. Like, they're convinced. So sad for the younger generation. Y'all are dumb and easily fooled. I was young before, but have sense enough to do your own research. They're getting ready to send Diddy up the river. You guys don't expect anything more. And listen, Diddy put himself in there. They've been talking. I'm waiting for them to bring him in, but they're just arguing over testimony again. Oh, here we go. Agnafello. Mr. Combs waives his right to be present for the immunity application. Let's proceed then. Brendan takes the stand. Did you receive a subpoena? Yes. Do you intend to evoke your Fifth Amendment? Ooh, he said yes. He's a drug dealer. I don't care how cute he is, how nice he looks, because he's a clean-cut white guy or Caucasian, and he looks. His father has money. I don't know why he chose to do this with his life, but he's still a dealer with a record. You have a record. No dealer's going to tell you the truth. My goodness. Now, as for what would make a person with a clean-cut background, college boy, basketball scholarship, turn to dealing, I don't know. Let's see what y'all talk about. Thank you, Wayne. He says, breaking news, R. Kelly was reportedly rushed to the hospital from an overdose of medications in prison. Aren't they handed out to you? How do we get an overdose? Is this an intentional, you saved your pills, an intentional unaliving, or?
It's possible.
This doesn't make sense.
You know how anything else go. You could supposed to take a pill, people would save it, build it up, or do whatever, and then later on, maybe all for himself, maybe from different other people. But it's basically, it's the way to get him. If you get the stuff from the street in there, you can get damn near anything.
R. Kelly's really sick, and I don't agree with what he did, and he's sick. He's a sick dude. I don't even really like to talk about him. I know my good friend says that she can separate the man from the music, but I hope that's crazy. You got to feel pretty low you got to be in a lot of pain to unalive yourself, but we don't know what's going on. But I know there's more to that story, because that doesn't make sense.
Somebody said he said they was trying to unalive him. Now I don't know who they. Somebody else outside. Somebody said that in the chat.
Well, I don't mean that story doesn't make sense, Wayne, from you. I'm talking about as a whole. Like, there's more to that story. So thank you for that update. Way more to that story.
But that's what I'm trying to say about this whole thing too. Like, we got the plug on there. Let's see how this goes. And I think they said that pretty much the prosecution might be finished tomorrow. The defense come on Friday, and they may take 2 to 5 days to do their thing. They may have witnesses. They may not. I've heard they will bring on maybe a specialist to talk about a different side. Remember the one lady came on and, witnesses do that. They have a tendency to run away from their captor and then go back 2 weeks later, shit like that, But maybe, hopefully, this person will come on and just say, sometimes people just straight up lie. Then this the argument we'll have a lot of people too. Did all the witnesses lie about everything? No, but they are fabricated and lie about things to try to get them into that position where they can get money. So, because because I ain't got time to be responding to everybody thing in the comments, but let's keep it real. Like, this law is crazy. And ask yourself this: have you seen this applied to Bill Gates? Now, I ain't saying he a freak, but just saying. You just see YSL, it's a trend. And if you can't follow patterns, then maybe you need to slow down a little bit and focus a little bit more. This RICO and this racketeering shit is something they can use selectively. Then people was the other outside of on the other side of the argument. Well, shouldn't they, if he got away for all these years, shouldn't they use the law to finally get him? The law should be used fairly to each individual, black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese. It doesn't matter. So I'm not arguing it just from a minority point. Everybody should be treated fairly. We all should be under the same rule. But do not let them set precedents to use this thing selectively. And that's what they're doing. And just like people think he gonna make America great again and vote, they missing the big picture. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But this shit should be over soon, and we'll see how it goes. Because I'm telling you, yes, is it charges there that was chargeable? And yes, it seemed like certain things he did, but it wouldn't be applied to everybody. A lot of times when you get caught with a prostitute or something, you might get a soliciting charge, not a RICO. If you beat up somebody, you would get a DV charge, not a RICO. Think about how many times, and for real, people, think about how many times, and I joke around when I say this. According to the rules that people want to use to achieve this RICO is kidnap. And this one always bothered me because it's so simple. Oh, Perry, you don't understand. You get to read anytime you held against your will. If a person get in a DV situation, pretty much it's probably against their will. Somebody drag them back to the room. That's part of that act. Was it actually kidnapping? No. To me. Now, if you want to just force the needle and just keep pushing it to make it out to what you want to do, go ahead and do that. But keep that same energy when one day these rules are used against you. And you're like, oh no, they just stretching the truth. They just fabricating something. It wasn't even nowhere near that level. Held against their will. I go back to I don't feel like nobody was kidnapped. Did they work in a hostile environment? Yes. Did they work around a drug-infested place? Yes. Did they volunteer for the job? Yes. Did they have a choice to leave? Yes. Did they leave? More often than not. They would leave, come back. So I think, and all these are adults. We're not talking about no minors, people. We're talking about adults that can make their own choices, whether they want to get on a plane, fly to this state, to that state. You can't keep them responsible, and they'll go, oh, that's trafficking there. But why didn't all participants get that trafficking charge? Somebody filmed, somebody pumped, somebody opened up. Why didn't everybody get the charge? They selectively chose who they want to frame this man for this RICO. When I say frame, to set it up so he can get this RICO, this massive charge. And it's to boost their careers. These attorneys, when they win a case like this, they elevate. Their career skyrocket. They start writing books, all kind of shit. Then Blanca said, who get kidnapped? Hold on, let me see. Who get kidnapped and left in the car with a phone alone? Exactly. People have drove themselves to the events. They's like, oh, I was forced to go, this and that. Yes, in this world, and so I'm not being insensitive. It is truly real victims, and you know who you are. It's victims out there, real victims. So I'm not looking over that. But in this world, you got winners, you got losers. You got rich and you poor. You got real victims, and then you straight out got lying. Why the fuck you lying?
Okay. The attorney says, we propose the immunity order. Judge said, I will enter it. Thank you. Mr. Paul. Then in brackets, it says, Combs is brought into the room by U.S. Marshals. Agnafilo says, we are ready to proceed. Judge says, let's have Agent Pendleton back. Oh, no. I thought they were going to put him on first. Oh, no, you guys. Anyway, let me tell you about Brandon in between these, reading these. Let me check CNN really quickly. Hold on. CNN says the jury is entering and testimony will resume shortly. Delisa Pendleton, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, is expected to continue testifying in the criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. All right, let's talk about Brendan, the mule. Okay, if we can, Perry, try to leave out the D word. Just call him the mule. We know what.
Okay.
Or the plug. You know, they call him the plug. Mm-hmm. Or in this case, they're also calling him the mule. Clean cut, nice looking young man. I can't remember what college he went to. He plays basketball. He played basketball. Hold on, let me see if I can.
I want to say Syracuse. Syracuse.
It's a good college.
I think Syracuse. I'm not sure though.
But he has previous charges for being the plug. Okay. I don't understand. That's why, listen. Yeah, Syracuse. Oh my goodness. This guy had a future. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hold on, guys. This makes no sense. You know, all you can do is raise your children the best way that you can. And then at some point, they're going to do what they're going to do. Look at this. Syracuse is such a good school. It's such a good school. They says here, his hometown is Shaker Heights, Ohio. Shaker Heights is also where Sheree Whitfield from the Real Housewives of Atlanta is from. It's kind of an upscale area. People want to argue me down. It's an upscale area. Now, it's not Beverly Hills, but it's not, you know, the inner city. Let me put it that way. Suburbs. It's the suburbs, okay? And he's another hostile witness. He does not want to testify. He can't testify. I don't even know why they have him up here. That's what I'm saying. Is the prosecution making good decisions? Why would you bring the plug on here? Now, he's not from the streets. He is from the suburbs. But when you start becoming the plug, you better learn the rules real quick. And one of the first rules, if you're going to be a plug, is no snitching. They take that serious. He's putting himself in danger by snitching. And not only is he snitching, he will be snitching on a very famous, wealthy man. Unheard of. This is unheard of. But, you know, Diddy likes to take him clean cut. No, I can't even blame this on Diddy. He's had charges before Diddy. So he's just chose this for himself. It's really weird. I don't know what will make a person with everything, all the advantages you can get, resort to throwing your life away.
It's fast money. I mean, you know, like that can happen to a poor person, a rich person. It's just based off your character and you know how you want to move.
It makes no sense.
Because I mean, you'll be shocked at how many clean cut people that had it all out there moving weight, like big things, like way worse than probably what he got going on. You know.
I
Yep.
mean, Brendan, I feel bad for you. You put yourself in a bad position. Let's see what you say on the stand. I don't think you're any different than anybody else. You get if you want to have the reputation of being
The plug.
snitch, they take that
Oh.
serious in the streets. Now, it's a serious code that they
Mhm.
live by. I mean, it's a stupid code because I'm snitching. I don't care what you say, but they take it serious, and the street people take it serious. Really crazy. But RICO was established a while ago, but yesterday that bank records proved he used bad boy credit cards to pay for freak offs, transportation, flying escorts, Uber. He used businesses for his funds. You must be one of those people that say, lock him up, throw away the key for the rest of his life. Once they do that,
This is what I say with that,
Natasha,
right?
I hope it doesn't backfire on you. I hope you are never uh, a victim of our bad judicial system.
Right.
It works wonders if you are not black, but they throw a lot of our black men in there, and people say, well, they did it to themselves. They did it to themselves. They don't see the bigger picture. Wasn't it a active president that put drugs in the black community? Y'all know
And I'm
who it
saying,
was.
yeah,
I
and I'm saying
mean,
this too. I see people can see it this way, but what we're trying to tell you is it's selectively applied to certain people or whatnot, certain situations. Now, to a lot, yeah, that's all we needed. Company funds. People have had company parties, ship people, pay for their company to go and do stuff. Bad things could have happened. Oh, go ahead, Sharrell. Oh, are you telling
did
me?
you want to wrap it up? They're starting testimony.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All rise, jury enters. This is Attorney Johnson. Good morning. Let's get back to the London hotel. Who stayed there this day? Uh, Pendleton says Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura, and Jules Theodore. Attorney, are these Amex charges? Agent says Virgin America plane tickets for Jules Theodore. Okay, so anyway, I explain to people why this is a witch hunt. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, I'm just saying this. Like, it's a witch hunt because I feel like people can apply this and say, yeah, that's definitely a RICO if, according to the rules they established, is it applied equally? Now, then it's a gray area, right? Like, we'll take Jules, for example. When women and Diddy or call the company that they work for and say, hey, we want to book a dancer, the company lease them out and go. If you book a dancer for a bachelorette party or whatever, and you pay them to dance, and then some actual stuff happen later, would you call that trafficking? Even though you brung this person from another state. So I'm saying it look, the RICO can simply be boiled down to a lot of people and things that we're doing in our regular life. If you allow it to go there, if you want to be technical. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. You wouldn't be so technical if it was applied on you. You'd say, oh no, you're taking this shit too far. It
Because
wasn't
first of all,
happen.
in order for it to be RICO for me, I have to believe the witnesses. There's a motion in there that he is just denying. They have proof that these witnesses are lying. They're all hostile witnesses. They're all in that street life. Puff made a lot of mistakes under the influence. It's just
Yeah.
sad. This specific case right here, while me and Perry are so upset about it, is because they're using this to expand RICO, to redefine what RICO is. They're going to use this in the black community. What we wanted was to recharge him for DV and then send him up the river that way. But we have to be well aware that when they change the goalposts, we have to be aware of that. And a lot of black people aren't or don't care unless it hits their home.
Right.
Then they want help. And I'm never going to help you. I'm never going to help you. I'm never going to help you. I'm going to do you like we did the people that we told them, don't do this because, he's going to send all of you to El Salvador. And they did it anyway. So, it's racism is not blatant anymore. It's hidden in laws. It's hidden in student loans. Like a lot of the HBCUs are losing funding these days. It's an act of Congress to get FAFSA. So they don't want you to go to school. It's just designed for you to fail. And then they look at you and say, well, I don't know why you didn't do better things with your life. This was your choice. This was your decision. It starts as back as slavery when the Willie Lynch letters was written. People don't see that. They're still in effect till this day. And the worst part of this is you have Black people cheering it on. Come on, Diddy, let's just get him for anything. Throw away the key, throw away the key. I don't know why people do this. Others were saying it's because of their trauma, their pain. I don't know. But when I look at things, the state of the state that this country is in right now, because we're in a recession, and a lot of people still don't believe it, because unless someone says it, they don't believe it. But we're in a recession, and all of the programs designed to help the unfortunate are being closed down. Because there was this one blogger that was, I'm voting for 47. I'm voting for 47. I'm voting for 47. 47. Hard times hit him. He is now homeless and apologizing. Because there's no plan. There's no plans for him. And let me tell you, Vegas gets so hot. It's 104 degrees. They made a law in Vegas. You're not allowed to be homeless because they will do anything to preserve the city, because they make their money from tourism. You can't have all these bums, or sorry, I didn't mean to call you guys bums, homeless people clogging up the streets in Vegas. So they make them go down to the underground tunnels. Now, if it's hot here, it's 108 degrees yesterday. I'm not going to no damn tunnel where there's no police and everybody's strung out. I couldn't be homeless in Vegas. I'm gonna have to go. I'm going to California where it's cooler and they have places where we can go and set up a tent. If you're homeless here in Vegas, good luck. Good luck. I just feel like there should be some kind of systems in place for our homeless, some kind of systems in place for our elderly. Like they're trying to push the retirement age to 70.
Ain't that crazy?
70? What, like a year before I croak? 70. We shouldn't do our elders like that. We really should. They're already on a limited income. Go ahead, Perry.
The crazy part, if you push it to 70, a lot of people wouldn't even make it there. Let's keep it real. A lot of people fade before 70. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
70.
And these same people that push these laws and stuff, not to get too deep into that, they don't need the system because they don't make money off our backs anyway. So there's parents that's 70 or whatever is fine. It's crazy.
And me and Perry stand up for social justice because it's the right thing to do. But most of the time, my family's not going to be affected by retirement in 70. Most of the time, my sons aren't going to prison or being railroaded. Most of the time, it doesn't affect us. But I just am an advocate to do what's right. This whole Diddy thing, the way that they set it up, this judge is sitting on a motion where all of the witnesses were lying. And they just didn't lie. They lied in the grand jury. They're trying to make this RICO because he used business accounts and employees and not his personal account, just trying to get some understanding. Now they're trying to use RICO because in the last 3 years, the only people they charged with RICO has been African American. They're trying to use it to get more African men off the streets. And hey, we really got a good one now. A billionaire, we're going to strip him of his money because there's a statute law that, they can take his money if he's locked up, humiliate him at the same time, and do my buddy over at Diageo a favor, because how dare him try to sue Diageo for 50% of their company. It's a lot going on that the public doesn't see, but it's easy to rile Black people up and turn them against each other. That's what they do best, whether it's the color of your skin, darks against the lighter ones, whether it's financially, whether it's putting drugs in our communities. Like, come on, you have to know that these things are happening. And Black people don't see it. They don't see it. They feel that they're going to be rescued by the system, but the system is designed against you. And once you're in it, it's too late. Now that's for everybody. Look at poor Brendan up here. You have thrown away your life, son. I don't know, what are you doing? Your father is well off. You're at Syracuse. That is a prestigious college. You had a basketball scholarship, even though you didn't need one. You threw it all away. I don't understand, Brendan. Please explain this today, Brendan. Why are you choosing this for yourself? And you are selling smut to the mentally brain dead, people who get hooked on this stuff. It destroys their lives. You're partially responsible for that. Not just you, Brendan, any dealer. They don't care about you. They want that cash. But, the story about getting hooked on drugs has been told over and over again. And you can talk about documentaries, talk about how it affected your family, talk about how it affected you. You get a new group every year signing up to be addicts.
Okay, so
every year.
Now, Evil Angel says, Black people are aware of the injustice towards Black men, but the solution can't be let them get away with it. Solution is to teach Black boys not to commit crime. I would agree. Raise your boys, do this, right? But the part I don't agree with, nobody's saying the solution is let them get away with it. Listen what we said. We saying that Black men and women and any other race should have equal justice, fairness.
No, Perry. What we're saying is charge Diddy with the correct charges.
Right. That's it.
That's it. You really think when we think, everybody Black needs to be put away and there's no such thing as social unrest. There's no such thing. It's just the parents' fault. You didn't raise them right. You didn't raise them right. That's coming from a person, I guarantee you, this person doesn't have children. And we're talking about the new form of racism is in the laws. That's why we're saying, no. You're going to use the right law because we don't want to give you a bill to throw a whole bunch of things at somebody. And then that's the new reason they go to jail. You're looking at, Diddy committed a crime, so he needs to go to jail. You didn't say what kind of crime and does it fit the charges. You want to send somebody to jail for life for being an addict and a DV person? We don't get the same treatment. So what we're saying is do to others what you do to us. Make it fair. I cannot believe in this day and age you still have people that believe that racism does not exist. These are the younger generation. They took the Black American social studies out of the schools, so you don't even notice the signs. These new generation, they're really, really, my parents went through the 60s, so stuff like this wouldn't happen. These new children are dumb. They're dumb. The way you could sit up there and let the system use you against Diddy because he hit Cassie. If this was a criminal organization, do you think he should be the only one arrested? Or keyword organization. Everybody got immunity except Diddy. This is a witch hunt. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. I can't believe that we're in this day and age and I have to explain to young people what's really going on here. This law was made for the mob, and it was usually everybody in the organization went. Didn't you watch Goodfellas? Everybody went. Now they've changed it. You got to be black, and they use it solely on you because they don't have any other charges. So let's go down the charges list. If there was no RICO, can you just send Diddy to life for arson? No. Can you send Diddy to life, sentence Diddy to life for trafficking substances? No. He was using them. How did he make money off of substances? I want you to give me a clear record of him being a dealer. They're saying that Diddy's a dealer. Okay, thank you, Perry. Here we go. Attorney says, what airlines is associated with this charge? Pendula says, American Airlines from JFK to LA. Attorney. And the hotel, Four Seasons for Clayton Howard, AKA Dave. Attorney. Let's look at 6T108. What is this? He says, a travel invoice from Bad Boy Entertainment. So you're sitting here, people like Angel, and I'm not coming down on you, Angel, but I'm just talking to you and your type. You're sitting here saying Diddy had a criminal organization, just like the mob. He brought in all this dirty money, just like the mob, and tried to make the money clean, just like the mob. He also is into trafficking, just like Jeffrey Epstein, who had his own island, trapped the women on the island and they couldn't leave. Diddy did that too. Diddy also hooked people up with these prostitutes, made arrangements for, to break the law and brought in the clients just like the mob. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You don't believe that. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. There's real trafficking going on. And I live in the trafficking capital. I live in Las Vegas, Sin City. If I knew then what I knew now, I would have never raised my children here. You could be walking down the street and they will abduct you, take you upstairs to these fancy hotels with tons of tourists down on the street, tons of them. And you are held against your will, real kidnapping, 4 years. You can't get out of this expensive hotel because you are forced to be with these strange men. Was Jane really kidnapped? Really just taken off the street? I don't understand why people won't take the time to even think about the things that they're saying. But you know what? You're right, Angel. He's going to jail for life. And I hope this makes you proud. And I want you to look back when you get older and said, I did the right thing. I put away this man and it made the world a better place.
And I would say this too, like just to adjust for Renee saying, okay, because I guess she talking to somebody in chat, that Rico is using his corporate American Express. He should have used his personal. And this is a crazy thing too. Who company is it? People use their company cards for company events, for entertaining, for certain things. Now, granted, is there some legal stuff on there? Maybe. But what I'm saying is a lot of companies do this and freaky things go on like this, but they're not being picked apart through their financing and being charged with a RICO. Trust and believe. When you have these conventions and stuff where people pay for their stuff, freaky shit happen there. Pharmaceuticals are passed around there. They ain't getting it. That was the funds came from the company. They ain't being charged RICO. That's what I'm trying to say. Look, people, whether you want to agree or not, this law is being set up and selectively used. Like my wife said, name the people who've been charged with a RICO in the last couple of years. Name them. If you don't see a pattern, go ahead, Sharrell.
Someone says over 200 people were arrested for trafficking. Hundreds of oh boy.
Wow.
In North Texas. How does that happen? They went undetected for years.
Yeah,
That's real trafficking.
yeah, that's real
And,
shit.
and they tried to pin that on Diddy too. Remember when all the rumors came out? He was with minors and
Ordered-
Jay-Z
he-
already, huh?
They said he ordered kids from Mexico. Remember all that?
It's a real crime. Trafficking is a real crime. It's a disgusting crime. It affects a whole bunch of people. It really can put a woman into PTSD, and sometimes she can never get better. She can never get better. We stand up for those people too. You know, there's been a person that was that's on television, was strung out. Me and Perry and another guy from reality TV tried to save this person. Like, it's a real crime. But they're trying to say that Diddy's a part of that crime.
Hey, Sharrell, I'm grabbing some more coffee. I'll be back.
Mhm. Okay. Let me see. So we've got to transfer to another. Hold on. To another live feed. Hold on. Okay, so I had to transfer to another live feed, but we're still waiting for it to continue. So let me see something. Someone said, Sharrell, look into Jane's history. Oh, I forgot to do that yesterday. She was into that lifelong before. Oh. I knew she was hiding something. She was hiding something. Like, she was too paranoid about having her name released. And then the name that everybody call you, that's an alias too. Like, what is going on? Everybody in Diddy circle is shady as hell. And if you, I don't know, this it says Sharrell Brendan once was a basketball player. Yeah. Um who got kicked out of school for substances. Okay. I knew that, but the charges were dropped last year. He has a history. I already pulled it up. He has a record. He has a record. And so, let me say it this way. It appears that, have you ever had somebody in your family, or maybe you, a person that makes mistakes and then you give them a chance and then they do it again and then you give them a chance and then they do it again? He's a repeat offender. He probably is going to stay in this lifestyle until the end. The end is either you pass away or you get locked up, because that life doesn't bring a future for anybody, Brendan. But you have been told over and over again to change your lifestyle, and you just won't do it. You just won't do it. What is the lure to you? You don't have to. Most people turn to dealing because they don't have any other means of an income, or they're caught up in that fast life. You could have went on and be a pro player. You get kicked out of school for substances. Brendan worries me, and that goes to show you, substances affects everybody's lifestyle. Don't care who you are. Doesn't worry about the color you are or how much money you got, because he's got money. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't get any of this stuff, you guys. Here we go. Penland says the Four Season. It was booked for Clayton Howard, also known as Dave, attorney. Let's turn to 6-T108. What is this document? She says, it's a travel invoice from Bad Boy Entertainment. Attorney, can you identify this document? Agent says, a flight booking for Jules Theodore. Attorney, how was it paid for? using Sean's credit card, American Express, whose name is listed on the invoice, Mr. P. Philip Pines. There's a $500 fee for damage to the drapes. Okay, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Drugs is, and I get it too. So I hate people who act like that doesn't happen in our community. Drugs affects everyone. Either you know somebody or you're the person. I don't know what happened to Brendan. Maybe he had an accident and started taking opiates. I don't know, but I don't understand. You've had help, you've gone to rehab, your parents try to help you, and then they look back up and you back doing it again. It's like, well, why won't you stop? And do you guys really think a repeat offender like Brendan is going to come on and tell the truth? Who gives the dealer immunity? He's not going to tell you the truth. Because number one, if he tells you the truth, he might get some more charges himself. Oh no, he has immunity. He's going to look really bad. I'm sure his parents are really fed up with him. Hey, what is up with these boys? We got an update. It says, can you identify this document? She says, a flight booking. Oh, Perry, I had to go over to Jules.
Okay.
Because he did some kind of break or something like that.
Okay. Well, he's back. Go ahead. He's back now.
He's back? Okay. Which one do you want me to do?
Oh, it don't matter. I don't care. And I'll go to Jules too if she's not.
No, let's just go back to Express. That's just what we're used to. Just say it out loud, people, and you see how stupid this is. I'm rich and buy fly X and substances with my money. I should go to jail for life. Not life, but he's a lost soul. Perry, people like him, do they do it for the thrill? What is wrong with Brendan?
No, people want to, yeah, it's the thrill of it all. It's like they choose to be about that life. Like, oftentimes we make excuses for people. You had enough warnings. He's seen them. Go ahead.
Attorney says, what's this? She says, booking for the Intercontinental Times Square in the name of Frank Black, attorney. And this charge to Penthouse for $46,000 paid on the American Express. The monthly bill was paid by various accounts at Signature Bank. I wanted to say this too, because I was listening to, there's about 3 attorneys that I listened to on YouTube to get a feel of what different people are thinking, stuff like this. And I came across 3 of these attorneys and they were like, we got this in the bag. It's Rico. It's Rico. And I'm thinking, you're an attorney. You're saying Rico when you got high-powered attorneys like Tacopino saying this is not Rico. How are you saying that this Rico? And then I looked it up. You're an injury attorney. Just because you have the title attorney, stop listening to these people. They're a different kind. One was a divorce attorney. You're diverse apparently. And then the main one, well, you know, he don't have a license at all. His license, he's been disbarred as an attorney. But you can come on here, not list your qualifications, and get the clout of the name attorney.
Yeah.
So this is the new attorneys rackets. They want YouTube channels. Hey, I don't have to get out of bed. I don't have to do all that reading. Just come on, tell them what I think, and it is what it is. Now, Emily D. Baker, the one that used to be at the DA's office, she's a true blue attorney. A divorce attorney? Come on. You're a divorce attorney. And they won't tell you what their name is, and they hide behind these aliases, because if you really looked up their license, I'm taking advice from a divorce attorney for a special injury lawyer, you know, the kinds that on TV, we can get, got in the car accident, come on over to Schmoblow's. I can get you off for free. All of the, you're that kind of attorney. There's a lot going on. It's a
Yeah.
lot.
But I think a lot of people just do shit by choice. When we're talking about the young man, why would they do it? They see the warnings. I'm saying, and that's for everybody. Did he do what he do by choice? It's a thrill. It's to fulfill whatever it is if they want to be controlling. These women that get themselves into this, that they know what they're getting into is by choice. Just like you see a lot of little like younger girls want to be with the thug guy for whatever reason. The nice guy, oh, he's a square, he's just too nice. They are aware, right? It's a thrill to it. It makes them feel good to be with a guy with a tattoo or whatever it is, right? But people want to let people off the hook. I don't got a problem, like we said, anybody doing time for their crime if they're have fair justice, right? That's it. So people try to twist it. Should you let them go just because of this? No. But you shouldn't make up a charge if you don't have one on somebody. And stop babysitting these people and like making excuses for them that you wouldn't make for Diddy. Oh, they was young, they was on drugs.
You talk about Daphne.
Yeah.
Everybody feels sorry for Cassie and Daphne. They're not innocent. Cassie didn't want to testify. They had to threaten her. Either you testify or we're coming after you. Every witness on the stand, that's why I call them hostile witnesses, they had to threaten. And then they had to give them immunity.
And then so like we get stuff like this, blame the victim. Okay. Let's say it this way. For people who always say believe the so-called victim, you're a person that's willing to crucify somebody else with no evidence. Would that be a fair statement? If you truly just right off the top believe the so-called victim because they said there was a victim, are you crucifying somebody else with no evidence?
So here's the thing, Perry. You're talking to people that have been AR'd, right? And you say to them, just because you've been AR'd, there are other people out there who've been falsely accused. Because being AR'd is one of the worst things that can ever happen to a person, being touched, worst thing could ever happen to a person, they're never going to understand you.
Okay, happy days. I'm gonna bear with you a little bit and try to answer some questions. And if we keep going down this way, I'll probably think you're a troll. So drug dealers are innocent too until proven guilty. Yes.
Can I do this update really quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The jury saw hotel records detailing various hotel room damages fees from Diddy. One hotel in Beverly Hills charged $500 for drape and carpet damage. Combs American Express card was used to pay a 2015 hotel invoice listing $950 for linen damage, deep cleaning. In October 2012, American Express paid the Intercontinental New York Times Square $46,000 for penthouse damage. The name Frank Black was listed on the hotel portfolio.
They tore that house up, didn't they?
Okay.
Damn.
And one of the hardest things to clean up is baby oil because oil and water do not mix.
But 46,000. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Diddy was living foul.
So, and whoever tore up this house, it had to be more than two people. That had to be a straight up all party. I mean, that's a lot of damage, I would think.
He was living foul. He was put in a position in life. He's damn near a billionaire. He has a lot of influence. Before all of this, he was really likable. And this is what you do with your life, Diddy. You turn into a junkie with freak offs everywhere, every weekend, hundreds of baby oil. You're living foul. You stop appreciating the gift that God gave you. A lot of people would do anything to be in that position. And this is what you did with your life.
So pound for pound says this, not only do the witness have to testify, they also have to say what they want them to say.
Mm-hmm.
But people in the back the things they're rehearsed over and over and over to say. You should get it, but then I can't take everybody for granted because I've seen some things that were just really sort of ridiculous. But
Also, to Pierre, you have to remember, me and you are older.
mhm.
So I think we're older. We had parents that kind of taught us, always stand up for yourself, stand in justice. Don't be a statistic. Don't be a statistic. A lot of these days, because of the changing in the way that they're teaching in the schools, most parents aren't going to sit down and go over our history and what we've been through and why it's important to vote and stuff like that. Because I said to one of my son's friends, she's 21. I said, "Are you voting this year?" This is back during the election. And she said, "No." And I said, "Well, why not? You're 21. Why don't you vote?" "Oh, no, that stuff doesn't pertain to me." What? Yeah, they can do whatever. It really doesn't have anything to do with my life. I said, "Oh my goodness. What are we doing?" We're living in an age where our youth are just, I like Krishan Rock a lot. I feel bad for Krishan Rock. But you willingly on camera kept getting high and drinking during your pregnancy. I said that to one of my son's friends, and she said, "Weed doesn't do anything to hurt the baby. We're done. We're done here. Please leave my residence." RICO was designed to flip people and get the biggest prizes. Do we really think Diddy has no one to flip on? He could do the same. He has a choice.
Yeah, I mean that's
No,
fact.
no,
I
no,
mean,
no. What she's saying is it like a lot of people flip, like Sammy the Bull. Let's just say
right,
that
right.
they flip.
He has a
Diddy
choice.
could have did the same. No, Diddy can't do the same because he wasn't offered immunity and he wasn't offered a deal. He is the suspect. Suspects, when they put together law cases, there's a person that they're going after. He's the
Eventually.
person they're going after.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't have done that.
And Sharrell, I'm gonna adjust this too. Regina Lawrence says, Perry, what do you mean, so-called victims? These are words of an ignorant sheep. I get it. I'm gonna let the ignorant slide for a second. Seriously, I mean, because I know you might just
Yeah,
be
that's how they feel. They can
but
feel whatever. Go ahead.
a person must be believed until proven otherwise. I didn't say believe them. You investigate. So if you had a person told you this person did that to him, if you believe in this person with no facts, or you and the other person said, "Hey, no, I didn't do this. Believe me." Which one are you gonna choose, Regina? Can you believe them both? Are you that kind of person that got your little Bible, went to church, and act like it wasn't a real life outside the church? Come on, Regina, do better.
So Perry, I'll get to that in a minute. Let me say this. It says, attorney, what is this charge? Pendleton says, a hotel at Riverhead. Attorney, where's that? They said, Long Island, New York. Attorney, is that where the Hamptons is? She said, yes. Attorney, these communications, she said, between Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura, color coded. Let me say this, Regina. I get what you're saying. The victims have gone through the worst things that could ever possibly happen in their life. Let me do this update really quick. It says the jury saw messages between Diddy and a contact called NY Strip a couple of days before the December 2009 hotel stay. Combs texts repeatedly trying to set up a time for a massage. We know what that is. Can you let me know if there's a problem so I have time to get another present? Oh my goodness. Later in the conversation, they both asked each other if they were cops. All right, here we go. Let me say this really quick, Regina. When that happens to you, it changes who you are. And Some people never recover from being r'd or m'd and touched in a inappropriate way. Let me put it that way. And we ride with you, those people. We ride with you. But Perry's coming from another point of view as a man. Some of these women, as despicable as it is, lie about it and make it very, very hurtful to the person that you're just doing that to get out of trouble. A lot of people say, you know how the accuser or the suspects, like, who took your kids? They're always black. And you go, oh my God, you guys are coming from two different sides of the problem. And because it happened to both of y'all, if it happened to you, if it happened to Perry, you're very passionate about it. But there is a group of men, and this is, I think, what that other blogger was trying to explain, that have been falsely accused of this. And I think you guys will never understand each other because it's so emotional. But you would have to say, not all men are women. And Perry would have to say, not all accusers are, a lot of accusers are falsely accused. It's you guys are both telling the truth. It's just coming from different ends of the conversation. And I don't think you guys will ever meet, because for the man that's been falsely accused or had to go to prison for something that he didn't do, that pain is real. So is your pain. So, I get what you guys are saying, both of you.
I never said don't give a person the benefit of the doubt if they said something happened. But it's two sides to every story. And if you got two people who both saying you did and the other person saying they didn't, you got to get evidence somewhere to make a decision. But when somebody say ignorance, because it sounds like to me a person just choose a one-way street. She couldn't come back and tell me, how can you just totally believe a person that says this happened to me without yourself basically accusing the other person and saying the other person's guilty? What kind of mother have two kids and only believe one of them? Every time little Johnny come in and say, Tracy did this, Tracy get an ass whipping. That's a one-sided kind of person. And it's the word ignorant from me.
She didn't mean it that way. She's being emotional, just like you're being emotional.
Okay.
She doesn't mean the name calling.
Right,
she's just passionate about what she's saying.
No, I back up. Now that I can feel. I'm just saying that part. But it is certain
and the
words.
reason she's so passionate about it is because a lot of times, Perry, the victim is never believed. That's why they don't come forward. And that's what she meant by that.
No, I get that, right? And this is what I was trying to tell people the other day too. And I feel like a lot of people take the pain from real victims and they tap into that to create fraud, lies. People take advantage of things that don't happen to real people and use it for a storyline because they can gain sympathy. They have these people always back them because they understand the pain. It's some fake ass people out here. That's all I'm saying. And I ain't talking about the real, but I'm talking about the ones who imitating a real victim. And ain't nobody in this chat can honestly say they ain't ran across a liar.
Yeah, I mean, you're never gonna. You two are never gonna have a meeting of the minds because it's such a delicate situation. And all I can ask of both of you and Regina is, let's take this case by case. You guys don't say believe all women. Don't say all women ain't ish. Let's just take it case by case, and maybe we can break it down that way, because you're going to believe what you believe because you were falsely accused, and she's going to believe what she believes because either she was a victim herself or knows a victim. Okay. Attorney says, what is this? She says, a call from Combs to Ventura for 41 seconds. Attorney, let's read this. Skylar can come later. Pendulum, let's do Skylar. Then Skylar responds to Ventura. Attorney, go to slide 4, please. Pendulum says, Skylar texts Ventura. What area? They're showing them setting up appointments for these freak off hotel nights. There was another room, a word they called it. Freak offs, hotel nights. Oh, King something, child. It was a mess. It was a mess. So where Perry's coming from in this particular situation, none of the witnesses wanted to testify, Cassie included. Even with the tape, she didn't want to testify. They had to tell them either you testify or we're coming after you. It's a real tricky strategy to have all hostile witnesses up there because they lied. The judge is sitting on a motion right now. Please look it up if you guys aren't aware of this, showing how they lied and where they lied. And some of them, most of them lied on the grand jury, which is that right there should have some kind of penalty. You can't lie, especially when I give you immunity and you lie anyway. Another one had her dates mixed up. It was just, so Perry said, I can't trust them. They're proven liars. So he just threw out their testimony and he sees what could happen if we pass this law, if we let Diddy get off. From today on, no one's going to be brought up on these charges except for African American men. And so he has to protect African American men because that's how he look at life, through his eyes, and then you look at life through your eyes as a woman. And sometimes they don't meet. And I'm hoping that if we do it on a case by case basis, that somehow we can meet in the middle.
And I'll say this too: it's not just for the black man. I'm saying for the real victims. Rondika says it best right here. The entire case makes it even harder for victims. The reason why she say that, because people look at, if these are victims, their stories sound a little shaky. Not all victims' story is shaky. We have people that take advantage of it and try to tap into that to get sympathy from real victims. And that's just a fact. You know, I'm trying to say, hey, I know why it's hard for victims to come out, because of people faking the funk, giving it a bad name. Oh no, we can't believe that. Them girls was out there just doing it for cash. And you get to be able to separate the two. Nobody's saying, like I said it from day one, I believe real victims. Or I'm to the point, I support real victims. But when a person come up and just say things and you hear them out, you go both sides. I mean, you don't determine innocent or guilt against the person, the alleged victim, or the person that's accused. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, go ahead, Sharrell.
It's a case that is complicated, and it has so many layers to it, because I'm looking at it for the justice reform. I'm coming at it from two uncles being falsely accused to a whole family that's been railroaded by the justice system, right? So there's that layer. Here, I have an update. Pendleton says, then Skylar said, I'm laying head down. Hit me up if we're getting together. Attorney, what do these boxes show? 3 photos taken by Ventura. Attorney, what day is this? Says March 6, 2016. Attorney, walk us through. She says, Combs called Ventura. There was no answer. So we're just going over evidence, stuff like that had already been repeated in court. I guess they think that this is strengthening their case by saying, look at all this evidence. Look at all this evidence we have. And Perry saying, you got a lot of evidence there if you believe the victims. And if everybody up there is lying, this is BS evidence. It's very complicated. This case is very complicated. Very complicated. So, and from my stance is that they keep passing these laws on us and we're not aware of what they're doing. Well, most of us aren't aware of what they're doing. I see clearly what they're doing. They're moving the goalposts. So I'm not saying Diddy's innocent. I'm saying I'm not going to do I'm not going to do anybody's dirty work. If you want this law to be for black men, put it on the Congress floor. Put it on the floor. Here we go. Attorney. Ventura texts Combs, says, I checked with security. Jules left. You're good as long as you don't bother the other guests. Then unanswered calls. Attorney. What does Combs text Ventura? He texts, call me. The cops are here. Then a call connects. So I don't see what the problem is for them to bring up the correct charges. But they want RICO. They want RICO because it's a broad law. It's a broad law. And
isn't it
they've already changed it. It's supposed to be a group of people. Not one person has heard of a RICO law before R. Kelly. Well, only one person's charged with it. R. Kelly himself wasn't even running a criminal organization. He was some Fruit Loop that really destroyed a group of women's lives. He didn't make R. Kelly's money is not dirty money. As much as we don't like him and as much damage as he did to these women, and there's probably other victims that we don't know about, he still wasn't running a criminal enterprise. He was just being a damaged sicko. And I know a lot of people like R. Kelly, and they say he's a genius at his music. He is. He is. But I haven't learned how to distinguish the man. Here we go. Attorney. Ventura makes a call to D-Rock. It connected. Combs calls Ventura. No answer. Attorney. This day, question mark. Pendleton says, March 5th, 2016. Ventura texts, you are sick to think it's okay to do with what you have done. She's talking about the video. Please stay away from me. I have a premiere. Oh, no. That's when she pushed him he pushed her off the boat. He was horrible. And he put himself in this situation. But I'm talking about on a larger scale. Don't let them use this law called RICO now for black men. Don't let them do that. This is overkill. This is overcharge. Diddy should not go to jail for the rest of his life. But if they get this, if this works and Diddy goes to jail for the rest of his life, this is only the beginning. Then they're going to be sending everyone to jail for the rest of their life because a RICO charge. It's too broad. Diddy puts his hands on women. He is not running a criminal enterprise. Does anybody in the chat think that Diddy's money's dirty? Let me take a poll. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, so Wayno says this. It's hard for me to believe because I was lied on and in prison, right? So for the people, and that, look, this is what I'm trying to say. Because people will say you're victim shaming somebody when you might say, I don't believe or whatnot. You may have your reason for not believing. And that's why a lot of people don't come out. It's two sides of this coin. Two people are involved. And look, if you say you get to believe all victims, that means that you're not believing the person that's being accused. Now, what a grown-up would say, hey, let's rationalize this whole thing and hear both sides out. That's why you got a thing called court, a justice system. But you can't just blankly go in and say this person's definitely guilty or this person is definitely innocent. You know, I mean, that's where you got to balance it out because well, people, oh yeah, well, there's a reason why people can't trust everybody when you falsely accused of something. And I'm sure most of you have been falsely accused of something, whether at work or not. Did you like it? So let's not play the game and try to say just because I might see something in a witness and say, hey, that story ain't adding up. You victim shaming. Because what are you doing? you accuse shaming because you coming at the person that's being accused with no facts. So it's either a grown-up conversation we can have, or some people can kick rocks. Because look, let's keep it real. We here to have an adult conversation, and it's not one way or nothing. You got to just balance the shit out. Go ahead, Sharrell.
Okay, so some news just came in on R. Kelly. Let me make sure I'm not missing the trial. Hold on.
You got
Yes, I am. Attorney says, huh?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, remove this? Okay, hold on. Attorney says, what is Mr. Combs' text to Ventura? She says, he texts, call me, help. Then he texts, help me, I'm about to be arrested. Then, if you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Attorney, then what? Call not answered. Then Quorum calls Ventura. That's another thing, you guys. So Diddy's doing all of this messiness, freak offs, putting his hands on women, but every time he thinks he's getting ready to go to jail or be caught, he panics. So I get that, you guys. I get that. Please don't think I don't get that. We're talking about a broad spectrum here.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, it goes on both sides.
But,
like when somebody gig is up, they almost panic. Like when he think I'm about ready to be incarcerated, he panic. When a person feel like they about ready to be dismissed, they panic. I was in fear this was gonna happen. No, yeah, go ahead.
There's no way in hell, and you've got to agree with me on this, that this is a true RICO. If it was a true RICO, Christina Quorum will be sitting by his side. And not only is she not sitting by his side, I think, this is just me, I think she just left the country and refuses to testify. How can you have a RICO case with a co-conspirator who just throws her nose up at the law and takes off? Now, nobody has said that she's out of town, but I think she's missing, because yesterday you could easily look at that as third-party testimony. She should be reading her own damn text messages and telling them what they meant. But she's not here, and I really believe she's gone. She's probably in Bali with Russell Simmons, and I don't mean that in a funny way, because she knows Russell Simmons. Probably over there in Bali, snubbing her nose at the law. If anything, KK should take the stand. D-Rock should take the stand again, since his name is being brought up all the time. And Brendan should be sitting next to Diddy, Christina in jail. But Brendan gets off. The real dealer gets off. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Come on, that's not following RICO laws. You let everybody get away with it, but the real perpetrators? And maybe Christina's gone because they don't have enough evidence on her either. Maybe they don't have enough on Brendan. This is not, but the only person you have enough evidence on is Diddy? Come on. No. Yeah. And where are all these people that y'all were talking about? Where are the miners? Where are the tunnels? Where is the video from Jaguar Wright saving a child? Come on. Doesn't that sound ridiculous now? And you guys believed it. You guys believed it. Where are the pictures of the mom at the freak off with her white nails? Where is all this stuff that it was sensationalized? Let's come back down to earth and look at the real facts here. There's no miners involved. There's no tunnels. Nobody was brought in through a tunnel. Nobody was laid nude on the table. It's insane. You have a RICO charge saying that this was a criminal organization. So you have a RICO charge without a RICO. And never in the court of law should there be a RICO charge without a RICO. Just explain to, and we're open to hear it. But you don't want to put down, how's the money dirty? How did you make your money off of these women? Let me see. I put a poll out.
Yeah, I mean, you get people to say, well, you didn't get to make money off of it, whatever. But, you know, I just don't agree with the whole thing. But Brown Mama says this, right, my son just went through that mess with a lying female. I thank God I was able to get him a great lawyer, and the judge saw right through her lies.
Mhm.
People, so it's not like just somebody just making this up. I truly believe it is real victims. When I say real victims, I'm not throwing shade. I just know it's imitators too. People who fabricate, who lie about that. That's all I'm saying. So we got to be able to understand the two. But if you're gonna be naive to think everybody who mentioned that word is telling the truth, mm-mm. But go ahead, Sharrell.
I need somebody to explain to me, since I'm doing it, looking at the laws, how they're readjusting this law. How is Diddy's money dirty? Nobody answers that question. He paid for this with his credit card. That's racketeering. He paid for this and that and that's kidnapping. You cannot have any of these laws without proving the RICO. How was the dirty money made? Nobody can tell me that. Nobody. He was already rich. He was rich because, whether we like him or hate him, he was the guy during the 90s and early 2000s. That's where he made his money. Then when he got out, he made it through Diageo. Then let's talk about Diageo. I get them being mad because Diddy is demanding 50% ownership. What a 50% ownership of Diageo. No one's going to give you that. But come on, did y'all make some calls? It's very funny, the timing of these lawsuits. Diddy's been acting this way since the 90s. Now all of a sudden y'all mad at him, and the rumors might be true. You hired those private detectives. It wasn't hard to look up Diddy's dirty work because he's been doing this for years, and then quietly you back out. You guys are trying to humiliate Diddy. Let's be real. Sometimes businessmen are just as ruthless as street guys. Come on, y'all. You didn't want to be known as a racist. That will really damage your company. And here, this black man is demanding 50 cents. And that's an overkill, by the way. Diddy shouldn't have asked for 50%. Go start your own thing. But it's so we got the Diageo element, we got the element that the witnesses are lying because they filed a motion saying it, and the judge, the spineless judge, that's only been a judge 2 years, 8 months when it's so much to this case. 8 months when they asked him to be a judge. Our leader just went into the Southern District of New York and fired 46 attorneys. 46. He don't want to be 47. This judge is catering to the prosecution. You want to file claims held in contempt of court on the defense because some information got out. How about your side put it out? How you gonna hold somebody in contempt without evidence? You're a kiss ass, sir. We got a judge that's letting the prosecution run the courtroom. You want to get rid of black jurors. People say it's impossible. This has nothing to do with race, Sharrell. Why is there a gag order on what he can say? Why is there, what is it? Not a gag order. Why are the records sealed on this new jury? Is this person black? We need to know. And you just now find out? Come on, we're not dumb. Several liquor companies have owned by the mafia. By the mafia. As you know, you can't cross the mob. I'm with you on the liquor company being behind the civil lawsuits. So many elements to this case. So many elements. They started it. Come on. He's been doing this for years. He's been into this weird sex. Ugh. Letting people urinate in your mouth is just disgusting. Or maybe it's the thing the new kids do. I don't know. I would have called the police. If someone tried to urinate in my mouth, I'd have called the police. That's not happening. Not on my watch. That is not happening. Diddy's been weird for years with his XEX life. But all of a sudden he wants to sue Diageo. Now this all comes out. Child. So many layers to this case. They want to rewrite the law. They want Diageo needs to be on the stand because we're real suspicious of you. Now we need to know what happened. Other people need to be sitting next to him and listed as co-conspirators. They're off doing their thing. Here we got an update. Pennis says, Ventura calls D-Rock. Here we go again. Then Quorum calls the Connect. Here we go. Why can't we have attorneys, lawyers, ask KK in person what happened? What role did you play in this? I'm telling you, they can't find her. She's probably not in the country. And I say that because I did a deep dive on her, did a thorough investigation, got all the information. That's how I know she owns a house in North Carolina. She owns an apartment in LA. She's a college graduate. And now the internet is scrubbed clean of KK. All her social media was closed down. They're not fooling me. Let me go back to this because I lost thought. I'll get so mad. Ventura calls D-Rock, then Quorum. The calls Connect attorney. What does D-Rock text? She says, tell him to get out of there before they arrest him. Not picking up. He's not picking up. Attorney. What does Miss Ventura text to Combs? Going to bed.
Well,
Sharrell, Judge Submarinian just laid down the law. He's urging them to settle. How do you know? Hold on. Perry?
Yeah.
Do you think that they want to settle this case out of court? Because I heard that they offered him a plea before. Do you think they're doing it now? This is coming from another gossip blog. Do you think they would do that?
No.
Yeah.
No. I think they offered, yeah, because of course, I think most time they always offer it right before they go. He didn't take it. They ain't gonna re-offer, and he ain't gonna just raise his hand. So I think people just saying it, it could be that just their belief, but I wouldn't even waste my time on it. This day 25.
Okay.
And he got his back up, so they got grounds for appeal for a lot of things. So if it don't go his way,
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Can you keep updating?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. But to be honest with you, I think I know people saying, hey, Rico's done. A lot of experts have said that. But I mean, yeah, that's an expert, a person who might know the law and just fine print and say, oh, well, according to this, yes, technically it could be this. But as a human, if I'm sitting on that thing, I'm not buying it that way. Just for me, I'm just not buying it, regardless of what they want the experts to find Rico. Because I can't get past kidnapping. I'm just keeping it real with you. I just can't. But some of you don't have no problem with that. No, that was kidnapping, Perry. Then your spouse probably kidnapped your ass once or twice too. That's what I'm thinking, But let me see what we got. 2 minutes. But we'll see what Brendan brings to the table. And I'm sure when this summary witness get up out there, and people can say what they want to say. He used company money. Big companies use company credit cards to put on conventions all the time. So anything that went down under the umbrella in that hotel room that was paid for, that meal plan that they gave out, that per diem that money was used for whatever, is that racketeering? Yeah, so let me say, Perry, we also have a lot of social media and YouTube college professors. Okay. I mean, what? Look, I ain't intimidated about my opinion, regardless, professional or whoever the hell they got. And a degree is just what it is. Certain people get impressed with that. And I get it. When you're younger, when you get older, after a while, you should know how many doctors, right, that you really know you respected and think, oh, they are so smart, this and that, and their life is a big dysfunction. If that was your neighbor, I've seen it. So I'm not impressed by these people. You could be a scientist. I wouldn't give a damn because you might be smart in that book, but no common sense. Somebody got to walk you across the street. You know, I ain't impressed by that shit, people. Happy days. My mind is made up. Yeah, and happy days. I'm gonna tell you for real. My mind is made up that they're trying to overcharge a man. And I'm not sure how long you've been around this channel. I've said over and over again, no, he's not innocent. But these charges should have been placed on him. These victims should have been pursued justice. You don't let the time run out. I feel like he's being overcharged. So maybe you could be coming in new and don't know. But that's how I feel about it. They ain't charging nobody else with this stuff. It's their way. It's their witch hunt. That's how I feel to get Diddy. And I'm not saying he's innocent. And I'm not saying that these girls that he was entangled with were virgins neither. And I just leave that there. Perry, thanks for listening to the evidence presented in common sense everyday life. Yeah, I mean, well, that's how I see it. Some people gonna see it the way the person I was just talking to about, that they gonna see it how you see it. But if we are 12 people on a jury, I don't think we can consistently go down our chat and agree 12 people in a row. Seriously, I just don't think we can. I just don't think we can. And that's the thing. So when this become a mistrial or whatever, are you gonna come back and say, Perry, I was wrong about all my experts and these things? Because I tell you, I was wrong. Because I'm telling you, this is strictly my opinion. I'm not no attorney. I'm just telling you.
Harry,
Hmm?
you won't believe what just happened.
What?
So Damien says, "Mom, something's wrong with the air conditioner. It's not working." So I go upstairs. Yeah, he turned on the heat. He in there sweating like a slave. Like, we got to get this fixed. He has the heat on. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, come on, damn.
Why does he keep doing that? Is it hard to see on that thing?
Well, it's small, so you hit it like just. But what he need to do is just hit the power button. Don't touch nothing else.
Don't touch. What part don't he get? You've told him that 3 times now.
Yeah, he don't had it on the other thing where it's supposed to suck the moisture out there. Oh, whatever. But we gonna need that on though, because it's gonna be hot today again today.
What's the temperature today?
I want to say it's gonna be 108. And then I thought I seen something that said 109, but that might be tomorrow. I don't know. Sure.
What did I miss?
Oh, nothing. I ain't checked yet. I got
you
caught up.
do?
So.
Attorney, what now? Morgan to Coram. Pendulum. Carrie Morgan writes, I don't think anyone should call her. And a photo of LAPD detective business cards. Attorney, what next? D-Rock and KK each call Ventura. Then Coram asks, what is Edie's last name? I mean, I believe that when Diddy thought that his secret was going to be out, he would panic and D-Rock and KK would have to clean house. I believe that they were in charge of setting up, but I also think I don't think D-Rock has a drug problem. I haven't seen enough evidence of that, but I think everybody else around him does. Maybe even KK. How will we know? We can't even talk to her.
Did you get this one 49 seconds ago? Maybe you could have just read it. I was reading the chat.
What is it?
About the 13-minute call, Combs and Ventura.
Okay.
Okay.
Attorney says, what does D-Rock text to Combs? Pendleton says, Cassie's good. She's eating breakfast. Then a 13-minute call. Combs and Ventura. Attorney, what does Mr. Nash write to Ventura? Attorney says, what time can you today? Arturo is available at 3 to 4. Cassie said, D-Rock's place. This is just getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
We get it. I think that as an attorney, you still have to consider the jury, what they think. This is tedious testimony. 2 days in a row. You do better when you have witnesses. I'll remember more of what a witness said than reading this from your specialist secretary.
And yeah.
This is just, you should know better than this. Listen, the Southern District of New York has a lot to prove because they want to be that stellar agency with a 98 conviction rate, and they were the bomb. But when it got gutted, these are different attorneys, and I'm not impressed at all with this judge. What, you are sitting on information saying that the witnesses lied, and you don't do anything about it? How many days? It's been a week, and you still haven't did anything about it. Just like you didn't do anything about Juror 6. You wait late on a Friday with your coward behavior to announce that juror number 6 is gone. Now we got another juror. How come these problems weren't found before the case when you were supposed to vet the jurors? You're full of it. You think we're dumb? This is a pick-me judge. I'm telling you guys, he doesn't want to rock the boat. Diddy's getting sailed up the river. I'm not okay, but Carrie Morgan is Cassie's friend, and Christina Quorum is Combs' chief of staff. A judge's job is to run your courtroom, right? You're the boss. They ain't supposed to be fighting, going back and forth, 5 sidebars every damn 5 minutes. You're terrible. You are terrible. You don't run the courtroom. You don't do what's right. The minute that they said that the jurors lied, and here's the evidence, I should have been hearing that gavel going clank, 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 mistrial. Not you. You want the hype and the fame. So you're letting this sloppily ran campaign proceed. Now, how come I'm going to lose my mind if you put any of the defense in jail for spreading whatever the conversation was? How do you know it's the defense? I'm going to need some proof. So you don't like to do that, sub-Romanian. You don't like proof. If any of them get held in contempt, I'm going to lose it. You need to be disbarred. Your career needs to be over, and you haven't even started it yet. What a wimpy, kiss-ass judge. He's kiss-ass.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get rid of juror number 6, but I don't want nobody mad at me. Let me hang on to this shit a whole damn week, and then I'm going to do it Friday so I don't get any backlash.
Yep, he'll do it Friday.
You're the worst kind. And now you've donated money to the Democratic Party for years, and now all of a sudden I'm neutral. Well, then be neutral. You're a kiss ass. This is the worst judge ever. He looks weird. He walks around in Converse shoes and a Dollar Tree backpack. He's terrible. I usually show respect to a judge, but he deserves none. You are framing the witness your damn self, and you need to be held in contempt of court. What you did to juror number 6 is ridiculous. You should have made the call when it was brought to you. Why does everything take a week? So people will forget. CNN update. Timeline shows a flurry of phone calls and text messages after 2016 hotel altercation. The timeline of records related to the March 2016 altercation at the Intercontinental between Diddy and Cassie, we're talking about the tape, details a flurry of calls and text messages between Combs, Ventura, and KK, and former security guard Damian Butler, who goes by the name D-Rock. Ventura texts Coram around 2:30 saying, "This is crazy. He won't stop. Please tell him the neighbors are about to call the police." KK responds that she got him and they are going down the elevator. D-Rock says to Coram, "Tell him he needs to get the F out of there before they call the police." Ventura and former best friend Carrie Morgan both testified that Combs went to Ventura's apartment after Ventura left the hotel. Ventura texts Coram, "Please take away whatever keys he thinks he has." Coram texts D-Rock, what she got him back, text D-Rock, that she got him back to Los Angeles, around his Los Angeles home around 3 p.m. After more unanswered calls from Combs to Ventura, KK texts, "Talk to him. He promised me he won't go back over if you will just talk to him for 5 minutes. And sorry, don't want to be in the middle." You are in the middle, girl. Just don't want him to go back over there. Between 4:49 a.m. and 5:15, calls between Combs and Ventura connected for 18 to 10 minutes. Now let's talk about Cassie Ventura. This is a delicate conversation. Oh, I got another one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see you, and when I'm on CNN, I don't see.
Oh yeah, no problem. It's like a minute ago.
Okay, here we go. Pendulum. Then Combs calls Edie Garcia. That's the security guard. Calls back. Attorney, what does Ventura text? She texts, "This was supposed to be a big day for me. Now I wish I could just stay in bed." Attorney, and here, she says, calls between Combs and Eddie Garcia. That's the damn security guard. So much is wrong in this whole case. It's just unbelievable. That's the security guard that decided to film the
Right.
DV that's taking place. He films it, according to him, so he could give it to his wife. And then later on, he sells it to TMZ for, I believe they said $67,000.
Yeah. Okay.
And then when you write up the incident report, Diddy tells you what to say, and you do it. It's a reason that the Intercontinental owed Cassie $10 million. They gave her $10 million because this is a shit show. It's a shit show. Do your job. Security guard. Who are you guarding? Nobody.
This is redundant information. Yeah. I mean, look, let's get on to the witness. I mean, because at this point, everybody either leaning to this side or that side. This ain't moving the needle. But people say, "Oh, that's definitely, now we getting down to the RICO." If that's your mindset of it, and I get it. If that's how you want to be and look at it and say, "Hey," not see the bigger picture, or follow I just need something to happen to him so bad that we'll let any law apply. But we'll see with these experts, because I don't seen it too many times. And I think people say it to say, "Oh, your opinion is not valuable because all the expert says." Well, when you make decisions in your own house, do you call these experts? When you're plumbing, when the water just rolling over, or you need to cook dinner, do you call these experts? Some people put too much credit on these so-called experts, and that's how you form it. Form your own opinion. Be a free thinker. Don't just form it because some expert that you think's an expert, and he probably got more DV crimes than Diddy in the back. I'm just saying, you never know about these people that you're backing. But I think when this thing is over with, it's going to be a mistrial, hung jury, something. And I would tell you, if I'm wrong, like, look, I gave you my opinion, and I'll probably still have my same opinion. This shit was just overcharged for me. But for the people with the experts and all these professionals that you know that's doing saying the right thing, I might just want an apology later. Just
Terry,
might.
there's not going to be a mischarge. No one's going to apologize to you. There's going to be a full-on conviction, at least 20 years. It's not going to be a mistrial because this judge is so biased, and definitely team prosecution. They're just going to make it work. They're going to make it work. You're sitting on the motions. No one's asking the judge. Listen, they're accusing the witnesses of lying. Can you address this, please? I don't want to see him go down for 20 years because it's overkill. Oops, overcharging. I shouldn't have said that word. It's overcharging. These aren't even the proper charges. The prosecutor, I don't care who your father is, former head of FBI or not, you don't know how to prosecute, ma'am. You don't know how to prosecute. You put Jane on the stand. She embarrassed you. Then she hugged the defense. This has to be a movie when this is over. This has to be a movie. She hugged the defense. If she could, she would have hugged Diddy. She still likes Diddy. She misses the job. He's still paying her bills. It's a mess. Attorney says, and what's this? Pendulum says, a photo of Eddie Garcia's driver's license found on KK's phone. Attorney, now by March 9th, 2016, what occurs? Combs calls Eddie Garcia. Attorney, then March 25th, 2016 at 1 p.m., agent says, Combs calls Eddie Garcia because now they got to get to Eddie Garcia because we need to buy that tape. That's another thing. Eddie's filming. He calls the boss, asks the boss, do you think we can give him the tape? And the boss says, let's charge him $50,000. Unbelievable. It's Terry, what happens to people when they're around money? I got an update. Pendulum says, other than these charts, did you have any involvement in this case? She says, no. Attorney, no further questions. The boss tells you, hey, that's P. Diddy. He got money. Go sell him the tape for $50K. We'll split it. Unbelievable. Is everybody involved in this a crook?
Oh, man.
Is everybody involved a crook? My goodness. And then selling the tape to CNN. Oh my gosh. And you want to talk about the wrong that Diddy did everything wrong. No, it was enough wrong to go around. That's why it's a RICO case. Organization, more than one. Cannot believe that just happened. I cannot believe the boss tells them, yeah, charge him 50. First of all, you're broke. I would have charged him $100K because that could have ruined his career. And if you were going to break the crime, then do $100K. That's what I would have did. $100K, he would have gave you whatever you asked for. R. Kelly's going through a tough time. Someone said free R. Kelly. So let's talk about R. Kelly blaming, I believe, the facility for trying to, where is it? I don't know how he's saying that they tried to unalive him. Let's go. Let's read that really quick. R. Kelly is saying that the jail tried to unalive him. R. Kelly, BOP tried to off me again. Alleged plot overdose left him hospitalized. This is too much for one day.
Sharrell, I'm gonna step out back. They on break right now.
They're on a break.
Yeah, so I'm gonna step out back. I'll be back.
Okay. We're on another break, you guys. So I just try to give you the updates. Here comes CNN. Oh, wow, it's pretty long. It said that Cassie Ventura and Ellie Maroon were on 2 calls starting around 5 p.m. Shortly after that, they were about 4 calls between Ventura, Diddy, and Combs. So they're panicking because of what went down in the hotel, the tape that we seen. At 5:52, KK, Combs' chief of staff, texts Maroon, I'm going to ask just to cover damages. He wants to speak to Spanish security guard. We know who that was. Say they had a fun, drunk night to try and get more information. Let's lie and say, he was just drunk. He didn't intentionally put his hands on Ventura. LOL. No shot. They aren't playing nice. Combs and his former security guard, Damian Butler, who goes by the name D-Rock, called Ventura several times between 6 and 7, with most of the calls being answered. At 6:55, Carrie Morgan, a former friend of Ventura's, texts KK a picture of a business card from the LAPD, because remember, they eventually came, but Ventura had already went home. She didn't want to talk to the cops. There. I don't think anyone should call her. KK asked if she could call Morgan in a bit when she was alone. Morgan is Ventura's best friend, Carrie Morgan. She was looking for anyone to say the wrong thing so she can call DV, Morgan wrote. Cass just asked me to send you this. Ventura then answered a call from D-Rock and 2 calls from KK at 7 p.m. KK texts Maroon, did you get security's number? PD is asking. Maroon says, wouldn't give it to me. What is Eddie's last name? 2 photos were recovered from Ventura's device, taken at 7:09 a.m. the next day. March 6, 2016, one of the photos appeared to be a picture of 2 men, and the other showed someone sitting on a couch. Combs texts D-Rock, how is she? At 9:30 a.m. She's okay. She's eating breakfast. Her face don't look bad. She's good. D-Rock wrote, he said Ventura was smiling. This is after what happened in the hotel. She's smiling and laughing and suggests that Combs call her or call her house. Now, let me tell you something, you guys, and I mean this in a very, very respectful way. Diddy should have never put his hands on that woman, ever. But as bad as it was, she went back. She went back. I've had friends that have been caught up in the cycle of abuse. It's a cycle. They call you in the middle of the night. Oh, we got this big problem. Come help me. You go help them. And then before you get home, they're back together. I refuse to help anybody in the cycle because you end up wasting a lot of time and energy. People only get help when they want help. And Cassie was definitely caught up in the cycle. And that can be interpreted in a lot of ways because a lot of men say, well, she kept going back, DJ Academics. She kept going back, so she must have been okay with it. Stay away from these relationships, and it can end very poorly. Somebody can be unalive from DV. they'll still go back because it's just not only him at fault, she's a part of the mess too. I don't help anymore. I really don't. I had a friend that I love so dearly. She would call me in the middle of the night, come get me, stop everything you're doing, leave your newborn baby with daddy, who was Perry, and come out here in the middle of the night, find me, give me a ride home, because he even kicked me out the car on the freeway and it's raining. Come get me, please. I need your help. You're the only one who can help me. And by the time I woke up the next day, they were back together. I don't have time for it. I was Cassie, but with a broke man. So explain how it works. There had to be a final straw for you. And only you can make that decision. And I'm not a heartless person. I'm talking from experience. I wasted so much money and time on my friend. Child, she didn't want no help. She did not want no help. And don't forget, the FBI approached Cassie, not the other way around. Now, with that being said, I still think she deserves that 20 million. We saw the tape. It was terrible. Terrible. I agree 1,000%. This is why I love this channel. Very mature and logical with your opinions. Thank you. I don't know if it's a good advice. I said, don't help your friends that's caught up. That's what I said. And don't give them no money. None of that. Because they have to get help when they're ready. Same for addicts. Like Brendan. Brendan worries me. He gonna testify, and before the case is even over, he'll be back to dealing. Brendan has a problem. No, Cassie was a victim, but a part of the cycle. She has to play a part in it. She has to own her part. She kept going back. Part of the cycle is she gonna keep going back until she's ready. She slept with him after she met Alex. She asked for one more freak off. Her hands aren't clean either. That's what I'm trying to say. Everybody is to blame in this. This is why this is not RICO when you only charge one person. A lot of people did things wrong. A lot of laws were broken. Then this is a clear case saying that we need judicial reform. This case is so messy. It's just sad that it had to happen. But you do have people with addictive personalities, I think. My sister was in love with a man that constantly broke her heart. She really loved him. They really be caught up. Cassie caught up. 11 years. 11 years. You got to take accountability. She still deserves the money. Don't get me wrong. She deserves the money because I don't know if this was the hotel room or not, but I seen one of the bruises. It was a gash over the eye, and you could see the white meat. You see the white meat. And he only puts his hands on women. Do you notice that? Most DV abusers only put their hands on women. Cassie's goal was to get Sean to himself. Now, remember I said it's a lot to go around. Let's not argue the argument of the prostitutes. I'm talking Jane, talking Gina, I'm talking Cassie, I'm talking Kim Porter. I shouldn't call them prostitutes. Let me tell you, the battle of I want that man. Because I respect Kim Porter, but he broke her nose. She went back. These women were fighting over this man. Come on. Read those text messages. The things that she said to Kim Porter, read those. Read the text messages about Gina. That's why Gina should have came. But you know, she don't want to testify. He's probably still paying Gina's bills. I know one time he was giving her $5,000 a month for a home in Vegas. Nobody ever seen their parents fight. Puppy is not the first. I mean, some relationships are just toxic. Sean and Blueface, Krishan and Blueface. When Blueface gets out of jail, she'll be back over there. She'll show a new boyfriend on her IG, and then the next thing you know, she's back. Another toxic relationship, DDG. I cannot take that one. DDG and Hallie. Some people just get in these toxic relationships and they stay in them. Now, Hallie, you were warned about DDG. Don't act like Chloe didn't warn you. Cassie could have gotten bruises from all the. Okay, you're being messy, Kimberlyn. I love that name. Too bad I didn't have a daughter. It's not Kimberly. Kimberly. Cassie could have gotten bruises from all the men she slept with for hours and could have fallen from being high. Cassie was an addict. I don't care how much you feel sorry for her. You have to admit that. They're all addicts.
Right.
Gina, you went to your own freak off with Kanye. Girl, what is wrong with you?
That's the thing.
Is 50 still losing his mind? Let me go over there. Perry, keep an update.
Yeah, it's almost like yeah, I'm still watching from come back off break, but it's like a group of addicts together that did things for their own personal reasons. Diddy did his for control and the freakness of it all to film it. They did it because they wanted to keep their status with Diddy, in my opinion. Because I'm not going to argue with you, but these were some addicts, and I feel like most of it, damn near all of it, was consensual. And oftentimes they'll say, well, I thought to myself, if I didn't do it, were you forced to do it? I thought to myself, I wanted to make him happy. You want to keep your position. Did he want to keep control? It's not right on either side. It was a dysfunctional group. But now on lynching day, there's only one person there that's being overcharged. And in my opinion, going to be that way today. And the way things going, probably next week until the whole trial over. Unless something crazy happened, but I don't see it happening. Where's KK? Where's D-Rock? Brendan, I don't know sure what he's going to bring. He's just going to verify that it was pharmaceuticals involved. We know this already. Oh, how he was paid. He had an assistant pay him. So that showing an enterprise. Come on, people.
Why do I like 50 Cent? He really is a troll. He's a troll. He's a troll. Maybe I like him because he's a good businessman. He's a troll.
And he's funny. That's the part you like.
He's very funny. I would show you some stuff, but it has music. 50 Cent is a hot mess. I still like him though. All right. Now, what was I talking about? Cassie could some of this is her fault too. She kept coming back. Going to one of their parties is like going to a cookout. And the food is going to be good. That's messy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone said something. You don't like 50 Cent? You think he's nasty too? He is. I have to admit it. And he's a troll. He's a troll. And he trolls like people that a lot of people are scared of. Like, what's the drug lord from the Black Mafia family? Something Flannery.
Oh.
Anyway, he's not scared of dealers. He could flip-flop from both worlds, aristocrat to thugs. But I just like him. You think he trolls because he's hurt? 50 Cent, yeah, he's a very bad father. I hate to say that, but you cut off your son for something the mother did. That's crazy. And now he's claiming he's going to take Daphne to court. 50 Cent doesn't have time to be a father. Just leave it the way that it is, huh?
No, he probably don't. I mean, for real. Like, if he wanted to be there, he could have been there a long time ago.
Somebody said
it might just be cheaper to keep her at home with the baby.
But Block says that 50 is a fed. He also is hurt and embarrassed. Perry, isn't 50 Cent embarrassed? You got the escort pregnant. You knew she was escorting before she met you, 50. You got her pregnant and then get mad when she keep doing what she's doing. She with Kanye, she's with Diddy. But that's what happened when you get the escort pregnant. Okay?
Right. Yeah. I mean, he feel used, like, and exposed because now people saying, well, oh, instead of him having this cute wife and all this, and well, cute baby mama, now it's like, no, you didn't have nothing special. See, her legs been open on every block.
Someone says, so we're making fun of Cassie, Kim Porter, and others. Let me say this. These women that have experienced, nobody said that. You must have heard that in your head. Nobody said that. I said they were all fighting for the guy. That's not making fun of them. That's truth. Why are you so touchy, Nicole, and putting words in people's mouth? I think you feel that we say that Cassie deserves what she's got. If you must have just came on, nobody said that. We said that there's a cycle of abuse that's going on in these relationships. They keep going back, and to make matters worse, they thought he was the prize.
Yep.
They testified to it. How's that making fun of it? They thought he was the prize. You had Jane begging him, well, you took Gina on a trip. How come you're not taking me on the trip? Please, am I not good at my job? Didn't y'all hear that testimony? It's like, I can't act like Cassie's an angel. Even Kim, they contributed. And a lot of victims don't want to hear that because they can't see past the pain. But there's enough wrong for everybody to go around. Everybody. I hope that doesn't offend you anymore. I'm not trying to offend you. And maybe you're not there where you want to hear that. Mm-hmm. But this case has so much wrong going on, not just with the victims and Diddy, also with the judicial system. You know, they seem to overcharge us a lot. And you have to admit to that, the judicial system. And then I'm still not letting the culprit, Diageo, off the hook. You started it. You might still be involved. Your goal is to humiliate him and bring him down on his knees without anybody knowing that you're the one doing the dirty work. I think they're all fighting for money that came with Diddy. They are addicted to get him to change. That can be an addiction, an obsession, like thinking you're going to beat the casino. The house always wins. So much going on. And all we can do is talk about it and hopefully learn from the situation so we don't get ourselves put in that situation. If a man is putting his hands on you, leave. Moral of this story, he will never treat you right. Leave. Another moral of this story, money don't make happiness. He's the biggest addict we ever seen. But a lot of people sign up every year to be famous in Hollywood. Did you guys know that 50 left Sierra to be with Daphne? I'm sure he's kicking himself now. Oh my God.
Damn.
50. Now you embarrassed.
Don't I mean, and that's what really happened a lot of times when relationships go like that. A person will leave a good, perfect relationship for a freak.
You know, you're gaslighting these people. It's the words that you use. You are a hot mess. Okay, a freak.
Yeah. Most people go to the gym and work out, stretch and all that. I do it right from the comfort of my bed. Come on.
Now, to tell you the truth, guys, if you're just new to this channel, I'm over this case. I don't think there's anything we can do for the law. They're going to pass RICO. The next time they use it, all we can do is start comparing notes. So they're going to change the goalposts for RICO. You guys better be very careful. Everybody in the chat, be very careful. You know, the new administration, they're building new prisons, and you know who they're going to put in those prisons. We're not dumb, okay? Don't get caught. Don't get yourself caught up. I have a son. I tell him that every day. Every day. Don't give them a reason to lock you up, because they will. They need people to put in these prisons because we need free labor.
Now, come on from this break. Now, let's go. I mean, because so they'll do the cross. So hopefully we can get rid of these summary witnesses and then move on to Brenda. Hopefully.
It says that Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is finished with the direct examination. Court is taking a break before cross-examination starts. So, Perry, let's go on to something else. What do you think of the lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey?
What I think? I think she's ambitious to push her career. Like, most attorneys gonna want to have a winning record, but it's ones who would cheat. And well, I guess with attorneys, I can't put nothing past them. The defensive side or whatever, their bottom line is just to win their case. And I think she's looking for a moment and will do anything to get it.
Wow, that's true. Who's your favorite for the defense?
Nicole Westmoreland.
Westmoreland? She bad. She ain't playing.
One thing about her, when she said, it kills that argument when people say, "Oh no, you can't do this because you don't know what a DV is like." She was a person. Bad things happen to her, so it takes that argument out. Half the time, we just want you to listen to the testimony without putting your prejudged thoughts into it, and just say, "Hey, do you believe it or do you not? Do you believe the whole story? Some part of the story could be true, but could you have left?" See, things like that. Yes, you could have left. I like her the most. I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of people get in their feelings, and people say, "Oh, Perry, you dug in, you made your decision." Now, I'm talking about the justice system. The justice system. Nothing's telling me he ain't been charged for DV, which we clearly know he did. He's being charged with this souped up RICO charge, racketeering. He ain't doing nothing different than any other businessman probably have done as far as pulling money from his account to entertain. It's entertainment funds, right? And we can just say all kind of different. When people go on these conventions, they pay for rooms for their employees. They might give them a per diem or whatever. It might even give them cash. And then when people have assistants, they pay their assistants to assist. Grab my luggage, cook my dinner, grab me something to drink, go down there and pick up my package. Here's the money. Take the money out of my company, whatever. They trying to stress the point that, oh, it's a RICO. A lot of businessmen don't do the same shit, and I ain't saying that makes it right, but I'm just saying they trying to make something fit, and they trying really hard, and they'll get simple people. Not I'm be careful. When I say that, people feel like I'm testing their intelligence. You get people who want to get them so bad. They say, "Yes, Perry, I mean, this is all we need," because you're hell bent on incarcerating him. And I don't got a problem with that if you just do it the proper way. Because if they can manipulate the system to get him, and this way, when they should have did it years ago, they can do it to you and I tomorrow. That's it.
So 57% says that Diddy's money is not dirty. 43% said that Diddy's money is dirty. Where is this RICO? Where is he making money from? That's dirty. You're trying to say that he's a dealer? Come on, y'all. Come on. Why is Diddy a dealer? He's a billionaire. What is he doing it for the money?
The question is, I mean, do people think Clyde Davis' money is dirty? See, because I'm going to tell you something. Oftentimes, you're going to get a different result when you talk about a minority. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it real. Oh yeah, his money is dead. It could be from jealousy or whatever. Let's keep it real. No, I think he used his money in dirty ways. We see that from the stand. The things he said he spent his money on. He did dirty things with his money, but I don't think majority of his money came illegally. Now, by not paying the artists and all that, things I can't justify that, but that's what these business people do. If that's the case, all of them got dirty money. You know, I don't know. I think for me, what's frustrating is that I get it on one hand that, yeah, these women went through a certain thing. It was used and abused. They was using him for his thing, and he was abusing them and using them. And all of them was on those pharmaceuticals heavy. It's like going into a crack house. You don't expect things to be uniformity up in there. That shit is wild. I mean, you got all kind of shit happening in the crack house I can imagine. Now, I ain't never, went to no crack house. There's no need for that.
Do you think the judge is racist or trying to fit in?
Trying to make his name for himself and trying to not piss off the wrong side.
Mm-hmm.
He's not trying to piss off the government.
Mm-hmm. If we find out that juror number 7 is black, would that change you guys' opinion? The ones that think that juror number 6 should have been let go. If we find out that juror number 7 is black, would that change your opinion? Because the fix is in. Fix is in. Y'all don't see that? You were supposed to vet the witness when it was the appropriate time during jury selection. So would they go that low as to try to get rid of as many black people as you can? I believe they said it was 3, 2 down, 1 to go.
Yeah. You know what the bottom line is? I just say this, and this is my personal opinion. I think race had something to do with them getting them kicked off. That's just my point. And I'm not going to argue with you because just no need to. I know what kind of life, I know what I experience every day. I know what people around me experience. And if you ain't around those kind of people, I guess you ain't like us. But go ahead.
Priscilla says, even if he's not a dealer, can prove RICO for distribution. Let's do this, Priscilla. Let's see what Brendan has to say. Providing ketamine or ecstasy, etc. Curious if distribution the drugs would meet the definition of the law. All you need to interview Kent Law. You all need to interview Kent Law. Listen.
I guess they're saying that.
I'm going to say this in layman's terms. No, I'm going to talk about from experience. Mm-hmm. You know, I know a lot of dealers. Don't ask me how. I just do. And I know to stay away from drugs. Them are some addicts. When I say kingpin, I'm talking about the person that goes to Mexico and gets it transported through coffee. I'm talking the person in Colombia that has it shipped in. That's a Lord. I'm over this whole ring. I've got foot soldiers that go on the corner and sells it. That's trafficking. If I have large quantities, if I'm an addict and have large quantities in my house because I can afford it, that's not trafficking. Because you paid for it, because you gave Brendan the money for it, that's not trafficking. Have you, did you see that tunnel that El Chapo built underground where he could take them from Mexico to the United States? Trafficking. Did you ever see the one where they take unalived bodies and hide them in the casket and in the bodies? Have you guys heard about that new one? Trafficking.
Sharrell, watch this.
I'm mad. Come on, y'all. How are we going to stick together and half of y'all don't even see what the hell is going on? They trying to
Yeah.
get rid of the black people. I got white people in this chat. All my mods are white. I'm not racist, but I'm not talking to y'all. This is, and y'all know, y'all been with me a long time. Y'all know I'm not racist, but I stand up for my race. Come on. Come on. What more do y'all need? He was set up. I hate this judge. But anyway, you're going to get your way. He's going to go down for life. And I hope that you can look at yourself in the mirror and said, I did the right thing. This was all fair and square. There's no racism here. It's all fair and square. Y'all putting blinders on. Come on. They just happen to find fault with two of the black jurors on the case. Perry, please tell your audience.
Very strange. No. I'm just saying, regardless, just look at it. Then we have to be. But it's deniers. But it's people who aren't. I mean, when I say not like us, have the same life experience as us. And I guess you're just not gonna see it unless you have experience. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a break. This is too much. Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. So, pound for pound, Perry, please tell your audience what qualifies for distribution and manufacturing of drugs. To me, I'm not gonna go to no Google it to find out. Just in my mind, as a person who out there growing it, manufacturing, building these things, or got a crack house in there with a lab, then they take it out there, put it on every street corner or many corners they can to sell for profit. That's distribution, or sending it to, selling it to other dealers. But a lot of people just look at it as, no, he just had his stuff in his pocket. And if his personal use, he distributed it because he gave it among his friends. If you invite people to a barbecue and you supply alcohol to them, like, have beer if they want it, is that distributing? Come on, like, people, it's the simple things that I'm just looking at, but y'all want to just act like, I get it. You want Diddy to do time in jail. Fine. I'm not a Diddy defender. I'm talking about the law. The law. That's what I'm saying. Now, get them on other things. Do you people not think if Cassie would have tucked the tape to the law or filed a charge when the DV stuff happened, Diddy would have got away with it? That would have been a chance for justice. But you let it go. You let it ride. But now people want to hold all these things. I believe he had something to do with this kid. I believe he had something to do. That's allegations and just a belief. If you was in court and you was a defendant, you would want somebody to have to prove the case, not just what they wanted to see or, whatever. It's just crazy to me. Like, people, we got to just wake up. And you get all these people, and trust me, I'm telling you, they want to be so bright. They so far from the ghetto or from how they was raised, now they don't made it. Now they out there in front of the cameras and they are so polished now. Oh no, this is definitely Rico because he did this and he used some company expenses for this and that. A lot of people do. I ain't saying he didn't break rules, but is it a Rico? Is it a drug trafficking thing? I mean, I just don't know. Really, what would be a fair sentence for Diddy? I don't know. It depends on what they was charging him for. I mean, just charge him on individual things so it's not so complicated. I mean, and most of it, let's keep it real, whether it's a DV case or not, they use that to set the traffic. Okay. Inner city. Okay. So now they're back. Let's have the agent Penland back. And now the jury. All rise. Come, Kerrigos. You've been at South District of New York for over 10 years. Penland says yes. let's turn to this date. Did you know Miss Ventura was in South Africa then? Pendleton says no. So now they're doing the cross for the summary witness. Well, I think he's a summary witness, whatever he is. But yeah. So now they're doing the cross with him. But people, I'm just simply saying this. Let's take all the things out. Let's change the name. If it wasn't Diddy, if it wasn't Cassie, just replace the names. I think people would look at it differently. Or maybe, maybe they wouldn't. Because you got some people who strictly by the book, the do writers, or they say they are. That's what they try to portray in public. But they wouldn't want this shit to be happening to them to be framed like that. And let's keep it real. That's exactly what they're doing, in my opinion. And I'm giving you the right to have your opinion because that's only fair. We all adults here. But people, sometimes take yourself off the pedestal and stop acting like I'm in Beverly Hills now. Yeah, but you grew up in Crenshaw. Don't forget. Don't forget. A lot of people want to forget how these laws are applied. And 9 times out of 10, the shit ain't equal. Let me tell you that. It's not equal. Okay, 1 hour, 4 minutes. Okay, so now they're back. Combs attorney, 12/8, 9 through 9/15. You didn't try to find out who else is in this chat. Pendleton, I did not. Kara goes, you are a special agent? Question mark. Penland says yes. Kara goes, as a special agent, you know how to look for evidence, right? The U.S. attorney, objection. Judge sustained. So I guess they still, hopefully they can wrap it up and bring on the mule himself, because this is redundant. And I guess for some people, the nerds in the class want to just pinpoint it. But I'm just saying, this shouldn't be that kind of test quiz. It should be just common sense stuff. Do you think Diddy did it wrong? Yes. Did he do it at this level? That's why I say no. That's why I say overly charged. Then somebody said he at least need 10 years. And I mean, yeah, maybe. This is, for me, crazy because I got 2 boys that I know for a fact I don't get treated fairly. A lot of other people don't get treated fairly, but now I'm out there saying, hey, when you know the rules aren't fair, do not give a person a reason to get you. So I get all that. I truly do. I get, you just don't give it, that's what I tell boys, hey, don't give a person a reason. Diddy did give him a reason. And they jumped on it. But if you people can't tell me for real that you actually don't think the prosecution took Cassie's, that the prosecution didn't take Cassie's lawsuit and piggyback off that and tried to make it this big finale. Are we that naive too to say that they didn't do that and then rehearsed a lot of this stuff? I'm asking your opinion. I mean, do you think they rehearsed it? Tried to use what she said. Somebody say I look like a kneecap. What the hell is that? Anyway. I mean, please just tell me. Don't y'all think that they going a little too deep trying to get Diddy for other shit? I mean, if you can't answer those basic questions, you feel like, well, I always knew it was a Rico from the beginning. Mm-mm. Let's see. Freedom 557, exactly. But y'all going up for Cassie and Jane. Let me see. Yeah, they are like those some angels. 4 minutes. Yeah, so hopefully they can finish this damn cross and bring the mule in. Bring in the mule. 7 minutes. Yeah. Let me see whatever we got. They are definitely going deep and trying too hard to make it RICO, but they are doing it at any cost. See, that's just my point. I'm just saying yes, and I can agree when you get these so-called experts and these great readers that said, yeah, according to this, yes. If I was a nerd and chose to just look at it just for what was written instead of applying common sense, I could see that they could possibly have a RICO. But I also could see they don't apply this law evenly across the board. So you can be a go alonger, a person that will go along with anything, or you you can stand up and say, no, I ain't going for the BS. You can call it what you want to. That's not how I'm applying it with myself. Because sometimes you got to accept how they want it applied in this certain situation, but you got to accept that too. And I wouldn't if I was on a jury. I wouldn't. I would not accept that shit like that. But you get some of them out there. I'm a pick me. I do it, and they doing it every day. And I don't want to say all of them because some of them truly might believe what they're saying, but some of them, some of these people out there talking about it, I believe they know what they're saying is wrong. They just selling it to the masses. It's easier to be it's easier to be right or wrong. To be right, because at least if I'm wrong, 80% people thought I was right. I don't care about that shit. I'm just saying my own opinion. You know. So that's just how I look at it. And I don't know what's going on in the chat, but somebody might be getting blocked because I don't know how to take what they want to say. And I guess I'm not in that mode right now. Let me see. 10 minutes. I hope they ain't got another sidebar now. We need to go ahead and get this puppy under wraps here. Let me see. No, that's what I'm saying though. A lot of people just go with the rules. I'm just simply saying I just feel like it's overcharged, and people can just say what they want. But that's my own opinion. I didn't need to get my stuff from a get my shit from an expert. I didn't have to call no professor, you know, and I don't know. For me to see other minorities that I would look at as like, well, I think they understand the struggle. To hear them say certain things, it let me know they don't. Just for me. You may look like us, but you ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you just pretending. Okay, here we go. Combs, Gary goes, let's turn to August 2009. Under the name Sean Combs, you included several U.S. exhibits. Let's pull one up. August 5th, 2009. Mr. Combs says, when do you want to freak off? LOL. What does Miss Ventura say? Question mark. Agent, Cassie has, I'm always ready to freak off. So he's basically saying, yeah, go back to 2009 when asked, hey, let's have a freak off. LOL. Ventura says, Cassie says, I'm always ready to freak off. Not by fear. She didn't say, I'm always ready to freak off because I'm in fear of something. I'm just always ready to freak off. And I believe at times people get tired. You know, people can love a job, but sometimes get tired and not want to go. You know, just saying. Just saying. 1 minute ago. Yep. So that's how I see it. Most people, when they go out there and get caught with a prostitute, they might get caught for soliciting, citation, not years and years. So I'm just saying, like, people want to act like, oh, prostitution. Oh, they're so freaky. Yes. I mean, people can do all kind of freaky shit and they want to. But X is X. If we're gonna talk about just sex and sex, regardless of how you want to do it, people do it all the time. Now, people get caught, that they get charged different things. They want to act like this the biggest thing because he had baby oil. That should be an extra 15 years we should add on. You know, I don't know, people. This is beyond crazy for me. I just think people got their mind up. They want to see him. They want to hang him. And if they have to believe in A, B, C, D in this RICO kind of bullshit, they would set their mind to believe it. If it was somebody they like, and I almost bet you for real, seriously. And I'm gonna just say this. This is why I think a lot of it is about race too. If you was to switch Diddy with a Caucasian person right now, half these bloggers or all these experts that's saying what they're saying probably wouldn't say it the same way. And that's just my hunch. Just my hunch. Just my hunch. They would not say the shit the same way. I think we got some sellouts in this house. Just my opinion. Oh, Perry, you don't understand. They release jurors all the time. Yeah, they have alternates. Some people get sick, doing long trials, whatever could happen. Medical did, problem where they have to leave. Don't act like they just could come in and just get rid of all the blacks and say, oh, it's happening all the time. It might. And that might happen all the time too. It's not making it right though. It's just not making it right. So, well, he lied. Look, people, can we go and pull every juror's questionnaire and examine it thoroughly too? Because maybe they lied too, and maybe we shouldn't even have a jury. Can we dig into their background? Can we see where they left? I mean, where they went after court that day? See, some people just fall for anything that's said to them. I mean, because and I get you. I mean, most people say, "Oh yeah, it's not nice to lie." I get it. It's not. But they know if they say the person lied, that you'll automatically go, yes, I was always told in church not to lie. So I can see why they did it. Or it could be another reason why they let him go, because his ass was black. It could be another side to that. Was it about the lying or was it because his ass was black? Was it? I'm going to go with because his ass was black. And this not pulling the race card. This just telling you what the hell I think. It wasn't because he was black. I mean, that I'm pulling a race card because he lied. A lot of them probably don't lie and want to be on the jury for whatever reason. Okay, hold on. Got an update. Combs Garrett goes, let's put up this defense exhibit. Miss Ventura writes, I'm so horny. I can't concentrate. I'm going to Dwayne Reed. Duane Reed, pack us a bag. Did you include this in your chart? Agent Pendleton says, no, I didn't. You packed a lot of stuff in your chart, but you didn't want to pack in Miss Ventura writes, I'm so horny. I can't concentrate. I'm going to Dwayne Reed. Pack us a bag. Did you include this in your chart? Agent Penland said no. So they picking and choosing what they want to have in a chart. But he overlooked me so horny, love you long time. Come on, people. It's just not making sense. But we don't heard all this shit. Oh, hold on. What did it say? It's a it's a pharmacy. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Um I I believe the jury been dismissed was a ploy from the prosecution to increase their chances. And look, let's keep it real. I understand what they're saying. Let's remove a person who might understand the struggle of a black man or understand that not everybody's are victims, that is liars out there that could see through some of this testimony. Let's remove him, put somebody in that's not on that level, that maybe is different. So maybe they could follow the RICO exactly how the prosecution want to lay it out. That's why I think that man's gone. Because they probably seen his facial gestures when they seen Jane up there lying, and he probably just sat back in the chair like, ain't no way I can believe this shit. That's enough to bring up the race. He don't live there. The summons went to the Bronx. He got the summons. Do a person on jury get to tell you every little move they make? He didn't call the court and say, I want to be on the jury. They sent him a summons. He responded. Okay, here we go. Combs Garricos. Here's Jules writes to Combs. I need rest. You guys are rabbits. LOL, right? Penland, yes. Garrigos. Here Pop Pop writes to Ventura. I love you so much. You consume my life. How did this happen? And Ventura says, I wonder that too, right? Yes. Wow. Okay. Hopefully we can finish this up, and I hope there's no redirect. That we can just move on, have a lunch break, and then bring on the mule. It's that special agent on the stand, that Penland guy. The guy is like that does the summary. I guess he does the summary charts or whatnot. It's like a dysfunctional group, but then people want to go in the crack house and select one. You're the corporate when all of them in there inhaling all kind of fumes and gasoline. Shit, I don't know. It's just That's trafficking, young man. That is trafficking. This RICO shit is like a selective thing they trying to use. YSL. Why ain't somebody else being charged with this? There's a lot of freakness going on for not to be no more RICO things out there. Oh, they don't need to, Perry, because that's not who they want to get right now. Right, Perry? Did they put a white man in his place? Yeah. He wasn't black. Yeah. And then they working on another one. Now, do I know for sure what his race is? No, I don't. But somebody said they heard he could be a brother also. Now, wouldn't that seem very strange? It'd be strange to me when people go, oh, yeah, well, he shouldn't have got a text message or they shouldn't be lying. Those ninjas, they got to learn to be accountable and not out there lying as if the other people said everything correct on their forms. They just don't care about that. They had to find some reason to try to get the brother off. That's what I'm thinking. That's just what I'm thinking. Somebody said that the juror is a 57-year-old white man that they replaced him with. Mm-mm-mm. What we got? And then too, like somebody was just talking about like just the instructions when they remove the juror, how that can affect the jury itself. Like, did they say prosecution won't, oh well, we're just dismissing him with no information? But I think they should have known that the prosecution wanted them out. I think it would have been crucial, or whoever wanted them kicked off. It should have been said to the jury. So now everybody else on pins and needles, we really need to vote for this RICO, or we can be dismissed too. We get to act like, oh, we're down with the prosecution. I don't know. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Huh. I'm still waiting to update people. I'm still here. Got my coffee, trying to stay awake. Oh, 8 minutes, 5 minutes. Come on, come on, come on. I'm gonna see what y'all saying over here. But of course, so Kimberly Holmes says they're trying to make RICO for Black powerful men. That's not right, and shame on you if you have Black sons and agree with what they're doing. See, like this whole thing, I'm telling you, they ain't gonna be in your neighborhood tomorrow. They just gonna try. YSL, a Black man with money. Diddy, like you said, it might be some more. Jay-Z, whoever they might go out there, right? They ain't gonna be in your neighborhood yet, but they'll be right next door to that liquor store that they opened up to bring down to your community. So they'll be coming soon. Just give it a couple years. But you sitting there letting this thing grow and set precedent instead of saying, "Huh, no, take the names out. We just want justice, fair justice for all, regardless of your color." But people will say they want fairness, but when it comes down to their own race, oh, it's okay. He should have just known better. He should have just did better. It's no excuse for nobody to be out there breaking law. But I think everybody is due process. And just like what 47 got going, wanting to send people out, whether they are or not, they need due process. You can't just take it upon yourself and this is what I believe and this is what's going to happen, and then deport people. So it's just crazy, and I just feel like we need fairness. And years don't went by, and they always find some way to shake us down, and even off our own votes. People, oh yeah, RICO, that's a good way to go, because it allowed us to get people on things we couldn't get them for years ago. It's a way to circumvent the system, and we still can go back after statute of limitations have gone and still get somebody. You saying that shit until it come and get you or somebody that you like. That's when you're gonna have a problem with it. Kelly Nola says RICO will extend to black women by association because RICO is typically hold on, it's typically for groups of people. They don't need to be misusing these laws. No, that's the whole point. If you got the law, why would you have to misuse it? Just apply it. Apply it for things that fit. Don't be trying to circumvent shit. And that's why I think, but you get a lot of people, oh, Perry, they already proved it. Okay, here we go. We got to update. Kara goes, here's Jules right to Ventura. Great to see you, beautiful. And then I am at your door, right? Agent Pendleton says, correct. Girl goes, here's Miss Ventura writes, I'm horny and bored, right? Agent says yes. No thing of Diddy. No word to be found. No thing of Diddy. But so being forced or coerced, it sounded like she was just on those whatever pharmaceuticals she had and sounded like she was just horny herself. I'll just, you know, and I wonder how the agent applied that to his chart. But of course, nobody applied things that hurt their case. So that's how the cross going so far. It's showing that Cassie was implying these things on her own will and letting her know that she was feeling really steamy and horny. 10 minutes, 2 minutes. Somebody said, I love YouTube. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is okay. They said they might not go to no other media, but they coming to YouTube. Okay, what we got here? So they are giving immunity for Diddy's dealer to go after his client? Question mark. Not his supplier? Question mark. Not the wholesaler? Question mark. This case is a joke. Exactly, David. I think I told Sharrell that this morning. And I was like, hey, okay, give immunity. Got it. Turn over big fish. Got it. You want to go after that client who just purchased your shit? Why ain't they going after the wholesaler? The big fish, the person where he got the drugs from. But people don't care about that. It's probably a lot of RICO shit going on the other side. Why not bring down this big dealer where the plug is getting his stuff from? You go after the client. Or why not go after these companies that's renting out these entertainers? Right? They renting them out, but they'll say it's for dance. So that's the whole thing. That's like a double kind of thing too. They'll say these are dancers and they legally can send them out. If you have a dancer come and perform and you pay them to dance, and then later on, when they finish working, they get sexual, is that trafficking? Is it transporting? Because you transport an entertainer, a dancer, it end up being sexual, but the person was off work. That person got the right to do what they want to do. We got to update. Here it goes. Here, Mr. Combs says to Miss Ventura, I'm not asking you to freak off. What do you want to do? Question mark. And she said, I want to smoke, go for a walk. Let's go out and have some carefree fun. I'll go get volumes, right? Then the agent says yes. So she just wanted to get a little buzz going on, go out for a walk, smoke a little something, get a little volume. Okay, so she got a day off, sounds like. Okay. Hmm. But no, this is so true, David. Like I'm just saying, like people go, oh yes, they always get the big fish. They going backwards to get Diddy. If anything, the plug should be telling him where he getting his shipments from. Make it make sense. You can't. Well, yeah, you can. It's just a witch hunt to get Diddy. It makes sense. Somebody says, Jasmine says, I think he should be in jail for domestic violence, but none of these people press charges on him. Correct. They didn't want him to do time. So what are we supposed to do about that? Statute of limitations gone. Oh, I got it. We'll just do a RICO, civil suits. Come on. Kelly says, I walk. I thought she was being trafficked. Yeah, no, it didn't sound like it. Sounded like they was going for a nice to walk in the park, take a little volume, hear the birds chirp. They make these people believe what they want to believe. That's what I see it, And a lot of people go for it too. Because you get a lot of blacks who throw other blacks under the bus real quick these days. Yeah, Rhonda said she was paid dearly. Yeah, no, I mean, and she was like, they ain't got no problem with that because like that's like a settlement between the two. Those two know what their relationship was like. They knew what they did, and if he wanted to give a 20 million after whatever their relationship not going fine, that's it. That's between those two. But they still trying to use this to sell it. Let's just talk about. I mean, because these witnesses, yeah, some of it could be true. Now, at all, I don't even think nobody was ever dangled across the balcony. And then, and it's the crazy part. Cassie said she's seen it, but then you wasn't even there. So it's a lot of stuff like that. Because sometimes when people try to coach you into what to say, you had a tendency to forget. But if it was something you really went through, you wouldn't need no coaching. You would probably remember. And then when the story started getting crossed up on whether they was in the same Cassie's apartment when Diddy dangled her across or not, then people, well, when you on drugs, sometimes you lose your memory. Well, that's a fact. And sometimes when you on drugs, you just go on the stand and you don't remember a damn thing. You just start making up shit. It go both ways, people. It goes both ways. Let's see. Bossed Up Bianca says, the statute of limitation passed, so they tried to get creative just to lock him up. Correct. That's what I think. And then, too, under this RICO, now with this racketeering or whatever, if they get to a certain level, they can go take his funds. So that's even better. And for people to say they seriously think Diddy made his wealth off dirty money. See, sometimes I got to say, where's the proof? Where is it? You just throwing out allegations. Mad because he got more money than you. That's ridiculous. But if I ask you about Clyde Davis, no, he did it all fairly. Clyde wouldn't do that. Not Clyde Davis. People, stop it, stop it, stop it. Okay. So in about 30 minutes, they'll be taking lunch probably. But I'm hoping they don't really have, just finish this cross up and let them do their redirect. And after lunch, we can get the mule in. And then I know at lunch, we'll hear the legal attorneys out there. Yes, It's a done deal. It's a wrap. All that crap, you know. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's see.
Karen alert.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of shit went down at the Playboy Mansion. I mean, we heard all kind of pharmaceuticals was going on there. Somebody was importing it and exporting it, and a lot of sexual stuff was going on too. A lot of people was imported from different states to participate. We ain't get none of this then. Nope. But people, no, let it ride. Let's get them. We couldn't get YSL, but we can get Diddy. Come on, people. Oh shit, hold on. Lost my stuff. Okay. Try to go back and refresh. Okay. Minutes, 8 minutes. Yeah, people bear with us. They ain't no break or nothing, but they just ain't unless they're looking at exhibits or something. Let me see. Yeah, here for it says Hugh Hefner never got arrested. I don't think I think times well done, whatever. No, it ain't no different. Even today, it is celebrities out there with their assistants walking around. And just like every time I see Justin Bieber, it look like he buzzed up. I wonder where he getting this stuff from. Would that be a little trafficking involved with that too? They're gonna apply it to the people they want to apply it on, and you can just follow that pattern. Let's see. So Keisha says they didn't come out to Cosby until Hugh passed. Weren't they best friends and neighbors? I don't know. I know he used to go to the parties and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe they didn't want to go after him until after that because they would have to go after Hugh. But after that, oh, we can get the ninja over there. Let's go and line him up. Let me see. Somebody says this. Y'all do know it's a segment of the elite black people that are not for you. Yeah. Perry, will Sharrell come back? We miss her input. Oh, yeah, no. She'll be back. You said get rid of Perry. Bring her back. No, no. I mean, she'll come back. Yeah, everybody's tired, and she's been under the weather too. So, mm. But and this is where me and Sharrell disagree. I mean, that they trying to throw in the fix, but I think it got to be some rational person on that jury to know they just out here on the witch hunt and they ain't gonna go for it. So maybe they be hung. But I ain't no fool. I know anytime you go, anything can happen. And they definitely trying to fix it to where it's locked. You know, they definitely trying to do that. Fix it. I guess maybe I'm a fool just to believe that it's gonna be some rational person that just keeps it real and realize, no, he could did a lot of shit, but not all this. And punish him because, oh, he used company money. Well, hell, who company was it? Wasn't it his? Isn't it his money at the end of the day? Nobody got mad at the guys, the security that stole the videotape from the hotel and sold it to Diddy. They ain't get mad at them, but they get mad because he take money out of his own company. Go figure. Why? It's just a witch hunt to get them. But a lot of people, companies do have these big events and stuff with money coming. Okay, we got to update. Here goes to Mr. Combs, right? I like it. When Jules was in the room next door, did you include this? Question mark. Agent. No. My job was not to add things, just to check if what was in was correct. Girl goes, Mr. Combs, right? You horny or sleepy? Question mark. And she, agent, both, LOL. So the agent get tired. Hey, why you throwing these questions at me? No, it's not my job to add things, just to check it out and make sure what's in there is correct. But you miss things like me so horny. Come on, like I don't know, whatever. I mean, they just saying that they was very selective on what they had in the chart, and they left out a lot of stuff. So they just adding, just letting the jury know things were left out, such as saying that she was sweating. So, do we think the defense can call anyone from Diego to the stand? What would that help though? I don't know. I even wondered, like, who would the defense even bring? Unless you're gonna just bring somebody to try to trash somebody's character, like say maybe Jane's ex-boyfriend, a boyfriend or something, or somebody that can prove that she was 304 years ago and the same thing, to drop their sad story and say they was used by her. I don't really know who they would bring. Okay. Yo, hold on 1 second. All right. Okay, here we go. We got another update. Garrett goes, let's shut off the public screens and show these videos. Judge, okay, it's done. Jurors, put on your headphones. Judge, everyone hear something piano music? Good. Garrett goes, play the video. So I guess they showing the jury some video. And I'm sure if the defense is putting it out there, it must be something to show that she wasn't forced to do nothing or something. Hmm. Momo said, "Don't do Perry like that. He's speaking facts." Well, what they do to me? What they do to Perry? Oh, somebody said call Stevie J. I wonder how that would work. He sort of know all these people, and he probably can tell you something on their background. And he probably the crazy part, he probably said he slept with half of them. Mm-mm-mm. Mostly laughing my ass off. I had my daughter ask, "What is a 304?" I I just learned it last week, but it's a nicer way to say it because that way I can not use that old word I like to use. But I guess it's just more respectful just to say 304. I should do a poll. Do people get offended when somebody say 304 or actually use the word? Or is it just as offensive? Wow, at Perry. Okay. At Peanut Nut. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, people love attention. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, we got 15 minutes typically for lunch, but let's. Oh, that's right. They watching that damn video, so I'm not sure how long that is. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so some people saying, "Hey, you people do realize that proving these women are actually 304s would harm Diddy more." From the standpoint you're saying that because it shows that he paid them. I mean, I don't think it's gonna harm him too much more. They was consensual adults that was selling the service and he brought the service. So I mean, for me, they ain't worth no 10 to 15 years. And most time, you get a citation, you might just pay the fee at the state level or whatnot. No, but it shows on their intent when they start making up these stories. Because if you prove that they'll do anything for money, then you also can assume they would go up there and lie for money too. You know, for me, this is not about Diddy or the elite. I am paying attention because the verdict of this case will trickle down and affect the community. Someone I know, love, and trust. I'm protecting my village. No, that's what I'm saying. But people get it twisted. Oh, Perry, you just want to save him. That man got the money to save himself. He got a family to save him. Diddy don't give a shit about me or you neither. I'm just talking about the justice part of it all. You know, for me. Because the right side, I would come out here and probably get more views if I hated Diddy and wanted and to go out in this campaign to try to, oh, he got to go smoking GUN, get better numbers. I'm just telling you how I seriously feel. And it's not about Diddy. It's not really about Cassie or look, I talk about them because they testified and they wanted me to believe a certain thing and as if they was innocent. I say it's a dysfunctional group. I don't care about neither one of them. Diddy or the women who put themselves there and gain something from it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just talking about the law part of it, because it would be in your neighborhood soon. Then I can't believe they do us like that, because you allowed it and let them set precedents. Speak up and say, no, if you want to get Diddy, get him off real charges, the shit he did. You ain't, if you had to fabricate charges, then maybe you shouldn't be prosecuting him at all. And think about it. You doing more than what the victims did. They did nothing. Let the time expire. Then that's when they realized they was victimized, when they start filing civil suits. Mm-mm. So Lady J says, listening to Cassie and the other lady's testimony, they were lies. And see, people just think it's just men. Perry don't understand women. I got 5 sisters, a wife, a granddaughter, a daughter-in-law that I love dearly. It ain't about that. It's about the justice system itself and how unfair it's applied. If they had the rule and applied it, and they was over there on Justin Bieber or whoever else out there using pharmaceuticals, having X on the run over state lines, but they ain't doing that, people. They act like Diddy the only one got a plane. Come on, people, stop it. No, 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 no. Joan Anderson says, you're absolutely correct, Barry. Well, thank you. And Wayno says, I'm all reality. It's moving up the ladder. The government been taking the advantage of black men in the streets for years. And that's just a fact. But you get people who act like, no, they deserved it because they was out at the curfew. He just lied because he did not mention that he could sometimes go to his girlfriend's house in New Jersey. He said he lived in the Bronx. Well, the damn summons came to the Bronx. He got it. Can you prove he wasn't at the Bronx at all? A person can have a house and never go to it. Does it change the fact if it was their house or not? Do he have to go straight home from court? Do it? I don't know. Stop making excuses. They kicked that man off because he was black. That's it. Let's not make up a damn thing unless you can just tell the truth. All right, now come on with this damn video now. Almost lunch. Well, probably about 9 minutes. Cassandra, yes, he was set up. I hope Diddy lawyer gets him off. I'm just saying that I wish they would just charge him with the right thing. I think everybody's flow would be different. But some people want him to hang for, for anything. Some people saying, no, maybe these are the wrong charges. You're on a witch hunt. Because those other charges in the state would not have nobody get an ability to take your money. They ain't trying to take they got Brendan coming on. They ain't even going after the people who apparently his plug, where Brendan get his stuff from, they ain't even going after them. And we all know the deal, because he's black and wealthy. And they got to get their hands on that. And we ain't even get to be having this conversation. Just have him on there. Other blacks have saying Diddy's guilty. Why you got to remove him? He could say the same thing. If you prove your case, it's not like a black person can't be fair if you prove your point. But if you just waiting on that wink, wink, handshake kind of deal where you ain't got to prove your point, and then somebody passed the verdict that you want them to pass. Hold on, let's see. Maybe I could have something. Oh no, not yet. Okay. Dorian said Brendan will get immunity for some illegal stuff. Yeah, I think they already pretty much gave it to him. I think when they came up in the court today, just to get him ready for his testimony. Hmm. And Sonia says this. Perry, Sean's biggest mistake is that he went after the liquor company. He stepped on big toes. They generated billions of dollars a year. Yeah, I mean, that could be one of them too. Like, I believe definitely they got something to do with it. Yeah, so you get to watch how you move, and who you piss off. But if they get this RICO thing just going like that, then we all got to watch how we move. Because it damn near can apply for anything. Seasons of the Witch, 100% right. Black doesn't equal right. We're not blind by color. Okay. Is Juror 7 black? They are removing them as well. Now, I don't know, but somebody says according to Armand's thing, it could have been insinuated that he could be, but we don't know. I don't know for a fact, and I don't want to be up here lying to you. I'd rather just give you my opinion. It's either that way. Okay, so the guy just gave an update. Juror still watching the video with headphones. Girl goes, for the record, Miss Foster has put it on until minute 14. So they still watching this video. I'm not sure if it's a freak off or whatever it is, but they still watching it. I wonder what freak off Nick Cannon has had all those kids. I don't know. He don't have some kind of freak out. He had those babies, but I think he just, well, I guess Diddy freakouts ain't really came across the way how people made them. Like tons of people, like 20, 30 at a time. It just seemed like people pretty much keep it to 3, unless it's King Night, then it might be 4 people, including himself, or 5. Him, his lady, and 3 or 1. But yeah, it seemed fairly small at this point. Let me see. And V Davis, you're right. I see you over there. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Old Tim. Judge Wood said exactly, Perry. Remember, people, RICO, you don't have to have actual proof, just enough to connect the dots. And that's how they're going to get a lot of people. But just hell bent on wanting to be liked. I'm going to show them that I like everybody equally. by going after somebody, going to get and allowing a rule that can hurt my people. Come on, stop showboating. A lot of these people just trying to make another side. If I had to do something that's going to hurt the black community just to have other whites to look at me and say, hey, Perry is more reasonable. If I had to do that, then I don't give a damn if you think I'm reasonable or not. But you get these Toms out there and Janes that will bend over backwards. You see, I really came at him. I'm not this. I'm different. Okay, whatever. It's just a whole bunch of sellouts. Sellouts. Okay, Kimberly. So black people looking for another Diddy for their masters. White racists. Mm. Yeah, no, I just think that's right. And this didn't even have to be no black and white thing. Anybody can break the crime. I mean, break the law in due time. It's just go there, prove your point. When you start wanting to dismiss people, and we know why, then that's what's bringing up the fact. Just prove your case. That's all they had to do. It's not like somebody saying blacks can't commit a crime. Shit. Anybody can commit a crime. It just do it the right way. And this didn't have to be no black issue, but I feel like the prosecution is struggling. They trying to up their chances. If you got 3 blacks on the jury and you trying to take a black mogul down that black people probably know, more in tune of what the black witnesses are saying and can sort of figure out whether you should believe them or not, let's increase our chances by getting rid of one. And now, if it's definitely true, if they're trying to get rid of 2, oh my. And I guess they still showing an exhibit where they showing some video, so they still watching it. They haven't gave us no update yet. But by the time they do, hell, it should be damn near lunch. Well, yeah, it should be about lunch now. So, well, we can see. I'm sure they're going to, when they finish this, probably break for lunch. Take some more questions. Are they showing the real video? I don't know. I mean, I think they actually show footage from these clips. Yeah. I mean, from these freak offs or whatnot. Now, the public can't see it. They have their video stuff on, and then the jurors have their little earplugs and stuff in. But now, is that what they're showing right now? Is it the freak off or them? Well, I imagine that's what they're showing. Wayne Justice says, after these freak off videos, they'll go to lunch for sure. Okay, Ray Johnson says the judge is on the prosecutor's side because if he wasn't, he'll been put a stop to the BS. Yeah, I mean, because really, I don't know. And you get people, technically, I've been doing this for years, and if you lie on that query, then that's grounds to be terminated. Well, I mean, you voted these people in, you did questionnaires, and really, at the end of this day, whether the guy went home or not, you sent the summons to his house. He responded. Now, just because you were on the jury, you get to let people know everything you do in your life. Hell, the people on the stands ain't letting you know everything they doing in their life. That is so ridiculous. And the rest of those jurors ain't telling them everything neither. Just a simple answer to questions. Oh, well, he said he lived here. Then he said he lived there. Where the hell did you send the summons? Where? Oh, that'd be Brooklyn. Well, obviously, somebody gave it to him. It was received in Brooklyn and they gave it to him. And it's not like he flying in from a different state. 6 minutes across the line, if that, with New Jersey or whatnot. And even if he was staying in New Jersey, he probably staying closer than what the other jurors are. Oh, just, yeah, whatever. You know, people think they could just say shit and then you supposed to sit there and be a dumbass and believe it. Tina Curl says, they'll do anything to win because this is costing New York a lot of money. Now, right. Who spent the money on the raids? Was that New York too? Or the mansions? Or do that come from a federal pot or whatnot? It was a lot of money wasted on this shit. Raided 3 mansions. But all your testimony is coming from the crack house. Or that hotel night. Ain't much evidence came from the mansions after you spent all this damn money. They desperately need to win, or somebody need to probably lose their job. They just cost New York a lot of money. But if we could get him and we can get his money. I think I heard too somewhere somebody said, well, like say they get him for RICO and they start to take his assets and stuff, that it's a thing called like victim fund or something like that where some of the victims will get money. I don't know. B. Davis. She says, Perry, you forgot by land, air, and sea. Yes. They just pulled up like you was on a James Bond movie. You know what I'm saying? Coming out, parachuting in, jumping on the roof, snipers, all this kind of shit. Then you walk out with some 7-inch heels and a bottle of baby oil and a weapon that was not assembled. And then weapons you found in a weapon safe. Hello? Oh, no, let me get 900 bottles of baby oil in the garage. Please. And y'all want me to be serious to think they got some shit. They just wasting a lot of damn money. They're on a witch hunt. On a damn witch hunt. And that's the crazy part. People, oh, well, but he did something. Yes, charge him. Look at all that's money. Now, they don't spend all this money raiding 3 mansions and shit simultaneously across the country. When it's real traffickers out there, are they looking for them?
Oh, hell no.
But they gonna spend the money. They could be using this money to a better cause. Right? A fight to really fight crime. But no, they just waste it. Just to fill their ego. To take down a black man. You got to ask yourself, is black people the only one have sex and take pharmaceuticals and travel? No. That's what they want you to think. Well, damn, come on now. How long is this damn tape? Is it a 2-hour free call? But this shit might be a wrap next week, people. It might be a wrap. He could be at home for the 4th, or he could be behind bars on the 4th, but the 4th is coming. You know? Yeah, Jones says wasting money and time. That's pretty much the deal. Diddy is going to have more gray hair than what he has now. Yeah, no, I mean, for real, this is a big thing. And if you sitting there You got to want your life is on the balance. You know what I'm saying? Who in the hell want to be in prison for 15 or 20 years? Nobody that I know of. But it's a trip. You know, I can see how people, you know, I mean, that should get anybody gray hair, to be honest with you. And now nobody knows what the outcome gonna be. Not from Perry to these so-called experts. Some of the experts just crack me up. Like we'll see some at lunch when we go to Law and Crime with their bullshit. Well, I definitely see it, Bob. Back at you, Wendy. Oh, yes, I definitely see a Rico here. And I'm looking at him to probably get 20, 35 years off this made up ass Rico. These inflated charges. Come on. It's just not right. But people will sit back and watch it happen and then try to find some way to justify it. I could tell somebody tomorrow, yeah, I'm tired of getting pulled over for no reason. Well, what did you do, Perry? Perry, what did you do? I said, I ain't do nothing. Same cop pulled me over. I just pulled over and he said, well, you look like somebody we were looking for. Well, Perry, that's what they have to do. They're out there looking for people. Maybe you match the description of the suspect, or maybe they could just be racially profiling my ass too. It's always a different side to it. It's always a different side, but you get these justifiers. Oh no. Jurors get all kicked off all the time. You shouldn't lie, Perry. You shouldn't lie. Come on, kiss my ass. We know why this guy's off, and you justifying it because you don't want to speak the truth. Some people are scared to speak the truth. Let's put it that way. Some people are just scared to speak from their heart what they definitely feel. Because it's not politically correct. Oh, Perry, I could never say that. Then people would think I'm using a race card. Well, hell, isn't it appropriate? Hello? My goodness. Damn, my blood pressure's starting to rise. Oh, hold on, we got something. Here it goes. Your Honor, should we take our break? Judge, how much longer do you have? Girl goes, an hour. I took longer than, okay, judge says, now then. So I guess he got another hour on the cross. And now they're going to take the break, but they ain't, you know. So I guess we'll pop in to see Law and Crime to see these so-called experts. These some haters for real though. Sometimes they can make a little sense. Sometimes they just get out there. Little kiss ass panel. I'm sorry, I'm in a bad mood today. Started off and it was a good mood. I don't know what happened. Shit don't shift it. There are hundreds of innocent black men falsely accused in prison. Amen. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So I think, okay, 1 minute ago, break. Well, break. So I guess they taking a break for lunch. I mean, typically they'll say, break for lunch or whatnot. They ain't said it yet, but the guy reporting break. Okay, who we got? Truth to consequence. Perry, no disrespect, but you can sit here and be upset and all indignant all you want. Oh, but the problem is he left a paper trail of his crimes. Do you not understand that? Yes, I understand that he could be charged with prostitution. I understand that he used company funds to pay certain things. I understand that. I also understand is other people who do it, probably more daily than that, that these charges will never be brung up on. So, Truth, I'm just telling you this. Do you seriously think these are proper charges for him? Or are you just wishing upon a star too? I mean, let's get to the real part of it. Is that what you want? Him to be got so bad for the things we believed he did that they never proved, for him to get charged with this? Is that what you really want us to think, Truth? Because we could toy around with this all day. Or we can get to the point that, hey, you know what? I feel like the man is being overcharged. It's happening to a black man. Let's get down to, what are your thoughts about it? Like, what the paper trail? With, if his name wasn't Diddy, Truth, and he was a white Caucasian man, would you be here saying the paper trail, talking about his paper trail? No, because he probably would never be brought up on these damn charges, is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. The government got people confused. Yeah. So no, that's a trip though. But let me see if I can pull up this. Try to get ready for the CNN halftime thing. Priscilla says it's rare, but Jeff Epstein was found, was convicted. Yeah, I mean, did they get him under RICO too, or just some other thing? Did they take his property and all that? I don't know. I'm gonna ask. I'm asking you. Get off the race thing. Well, you know, how do you supposed to ever get past something if you never could talk about it? I'm just giving you my opinion. You don't have to agree. You could just think the person was kicked off because he lied. And I'm not going to argue with you because I mean, and I respect your opinion, but please try to respect mine also. Oh, somebody said his estate was frozen. Is it unfrozen now? No, I was just wondering what happened to his property. Whatever happened to it? It was frozen, but what happened to it now? I just want to know. I'm a little nosy. Mm, okay. Well, anyway, I said my piece about why I think the jury got off, but like I said, could be wrong. That's just my feeling, how I feel about it. So you feel how you want to feel about it. You think how you want to feel about the RICO case. I pretty much state my opinion. You know, we waiting on the mule. I think after break he should be on. So That's the deal. And people, like I said, not trying to be harsh. If I don't agree with you, I just don't agree with you. The same way you may not agree with me. But we adults, and we got this platform where you can just feel how you want to feel. You can set yourself free from the bullshit. So, you could just have your opinion. I'm gonna have mine, but we're gonna make sure we respectful with it. Let's not cross the line. All right. Let me see. Mm, Okay. What else we got? Hmm, Okay. 6 minutes. Yeah, Lorraine, it's about the law, right? But it's the law that if you let's say presidents and just make it a standard, because it's one of those laws where you ain't really got to prove anything, just circumstantial evidence and just inch your way through it, right? But a lot of people like you just want it to stand for your own personal reasons. I think you would think differently if it was being souped up to get one of your family members, like for some things they could have did in the past. I believe you would, but maybe you wouldn't. But either way, I just got to let it go with you guys that believe how you want to believe. Because I ain't trying to convince you. I'm just telling you my part. Hmm. Let's see if Law and Crime gonna be coming on. They typically do, I think, at lunch. Wayno says, men now is the time we stop spending our money on women because could bite up in the ass. Oh, bite us in the ass. Why treat them good when they're not? I said what I said. Well, I think you still treat women good and you do all the stuff for them, but just be careful out there. Some of them ain't there for your best interest. Some guys ain't out there to you women for y'all best interest neither. So it's not a one way. Just some people not out there, you know, for the best interest, for our best interest. Feds have not rest. No, I think they said they should probably wrap up by tomorrow, and then I think we off on Thursday. Then the defense come on Friday. Hold on, people. Give me a second. All right. I'm gonna try to pull the thing so when I grab something to eat, we'll have something to watch that Law and Crime. Critical thinking is needed, and a lot of people lack it. Freedom 557. I think a lot of people can want to understand. I think a lot of people look at this thing, and if you tilt one way, being biased, or here, there, or have a separate kind of motive, like if you want Diddy to really pay for something that you really convinced that he did years ago and all this, then I could see you probably going that way. I sort of look at it just from the law standpoint. I don't mind any, it'd be a clean cut case. Just put the charges on him that he did. DV would have been a great. Proved it, moved on. But then people say they can, they proved everything else, Perry. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Perry, maybe go on Law and Crime for what happened so far today. Let me see. Yeah, does it see if he can catch up? Yeah, thanks, Lorraine. I could be wrong, or it can go 50-50, or you could be. So we'll see though. Okay. I can't hear nothing yet, so let me see. All right. So we just waiting for it to start. They should be kicking off in a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Ray Johnson says this. Some people has been abused and haven't gotten past it, and they'll hold on to things and not use common sense. No, I mean, look, I think some people some people can go through things and realize back when they went through their things, nobody would believe them. So I can understand. I can see how a person would want to do somebody else the way they had wanted to be treated. And then I think a lot of people seriously think with this Diddy case is that um so many people think he did all these things, alleged things. And I think he don't did a lot of bad things too. And a lot of people came up, you know, unalive with pneumonia and stuff, but can't nobody prove anything about that, right? So I think people got the things built up, but now when it comes to this case, they don't care what it is to him to take him down. But if it wasn't his name and it was just some other person that's out there, we might say, "Damn, no, mm-mm." They trying to fabricate these charges to get them. But I think people got their own motives for whatever they want, and that's why I get truth to say, no, just follow the paper trail. I don't think you would be telling me to follow the paper trail if that was somebody in your family. I don't think you would be, even if you thought they was guilty from doing things previous. Well, Lorraine, let me ask you this: if you think this is such a proper charge, do you think this just is a black charge? Because why haven't only black people been charged with this shit recently? And please. Okay, I'm just gonna move on from that. Because obviously, like I said, some people gonna have their motives and they just gonna say what they want to say. To secure RICO convictions, prosecutor must prove four things, and I think they have done it. Was it four things or just two things off the list, and then some predicate acts or whatnot? Yeah, I don't know. Do not know. Well, my time frame recently is like the last 2 or 3 years. Yeah, I think the defense gonna come on. I think they might. I mean, the prosecution might rest tomorrow, and or if not, probably when they start court on Friday, then turn it over to the defense. Mm-mm-mm. Mitchie, okay, Perry, I might not agree with you on this case, but you're awesome. No, thank you. No, that's the whole thing. People really don't know. I mean, people got their own opinions. I don't know how the shit gonna work, but I'm just going from the rules. I don't like how they trying to set it up, and I don't think they really with the things they possibly could have got him on needed to have to set him up. Sometimes it's how you go out. Bossed up Bianca said, "I was framed by Karen with the government and sued and won." Damn. Okay, I think we may have something, people. All right, well, I'm gonna step out, grab this some heat. I'll be back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So as promised, we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter, who has been in that courtroom every day for testimony, including today. Elizabeth, great to see you. We have so many questions coming in for you. Let's get it started because I know my time with you is limited. We'll start it off with Danny. A question for Elizabeth. What issue was the judge upset about this morning regarding a possible leak? And, I don't know if we know the full context of it, but whatever information you could provide would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that I think caught a lot of us by surprise this morning because the judge, when he came onto the bench, he seemed very kind of annoyed, very much kind of ticked off in a way just about what had happened. And so this is what we know so far is that the judge was upset about this article that came out yesterday. And the judge accused somebody either on the prosecution side or even the defense side of lying about this because it pretty much this article, and we're not 100% sure where this article came from, but what we believe it might be is having to do with just something that happened during the sealed proceedings that happened on Friday. And so the judge said that someone kind of spilled the beans about what kind of went on when everyone was kind of kicked out of the courtroom for about a 20-minute period. They locked the courtroom doors and everything to kind of have this sealed proceeding as opposed to doing it in the robing room. And so the defense says they recently became aware of this article and they were adamant that they were not the source of the leak. And then the same with the prosecution. But really, it seemed like the judge was kind of taking issue up specifically with Maureen Comey and Mark Agnifilo because they're the leaders of both sides, right? Maureen Comey representing the prosecution and then Mark Agnifilo being kind of the leader of the defense team or lead counsel just on both sides. And so he said, on the extreme side of things that someone violated the court's sealing order, but also if they're kind of on notice as far as just finding out who is responsible for this. And they said they being the judge said the most extreme kind of action that he could possibly take is criminal contempt charges. So he's taking this very serious, and he seems very he did seem very kind of annoyed about just this whole leak that had happened. Again, we don't know 100% sure what the article was and verify that this article was the in fact article, but we believe it might have been one that came out just recently from a media outlet talking about what went down during the court proceedings that were sealed or were supposed to be sealed on Friday.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions about that. I mean, you pretty much answered it. We had a question from RSS. Can you ask Elizabeth to detail what happened when the judge reprimanded the defense over the sealed document? Question from Never Be. Do we know what happened this morning with information being leaked and the judge speaking about taking cell phone devices from the attorneys? I want to go to a question we have here, Elizabeth, from Olivia E. Did you get to see the jury's reaction to watching these explicit videos? And to be clear, what the jury's watching right now, are they freak-off tapes between Cassie and Sean Combs and others from 2012 to 2014? That's what CNN's reporting. But correct me if I'm wrong if that's what you think they might be watching. And what's the reaction to watching these tapes?
Yeah, so they have been watching the sexually explicit tapes, the freak off tapes that had happened whenever Diddy was in a relationship with Cassie Ventura. And they were kind of bringing it out in correlation to the text message exhibits that we saw. And we were kind of like, where is this kind of going? And I think it might be to kind of show possibly in just another way that Cassie might have been in control during these particular tapes. And it was played kind of a lot today. And so what happens inside the courtroom is that all the jurors wear headphones. So we're not able to see this or hear this on the open speakers. The exhibit where the gallery is kind of shown these exhibits, the exhibit screen, I should say. Sorry, everyone, if I'm talking too fast. I had too much Celsius during one of the breaks because it was one of those days. But as far as just the jury's reaction to everything, they have been very professional as far as just kind of watching these really kind of graphic and sexually explicit videotapes. But I will say there was this one juror on the end, and I think he was the same juror that was moved from an alternate to now being kind of one of the main jurors, I should say. I will say it seemed like he couldn't take his headphones off fast enough in terms of just, they were playing these videos kind of at 2-minute increments or 3-minute increments, which is a long time to kind of watch these sexually explicit videos, especially in open court. But I did see him kind of take his headphones off pretty quickly, thinking that it was over. Then Tenny Garagos was like, okay, on to the next one. And it just seemed like it was played for a long duration of time. To me, it felt like forever. To them, it might have been just like 20 or 30 minutes. But for the most part, they kind of had no reaction beyond just kind of, I think, wanting it to be over. And then they went to lunch breaks. So it's a great way to introduce them to lunch, right, Jesse?
Right. I was just thinking that's, not the most appealing thing before you go off to lunch. But look, this is a tough case. Tough case to sit on and a tough case to hear all this evidence. Okay, got a question from Shady Goat. Is Diddy looking concerned in court, or is he his usual arrogant, smug self at the moment?
I wouldn't say arrogant and smug. I will say that from what I've seen of him, it seems like he is kind of wanting to know what the jury's reaction is to seeing these, what we believe to be the freak off tapes, the sexually explicit tapes. I did see him kind of looking over to the jury box, maybe to see what their reaction is to seeing these play, especially for the duration and the amount of time that they were played today. But from what I could see of him, it seemed like, especially as they were kind of wrapping up the direct testimony of Delissa Penland and then going into the cross-examination, he was kind of doing what he normally does, kind of taking everything in. Once they were starting to gear up for the cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, I did see him do kind of the usual thing, passing off notes to his attorneys, that type of sort. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily sitting at the defense table all arrogant and smug, not at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about Diddy's demeanor. Alexander Mateo, what is Diddy's demeanor like today, knowing that such graphic videos are being viewed by the jury? Madhavi Dasi, sending warmth from India, asks, what was Diddy's reaction to the judge's question to the defense about information being leaked? So when all that was going on that you mentioned, how was Diddy reacting?
Yeah, so sorry, everyone. There's about to be an ambulance passing. So, Jesse, if you could filibuster for me for like 10 seconds.
I'm going to filibuster with great comments to you. We got a great comment from El Spelunker who says, Elizabeth fan club in the chat. We got another one who says, this is from Sam. Elizabeth, you have such a calming nature and voice. You need to bring out your own podcast. You are a natural. So look at this. Love for Elizabeth Milner. And not only did I have to filibuster, I was able to give you great compliments at the same time. So yes, what was his demeanor like when the defense was talking about information being leaked, that whole issue at the beginning? What was Diddy doing?
I couldn't get a good gauge on just his reaction to everything. Like, I couldn't tell if he was confused, if he possibly knew about this. And so I couldn't really tell either way just what his reaction truly was. It seemed like everyone was a little on edge this morning when the judge was kind of, and I hate to use the word admonish because a lot of people have been using that word to describe the kind of talk to that the judge was giving both sides this morning. And so I don't want to say necessarily if he was leaning either way, that being Diddy, in terms of what his reaction was. And so I would say, little to no reaction, only because I don't want to, guess and then be wrong.
Sure. Sure. That's fair. That's responsible reporting from Elizabeth Milner. We got a question from Olivia E again. Any more commotion sounding another juror potentially being removed? Did you hear about anything about that?
Not about a juror being removed. The only other issue had to do something, and this is what we did learn in open court, that it had to do with juror number 7. So it's unclear if that was possibly in in correlation with the article that came out, or if it's possibly another issue. But what we do know is that whatever the issue is, the judge said that he'll handle it at the end of the day. So far, no other juror has been dismissed beyond juror number 6, something we already know about, something that had happened just yesterday. But as far as another juror being dismissed, so far, that hasn't happened yet.
Interesting poll we have up here, and you're the best person to ask this question. The poll we put up is: do you think there's been a shift of energy in the jury box with the alternate juror? 51% say hard to say, 31% say yes, 16% say no. Unless the people commenting and on this poll are actually in the courtroom, I don't know how you would know a shift in energy. But has there been a shift in energy? You're in the courtroom, you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen or felt kind of a shift in energy between, once the juror was dismissed. I will say it looked a lot different, especially yesterday, knowing that there is one less juror in the jury box. But I will say, this was something that the defense was kind of worried about. They were kind of concerned about what the energy was like, especially for the entire jury altogether moving forward. And so they asked the judge, they kind of asked the jury staff members what was told about this specific juror being dismissed. And so what the judge relayed to the defense and even the prosecution today was that the jury was told that a juror was just excused from the case. And so, it's interesting whether or not that they could kind of feel like, okay, man, we just lost one of our own, that type of thing. And so I haven't seen necessarily an energy shift or change or anything like that. And from what I can see, the jury is still doing their job. They're still showing up on time. They're still jotting their notes down. They're still paying attention to all the testimony, knowing that we're like weeks into this trial and the defense case is slowly on the horizon. I will say I haven't seen like a demeanor change in terms of just them showing up and being ready to kind of serve on this jury every day coming into court. And everything just happened yesterday, but for the most part, no big change.
This is another follow-up question. It's very similar. This is from Coco Lux. Have you noticed the demeanor change across the board between Diddy, the attorneys? You mentioned the jury from day one to now. Are people more tense, lethargic, something else?
I think people might just kind of be wondering what's happening next. Obviously with this type of testimony, that being the summary witness, the summary charts, the summary exhibits, it's not the most juiciest testimony, especially because it's a lot of text messages. We've seen videos that we've seen, in terms of even just the sexually explicit videos that were shown today in court. The jury has seen, I guess, screenshots or images of this. I think probably seeing, longer durations of these particular videos might be having them feeling possibly a type of way. But as far as what I can tell in terms of just the energy across the board, surprisingly, as far as I can tell, because they're lawyers, right? Everyone kind of keeps a poker face. I haven't seen much of a shift. And maybe, as the prosecution is slowly kind of ending their case, maybe they're just ready, to see kind of what the next few witnesses have to say in terms of testifying. But what we do know is with the defense case slowly on the horizon, their case in chief, or the defense's case, I should say, is only going to last about 2 to 5 days. So we're slowly seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. I think once closing arguments start to happen, and then once the jury is kind of given those jury instructions, and then they kind of take the charges to deliberate, then I feel like we might kind of see the mask kind of lift up just a little bit in terms of just how both sides are feeling in terms of maybe worriedness, anxiousness, maybe just all the different feelings across the board.
By the way, you saw Brendan Paul today, didn't you? He was in the courtroom at the beginning. Talk to us about what that was like. Mm-hmm. And also, for anybody who doesn't know, why is he an important witness? What do you expect him to testify to?
Yeah, well, I personally think he's a pretty important witness. He was one, Diddy's assistant, but also, and I'm sure maybe this will be something that is brought, and talked about either by the prosecution or the defense, or it might not be talked about altogether. But what we do know about Brendan Paul is he was named in one of the lawsuits against Sean Combs, kind of naming him as a drug mule. But then we learned during the course of this trial that he was actually one of Diddy's assistants. And so I think because he kind of had to invoke his Fifth Amendment right not to kind of, self-incriminate himself, I think it might possibly have to do with just drugs and maybe drugs that were taken and maybe large amounts of drugs that were given to Diddy and maybe that were bought and paid for possibly by Brendan Paul. So I'm kind of curious of what he has to say. But I will say this, Jesse, when I saw him today in court, it was kind of weird seeing, we've seen his photo, right? But it was weird seeing like him in full person. He's very tall. He came in with the suit this morning before the jury was brought in to kind of get his immunity order, which was signed off by the judge. But he is very tall. He comes in with the suit. He seems kind of like, this is out of his element in terms of testifying. But what we do know is he was subpoenaed to testify. And so even in terms of just him like answering Mary Slavic or Christy Slavic's questions this morning about his immunity deal, he was looking kind of in the wrong direction. He wasn't looking at the person who was actually asking the questions. And so it'll be interesting to see what he's like when he does eventually go up to testify. It's unclear, though, given the amount or how long the cross-examination has taken, what time that'll be, if it'll trickle into tomorrow. So we'll kind of wait and see what he all has to say when he eventually testifies.
Fabiola Delgado LeBron is worried about you. Elizabeth, did you have breakfast with that Celsius? Because I don't want you crashing later. So everybody's worried if you're getting enough sleep, if you're eating the right things.
Yes. I know someone wrote in the comments yesterday that I looked exhausted, and I was just like, I texted my mom. I was like, do I look tired? Do I look exhausted? But I promise I'm getting at least 5 hours of sleep. I'm eating in the morning. I'm eating before I go back to court.
That's a backwards comment, right? You look tired.
Yeah.
You look drained.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We got a question from Defying the Norm. Is Diddy's family still attending every day?
Yes. Diddy's family is still attending every day. It's kind of a different lineup in terms of who all is showing up. So, for example, today we saw Justin Combs inside the courtroom. Janice Combs has been coming to court pretty much every single day. I will say we haven't seen his daughter since probably the first week of trial. And so it's been a while since we've seen them. I'm sure they'll come back probably during the closing argument or sometime possibly once the defense case starts. But we haven't seen his sister, Keisha, this week. We haven't seen Christian Combs. I don't think we've seen Christian Combs this week, and I don't think we've seen Quincy this week, but it's only Tuesday. So who knows? Maybe they'll show up tomorrow. Maybe they'll show up Friday because we are off on Thursday. So we can all celebrate the holiday too.
Let me ask you this. When you're listening to this testimony and you're seeing these summary witnesses, are you seeing new messages you haven't seen before? Are you seeing things that were already mentioned by Cassie or Jane or other witnesses, Mia? Or are there messages that are completely new? Are there travel records that are completely new? Are there receipts that are completely new?
I think for the most part, in terms of just what we're seeing new, it's maybe possibly the American Express credit card statements, which we're seeing, a lot of money that is spent either to book travel, to book these hotel rooms. And again, it's a lot of money. And of course, Diddy's credit card bill is not just, a $500, $1,000. It's like, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So maybe that's probably the newest information we're seeing. But in terms of just these text messages that we're seeing, maybe possibly the ones that were around March of 2016 when Christina Coram and Eli Maroon, one of the assistants, were texting about how to get Eddie Garcia's phone number and just some of that. I feel like that was kind of the newer stuff that we were seeing. But in terms of even the messages between Cassie and Diddy, Diddy to Cassie, Diddy to Christina Coram and vice versa, I feel like, and they feel like that because, we've seen so many messages, but it does feel like these are things we've seen before. And I think they're just kind of making it seem new because they're attaching it to a timeline, kind of putting, a date with a corresponding exhibit number all attached to everything that maybe it's supposed to feel new, but it does feel like the same messages that we've seen weeks before or even just recently that are just being shown to the jury over and over again.
Elizabeth, got a question from Naturally Now. Any difference between how the men and the women jurors react to these videos? And that, by the way, thanks for amazing reporting. So there you go. Another fan from Naturally Now.
Well, thank you so much. But as far as just the difference between the male and the female jurors, I'm not seeing much. And here's the issue of that. Where I'm sitting inside the courtroom is kind of like a little of an obstructed view, mainly because of the giant exhibit screen. And I normally sit by the giant exhibit screen because I have bad eyesight. And so I really need to be able to see what we're seeing in terms of these exhibits. And so from what I've seen of just the female jurors, they kind of turn in an angle where I can't see their face. Really, I'm just kind of seeing their back. So unfortunately, I'm not able to get what their reaction is in terms of just seeing, especially these, freak off tapes and those types of things. But for the most part, I think it's kind of across board in terms of just how professional they all have been. I don't think anybody's been giggling or kind of, shielding their eyes or any of that sort, or taking off their headphones too early, but also taking off the headphones when I think they're kind of tired of hearing enough of what they're hearing and having to listen to.
All right, Elizabeth. Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna send you back. I know that you have a lot more reporting to do for the day. By the way, Elizabeth's gonna be on with me later when we do a full daily recap on Sidebar, everything that happened during today's testimony, because this is just the middle of the day. I mean, Elizabeth, real quick, do you think they're gonna go to 5 today? I mean, yesterday they ended kind of early. Do you know if they're gonna go till 5? Because I think if they need a little bit more time with this summary witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tinny Garrigo says she still has a little bit less than an hour left of her cross-examination. Then given that there might be some redirect, I don't even know if Brendan Paul will actually get on the stand today, but I might be kind of jumping the gun a little bit too early there. I don't want to make any type of promises, but the judge didn't give any type of signal as in terms of if we're going to end at 3 today or possibly at 5. Maybe there's like a little happy medium and we can at least end by like 4 o'clock today, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in Alexis Rosenberg, and let me bring back in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, oh, by the way, do we have with us Nima Rahmani too? If we do, let me bring him on as well. Oh, yeah, look at that. We got Nima. Hey, Nima. Okay, Mina, I'll start with you because, Mina, I know that our time is coming to an end shortly. I know you have to sign off. What are you taking away from where the case is right now? How strong do you think the prosecution's case is? Do you feel that there is a clear-cut case of racketeering and sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution? It's kind of an unfair question because the defense also hasn't presented their case yet. They have done vigorous cross-examination. But Mina, real quick.
I think it's very clear the first sex trafficking charge, which when it comes to Cassie, in my mind, that's pretty solidified. Also, the transportation of prostitutes, pretty solidified there. I wonder about the RICO. To me, it looks like it's forming, but as I said before, I think there's a piece there that is missing, and I believe that glue is Christina Quorum, KK. And I think if she can get on the stand, I think that she can corroborate a lot of the things that the other witnesses said, and then maybe even add her own testimony. And she'll really be able to prove that there's an intermediate in this alleged criminal enterprise, and that will help with the structure, right? Without KK's testimony, you have Diddy, kind of organizing this very loosely with bodyguards and employees, and it seems not as organized. So I think that depending on how the prosecution ends this trial, they could have a more meaningful case for the RICO. I think Brendan Paul is a very important piece of this because he brings that drug trafficking and drug charge into the fold. Allegedly, part of what Diddy did was he introduced women to these drugs, and they got hooked on these drugs. And that was part, allegedly, of the control tactic that he used in order to get them to do the sexual things that he wanted them to do. So Brendan Paul, very important. Also KK, very important. I think the sex trafficking in one charge is pretty solidified. I think the transportation of prostitutes, very solidified. I think we're almost there with the RICO. We need more.
Nima, going to you. We got a question. We've got a few questions for you. This is from Straight Ballin. Could the prosecution get this case heard without KK's testimony? Not really sure what it means, get it heard. I mean, the jury's going to be submitted the case, but I guess, do they need KK?
I don't think they need KK, Jesse, but I think this is a huge miss by the prosecution, not leaning on her. She's a co-conspirator, as is D-Rock. when I was a federal prosecutor, I would have charged both of them if they weren't going to cooperate, because we know you don't have to actually participate in the sex acts to be convicted of sex trafficking. You can as a co-conspirator or an aider and abettor. And we know that she was his former chief of staff, that she was his right-hand woman, and absolutely she's criminally liable. So the fact that the prosecution is going to rest as early as tomorrow without putting Christina Joram as a cooperating witness, for me, is a fail. I think the fact that the prosecution charged conduct regarding victim 3, Gina, and she's not testifying, that is also a fail. Now, listen, I'm very pro prosecution, but what I like to do is overwhelm the defense. So there's absolutely no argument that this was consensual. So I think prostitution is in the bag, the Mann Act charges. I think sex trafficking is tough because of all of Cassie's emails and text messages. I do believe she was sex trafficked, but I can see jurors asking themselves, well, why did she stay in a 10-year relationship? That's similar to the defense that they used in Harvey Weinstein. If you were abused, why'd you keep going back to your abuser? And I understand the psychology of abuse, but I think that's one of the challenges in the case. I think
it
if
is.
you're looking at RICO, yeah.
No, it's not a clean case, but yeah, you were saying if you're looking at RICO, what are the limitations?
If you're looking at RICO, I think you can get to RICO without sex trafficking. You can get there through extortion. You can get there through bribery. You can get there through obstruction, witness tampering, arson. I mean, there's so many other RICO predicate acts. But, I would really have liked to tie this up in a bow with the sex trafficking, proving that force, proving that coercion without, Jane's love contract, without, these words of affirmation from Cassie. I think that's the challenge in the case and something that the defense will exploit.
I've said it before, I said it again, I think that this is going to be a long deliberation process, personally. I think it's going to take a while to sort through whether or not, the credibility of these witnesses, trying to put all the pieces together for racketeering and sex trafficking. I think this is going to be quite some time, maybe even rival Karen Reed's deliberation process, which I think we're still on verdict watch in that case, by the way. Okay, Alexis, I go to you. We got a question from Enlin DK. Is there any other point to keep showing the freak off videos from the defense other than trying to desensitize the jury to them?
I don't think the prosecution is trying to desensitize the jury to them.
Well,
we don't know.
The defense, because they're actually cross-examining this summary witness and having this summary witness look at these videos and have the jury look at these videos.
I mean, that is a possibility. I don't believe that's why they're doing it. I mean, we're not seeing the videos, so we can't really speak to exactly what's on the videos and as to why the defense would want them to look at the videos. It could be on the on the video that he wasn't orchestrating it. It could be on the video that it appeared from communication that it was consensual. I mean, there are so many things that could be on the videos that would be a basis for why the defense would want those videos to be shown, and the individual videos.
I mean, Mina, you want to talk about a poll? Listen to this. Do you believe the jury can remain impartial after being exposed to sexually explicit videos? 54% say yes, but 45% say no. That's pretty close. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said before, when you watch it, right, you're looking for body language, verbal cues. All of those things can sway a jury. We're not seeing it. We're not privy to what's on there. But one particular testimony from the Punisher, he said that at times you could see on Cassie's face that she was frustrated or annoyed or unhappy. All of those things are things that you're going to be looking at, and they can really sway your ideas about this sex act. Is it consensual? Is it not consensual? And I'm not surprised at that poll at all. I think reading into what they're seeing in these videos could really sway a jury.
Oh, by the way, I found out, Mina, you can actually stay with us for a little bit longer, so I'm so happy about that. Nima, here's a good question we haven't been asked in, the 6 weeks we've been doing this show. I will tell you, I don't remember seeing this question. This is from NF. Jesse, will we ever find out P. Diddy's legal fees over what they'll overall end up being? What is he looking at legal fees? And will we ever find out, Nima?
We won't, but I can give you a very good guess. He's going to be spending 8 figures, so that's 10 million plus. I've crunched some numbers.
Wow.
High end criminal defense attorneys for a complex federal case like this are going to take at least $1 million retainer, right? And he's got a small army of folks helping him. I think the daily burn in this case is at least $100,000 per day. Just doing some rough math. We're talking about the experts. Look, because you have appellate lawyers there that are just watching the trial, right? And they're getting ready in case Combs is convicted, and they got to appeal this to the Second Circuit. So you have a lot of lawyers billing around the clock on this case. And look, maybe if we had taken that $10 million and spent it on Cassie Ventura and settled that lawsuit before she filed it, maybe he wouldn't be in this position. So he's throwing everything at it because literally his life is on the line.
Can I ask you a follow-up question to that, Nima? Do you think the fact that she had filed her lawsuit, settled with him, then had become a cooperating witness with the government, does the jury look back and say she has any incentive to testify against him? Wasn't she compelled to testify via subpoena? Or, hey, listen, you put this whole thing in motion. This is your fault. I don't know how much the lawsuit and the settlement is going to affect her credibility. I don't jump on the train that makes her not a credible witness. Where do you stand?
No, it was more, my point was, had he settled with her.
No, I get it. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm just curious generally how the jury is going to view that lawsuit.
Yeah. So now even though I'm a former prosecutor, I'm a current plaintiff's lawyer. So I think jurors do take that into account. Look, here's someone that's $30 million richer, right? Was she truly a victim? I believe she was a victim. So I don't want the hate comments, but jurors ask themselves, hey, you spent 10 years of your life, 10, 11 years of your life with Diddy. You put out 9 records, right? You are $30 million richer.
Well, Mina says no. Mina says no. She didn't put out 10 records.
I didn't put out 9 records. That was the point.
Oh,
she said I recorded 9 for music, and he never released it. And then he told me I needed to have sex.
That's the point.
Yeah, she recorded 9 records. I stand corrected. You're right. She recorded 9 records, and she didn't put out 9 records. Look, she's $30 million richer. So they may be asking themselves, was she truly a victim, or did she sign up for this lavish lifestyle? Again, I think she was a victim, but I think that's something that absolutely the jurors will consider. Even though she doesn't have the motive to lie, like some of the victims who have a pending civil lawsuit, hers have settled. But I think that's something that they're going to take into that jury deliberation.
Mina, from your perspective, look, I think the jury has to do an assessment of Cassie and her career, like in the sense, was she going to be this larger than life star? Or did Sean Combs keep her down and have financial control over her? And in a way, because of that, she couldn't maybe independently make the kind of money she wanted to. And look, Jane says the same thing. She wanted to do OnlyFans. Combs wouldn't let her. When you look at Cassie, do you think the jury is going to be trying to figure out, well, what kind of career could she have had? Would she have had if she wasn't dating Sean Combs? Because financial control is an element, a characteristic of sex trafficking, right? It's a form of coercion. It's a form that you might be able to hold over somebody in order to get them to do what you want.
They are going to look at that. And that's the thing. We'll never know where Cassie's career is going to go, because she was wrapped up in this lifestyle that Diddy, according to her testimony, wanted and controlled. Prior to her meeting Diddy, she had a very successful career. She was working with Ryan Leslie. That's how she even got into a room to be with someone like Diddy and Bad Boy, because at the time, everything Diddy was putting out was touching the charts. So you don't get signed to Bad Boy during that time without having some significant success already. So her career was she was on her way up. She had songs that had hit the radio, and then she meets him, and all of a sudden, none of the music is coming out. I mean, this idea that $30 million makes it all worth it is sickening to me, right? She said on the stand, I would give that money back had I not had to go through this experience. Her having all that money doesn't take away the trauma that she says that she witnessed, and all the terrible things that she's had to go to therapy over for years, to the point where she wanted to commit suicide, right? So I think the jury is going to evaluate all of that. Just because she received a payout doesn't discredit her as a witness. It actually, I think, helps the prosecution in that she has no skin in the game here. There's no reason for her to testify. She already got her money. There's no reason for her to testify other than the fact that the federal government looked into these claims that were not only put out by Cassie, but also lawsuits as well, and found their own case and decided to pursue this with their own witnesses and their own trial.
Alexis, we got a question for you from the Don. Question to Alexis: does she think that they might have settled with Christina Coram, or is there something else we're not seeing?
Is the question, do they think the state settled with her?
I'm not sure.
I mean, the government. I don't know. I don't think that the government has, well, first of all, in criminal case, there's not really a settlement, but there may have been some immunity deal or something, or the government is going to go after her later. They can file charges against her later as well. So, but I don't think there is anything of that nature. Now, maybe there would have been some private settlements that we don't know, like in civil court, that we're unaware of, just like was brought up, that prior to filing a lawsuit, somebody had, come to her and they had settled on the civil end. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Let me just do a follow-up question for you, Alexis. It's from Candela. Don't most cases already come tied up to some monetary compensation for damages? The whole argument for seeking money could be applied to all cases then.
Are we talking with regard to the initial settlement? I mean, I personally do not think that the jury is going to view the settlement that was made as something negative to her credibility, to Ventura's credibility at all. I agree that was done. It started this whole thing. It opened up Pandora's box. And I think that her coming forward and restating in a little more detail the allegations that were contained in that complaint do not go against her credibility. They support it. I also do not think 30,000, I know it sounds a lot, at first blush, but it's not a lot considering everything that this woman went through, and as well as
30 million
to her career.
30 million?
Right.
Okay, cool. Okay, I thought I might have misheard. I thought I heard you say 30,000. Sorry. Let me ask you this. I'll go to you, Nima. This is from Philly Chica. Does the amount of drugs brought make a difference to prove drug trafficking in a RICO?
No, it does not. Now, it can affect the potential sentence under the federal sentencing guidelines. The type and the amount of drugs matter a lot. So certain drugs like crack cocaine, methamphetamine, a much smaller amount will get you significant federal prison time. Less serious drugs like marijuana, which is still illegal under federal law, it's Schedule 1, you might have to have significantly more. We're talking about ounces, pounds, even tons to get that same amount. So yes, there is a schedule, and there is actually a table that will identify the potential sentence when you're charged with a drug trafficking offense. Now, in this case, Diddy's not charged with drug trafficking. It's just a RICO predicate act. So it's something that the court can consider, the type and the amount of drugs, but it's not going to be that linear progression like it would be if you were actually charged with drug trafficking.
And the drugs also play a part in these sexual episodes. If the jury accepts that he was using drugs to keep them compliant, that is one of the main allegations in the indictment. Okay, by the way, got a nice comment for you, Nima. This is from Abroad by Sarah Senna. Nima, you've been missed. So people are happy that you're here. Okay. This is an interesting one. And it was a big bombshell, I think, Mina, when it came out that Jane, right, was still getting her rent paid by Sean Combs and still had a lawyer being paid by Sean Combs, because Duriel 1000 says, how's the prosecution letting their witness keep accepting payments from Diddy? Are they being complicit or what?
I mean, I think it affects her credibility. Absolutely. For me, the question really shifts from, is she a victim or is she a sex worker that is working under Diddy? All of those things matter. The force isn't as prevalent with Jane as it is with Cassie. There is one point where she said that Diddy threatened to expose the freak off sex tapes, or she called them hotel nights and debauchery, to expose them to the father of her child. So that's a little bit of a coercion, but I think those things affect her. The fact that she's still getting paid in the form of her rent being paid, and he's still providing attorneys for her and footing that bill. I think it speaks volumes, and it's going to affect how the jury sees her.
Well, Neiman, what do you think about that? Because I can make the counter argument that she's presented text messages where she was showing her resistance to these hotel nights, whether it was because whatever reason, she didn't want to be a part of them. I mean, it seemed the big theme was she felt like she wasn't getting the same treatment as other girls. There might have been a jealousy situation. But what about when she alleged she threw up and Sean Combs made her, have a hotel night, or she was exhausted and she still had to have a hotel night? And then there was the whole alleged violent episode where I think the allegation was that he choked her, and that he allegedly said to her, "Take this pill. You're not going to ruin my night." Do you think she's presented enough for the jury to say, this might be sex trafficking of Jane?
Well, Jane is a mixed bag, and I'll tell you what's great for the prosecution. What I love about her is that she was the most recent victim. Even after Cassie's lawsuit, even after his LA and Miami homes were raided, he continued to have hotel nights with Jane. I also like Jane because she was more firm in those text messages saying, I don't want to do this. We don't have those similar text messages from Cassie. And I believe both were trafficked, but the words matter, and her words, what she said to Combs. Now, maybe she wanted to spend time with them, or maybe wanted to go on a trip on the private jet. But even on the freak off videos, right, there is audio where she is telling the sex workers to wear a condom, and Combs is telling them not to. I like Jane for all those reasons. Now, like Mina said, she maybe will be painted by the defense as being a transactional sex worker, an OnlyFans model, and this is what she signed up for. Like, I believe anyone can be trafficked or sexually assaulted, even a prostitute. That's certainly not an excuse, but she does have some vulnerability when it comes, and like you said, if she's on the payroll and the defense is saying, look, she used to live in a small apartment, now she's living in this big house, and really Diddy went into it telling her that I'm not going to be monogamous. This is going to be a polyamorous relationship. So the defense certainly has a lot to work with when it comes to impeaching Jane.
We got a court update. They're officially back. The judge says to Miss Tenny Garagos, are you ready to proceed? Tenny Garagos responds, as soon as Mr. Combs is out. And then Sean Combs is brought in from a holding cell. Judge says you are concerned about the other matter. And the prosecutor says the court can question the juror. We defer. This is the juror matter that Elizabeth had mentioned before. Go to you, Alexis. We got a question from Pound SP 16th Street. Is it ultimately a loss or a failure if the prosecution cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the racketeering aspect of the case? So I guess the question is, if they get convictions on sex trafficking and they get convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution, but not guilty on racketeering, is it a loss for them?
Well, I think the prosecution will view it as a loss for them because they really want that RICO charge. I mean, that RICO charge is the big one, and that's the one that they're really trying to get. The other ones are lesser charges in the prosecution's view. So they're definitely going to take it as loss. But he still potentially is facing pretty severe jail time with even the lesser charges. So overall, I mean, I would still view it as a win.
Nima, we put up a poll about you. Do you agree with Nima? Was it a mistake for the prosecution to not call Christina Coram? 68% say yes, Nima. 21% say they're unsure, and 10% say no. Your thoughts on that?
So when you are a prosecutor, you have all the leverage.
Okay, so they're back, people. They're back. Judge, Ms. Garagos, are you ready to proceed? Combs, Garagos. As soon as Mr. Combs is out, Sean Combs brought in from the holding cell. Judge, you are conferred about the other matter, ? The U.S. attorney says the court can question the juror. We differ. So now it sounds like they still trying to question some other juror. Then we had another
Number 7. It's juror number 7.
Okay, so Combs, Shapiro, we prefer the courtroom to the robing room so Combs can observe. Judge, let's get Agent Penland back. Witness retakes the stand. Jurors enter. All rise. Combs, Garicos. We watch videos. Now exhibit 1307. So like they got another exhibit they throwing out.
The robe room is chambers, the judge's chambers. He has to address juror number 7. Now, here's where it gets difficult for me. A lot of Black people say that juror number 6 lied. He lied. They can't have that, Sharrell. He lied. He lied. And I'm saying you don't see the overall game plan, which is to get rid of the Black jury. Now, I'm hearing that number 7 is also African American. Come on, y'all. Y'all don't see that? Y'all don't see that? Come on, guys. It's a setup. It's a setup. And what makes me so mad is when other African Americans act racism doesn't exist. This has nothing to do with race. First of all, you are very Willie Lynch's likeness. You're kind of, in my opinion, still under the Willie Lynch letter. They benefit when we turn on each other because they don't have to do a lot of work. So one juror wasn't released because he was Black, but 2. Now, what's your explanation? Some of these people are so hell bent on Diddy going to jail that they're just letting racism come in and they don't say anything about it. They encourage it. It's so frustrating when some people just don't get it. But, they said that not all slaves hated being slaves. When slavery was over, some of them wanted to stay on the plantation. And that's what I compare this situation to, is that when you see racism, you're doing the work for them. Now, 2 Black jurors, they just happen to have a problem with. What are all these protests about this weekend? Why are there hundreds and thousands of people in the street getting gassed if racism is over? It's so hard to watch. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, I don't agree with you, Perry. I think Diddy is going up the river. And I think that there will be another Diddy in a couple months and more after that. And you'll still have Black people egging it on.
No, I mean,
they're so easily fooled.
I can see your point. You're saying that they're going to just keep trying to reframe it and reshape it until they get them. And a lot of these people, it seems like a lot of people are down for that. Because people say, I get the expert, I get the professionals, just like these fools. Well, I say, let me be correct. I'm not going to call them fools. The people who just own law and crime, talking about it. I think people are giddy about the idea of putting this man down. And they don't give a damn.
They're going to celebrate.
Yeah, they don't care about the rules and what it could mean for other people down the road. See, that's the whole thing.
And let me compare it to this. Just like back in the 60s, Black people had to sit in the back of the bus. You guys are volunteering to sit back there. It sure is nice back here. We get nice, cool air. I love riding in the back of the bus. Some people really believe that racism is gone and that, this is truly a case about Diddy.
So somebody Go ahead.
This is truly a case about this man. He's a trafficker, an ex-trafficker, a drug trafficker, and any other thing that I can come up with. Really, we shouldn't even be here at all because Cassie, you did take $20 million. You settled your case, but now you're the root of another case.
Okay, let me catch up on this update. Okay, Combs, this is a stipulation that the video was found under the Frank Black profile on a device provided by Cassie Ventura. Here, Mr. Combs wrote, coming to New York this weekend. What does Miss Ventura reply? Question mark. The agent is really nice here. That was her reply.
Cassie's not innocent. And as much as you guys hate to say it, you're victimizing the victim. They just said it on Long Crime. She's not innocent. She kept going back and she did it for a whole damn decade. Remember, I was explaining to you, I'm doing my nails, you guys, while I'm talking to you. I've been bare too long because of this damn case. I had to put my nails back on. Cassie is not innocent. Come on. You've seen some of the who said I'm so horny I can't take it. Come on.
Me so horny, I want it all the time.
To even do that, I'm telling you, there are women out there that if you suggest, hey, why don't you sleep with some hookers and let me tape it and watch? Some women will say, get out of here.
Yeah.
Or we're done. Or that would be me. Like, you talking about you got to do it on your period. You getting yeast infections. So when you get an opportunity to talk to him, you say, when is it going down? I sure do miss it. I am so horny. Remember that song?
I love
like, come on, girl. You got 20 mil out of it because some people could say you turned on Diddy because you were mad at Carisha. That's what some of the people are saying. Could it be truth of that? Yeah, because y'all all battling over each other. Y'all wasn't treating him like an ex-trafficker when y'all was like, how come I can't go on the trip? Why does she always get to go? Maybe I'm not doing my job right. Tell me that Jane didn't say that. Maybe I'm not doing my job right. Then you go freak off with Kanye?
Okay, I got an update. Girl goes, Mr. Combs, right? I got us a tick for Book of Morons. That was not in your exhibit, was it? Question mark. Agent Penland's. It was not. Girl goes, he writes, you ready for tonight? Question mark. That's the day before the video we looked at, right? Question mark. The agent says correct. So Girl Ghost is just showing you conveniently left out things, or the guy would say this, that I'm just pointing out things to make sure they correct in it. I didn't enter the stuff in, but Girl Ghost is saying shit was left out on purpose.
And I'm going to just straight out say it. Cassie's full of it. Cassie, you were a willing participant. No one held you captive for 11 damn years. Now, you got your money. That's considered a plea. And you want them to go down the river too? You got $30 million from laying on your damn back and you want more? Now you want him to go to jail for the rest of his life because you got caught asking for a freak off after you were with Alice.
Okay, hold on. We got an update. Girl goes, if we could pull up what's already in evidence, page 18, please. This is not included in your chart, right? Question mark. Penland, correct again. Girl goes, Miss Ventura writes, keep having sexy flashbacks of yesterday. Me so horny. You see that? Question mark. Agent, yes. See, but it's conveniently left out. But then you get the people say, oh, no, Stockholm Syndrome. Her first time, she was groomed. She was already having sex with a man 10 years older than her, already performing oral, regardless of which.
Perry. No, Perry.
Before she got with Diddy, huh?
Can you believe she said that he taught her oral? Yeah. Cassie.
I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know the proper way to get on my knees and to bob. I didn't know.
And by the way, Cassie, I like you. I think you deserve the 20 mil because, you know, he went too far and he should never put his hands on you. But to play the role like you didn't even know what oral was, all this happened because of Diddy. Don't do that. Because we know nobody thought to bring on Ryan Leslie. Let's ask him if you're innocent. He has a whole story. You heard him going around town talking. He has a whole different story.
She used him up. Lied to him.
He was pissed. Have you heard him talk? You
No.
did him wrong. You did him wrong because Diddy had more money. So if we're gonna tell the truth, let's tell the truth. Because I'm tired of everybody acting like you're a damn victim. Now you did deserve your money because Diddy went crazy on you, and both of y'all were addicts. But it was a crackhead fight. And how come we never heard of them calling the police on you? They didn't bring that into evidence. Hopefully
Well,
the defense will. How come when they called the police on you for hitting him, how come that wasn't introduced?
and
You know,
what's his
I
name?
just hate a lying person. If you're going to tell the story, and I get it, you didn't want to testify, they made you testify. If you're going to tell it, tell the truth. Because when they come out with these, with the 911 call that somebody called the cops on you, and then you were high out of your damn mind acting crazy, now people are going to want to, you're going to backpedal, and then you're going to cry again. I don't give a damn about your tears. You got $30 million, have several seats. Let the truth be revealed. Have
So
several seats. I can't stand it. We're telling half stories here, and all these people are, you're the new poster child for everybody that's been in a DV relationship. Your relationship is just that. And what these women have to understand is all DV relationships are not the same. They're not the same. You guys are looking at Diddy as if this was your accuser. Go ahead,
Yep.
Perry.
well, I was gonna say this too, but at the end of the day, I know Ryan. I think Ryan Leslie is his name, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Leslie. Okay. He probably be bitter or upset, but he should be thankful. Like, because what if you would have made that your wife? Nobody want a wife that's gonna lay up with anybody and open her legs to anybody who ring the doorbell.
Okay, Perry, you're going too far.
I'm just saying.
You're going too far. Oh my God. You're going too far. But I'm just saying that everybody's hands aren't clean. Everybody. You're dealing with a bunch of prostitutes and addicts. And so everybody's hands is not clean. So I hate the gang up. We want to tell Diddy's part of the story, but there's more parts of the story. Cassie,
Right.
I hope they do play that 911 call on you because it was you. You were their aggressor. Stop playing innocent. You had an affair with the trainer and many others. Let's not talk about your plan to trap Michael B. Jordan. He had to get away from you. And then they don't even talk about the fight that Michael B. Jordan had with Diddy. I mean, it's just so much left out. It's just not even funny. Everybody's got to be fair. If we're going to tell the dirt, tell the dirt. And how do you have any kind of convictions, any kind of RICO without Christina Coram? She might be worse than Diddy. It's partial truths being told here. So, okay, let's say we're caught. Diddy's a monster. Let's tell the whole story. Well, then tell the whole story.
I got an update. Girl goes, what does Miss Ventura write? Question mark. Agent. She writes, I brought the best sexy outfit for later and shoes, hooker heels. Girl goes, he says, what does she write? Question mark. She writes, I promise I will be the nastier freak bitch to
Perry,
make up for it. No,
are you telling the truth?
that's what it says.
Oh my
I
God.
mean, that's supposed to substitute.
Don't
it.
exaggerate because I really need to
No,
hear
no,
what's
no,
going
no,
on.
no. I didn't. So it just
My
says, girl
God.
goes, what do Miss Ventura write? Question mark. The agent says, she writes, I brought the best sexy outfit for later and shoes. Girl goes, what does she write? Question mark. The agent says, she writes, I promise I will be the nastier freak bee to make up for it.
Now,
And I was
no victim talks like that. No
mm-mm,
victim talks like that.
it
And
sound-
it doesn't. Perry,
she sound like the pimp. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Don't finish.
I mean, no innocent person talks like that. You have to admit to Cassie's part too. You could still, two things can be true at the same time. You support her, but she was in on it. Her hands are dirty too. That's the part that I'm upset about. She's not this angelic angel. Them girls were not Catholic schoolgirls until they met Diddy, and then he messed their lives all up. Listen, Daphne, don't make 50 Cent take the stand. Tell the truth. You were using drugs way before you met Diddy. And your problem is you were with so many people in the industry that they can vouch for that. You're a call girl, Daphne. Tell the truth. This man is sitting up here paying your rent till this very day. And people are calling you a victim. I think a lot of people don't understand street life and how it works. Just because a person is rich, if you choose to that street life, it's a whole different code. You don't get in that game if you're innocent. You don't get in that game if you're innocent. Most of them are liars, cheats, and and these girls were prostitutes. Let's call it what it is. You're trying to make a prostitute a victim. Only reason I said she should keep that $20 million, that $30 million, is because the beatings were so damn bad. Mm-hmm. It's just hard to watch. It's hard to watch. But girl, you're not innocent. You could have left. You could have left. You put your hands on him. They better bring that tape out. They better bring that tape out. You're not innocent. You lived the life with the rest of them. The things that you said to Kim Porter, let's bring that out. This is not cool. You know, this is just a mess. And I don't even care about all that because that's y'all raggedy life, right? Y'all want to freak out 3-4 days. Never heard of no real weird kinky shit like that. But okay, that's what y'all into. I get upset when I talk about judicial reform. My whole goal is stay woke, Black people, be awake, realize exactly what is going on. You've got to realize what's going on. This case will set a new precedent. And you will be redefining what a RICO is. They haven't even met the charge of RICO now, but everyone's acting like they did. People are saying he ran this big, sophisticated empire where he was just making all the money from drug dealing. Come on. Mm-hmm. Y'all really think Diddy made money from drug dealing? It's just, I get tired of this case and I'm really over it, but I owe my audience that's been riding with me forever. I owe it to you guys to stay with this case, but you know, I'm over it. I don't agree with Perry. Diddy's going down for life, at least 20 years, because it's a done deal with that kiss ass judge. It's a done deal. And they need this case. They need this win under their belt because when 47 fired everybody, that is Preet Bharara's Southern District of New York. Now they want a new one. They want to claim their own because politics comes into this. Okay. These lawyers are politicking. Y'all don't see that either. Y'all think that we're here for real justice only about Diddy? They wouldn't have brought this case to trial if it was all about Diddy. This would have been in a state court somewhere. But we got to keep it here because we want all eyes on us. The bigger the case is, the more attention we get, and we get to leave Preet Bharara behind us because he didn't know. He wasn't the only good one. We're good too. It's so much on this case that's not even funny. It's just messy. The whole thing is messy. And pick a side. And the people that pick Cassie's side, don't be fooled. There's a 911 tape out there of someone calling on Cassie going after Diddy. I'm not lying. You'll see. I mean, if they bring it out, in what case have you ever been on where all the Black people are gone on the trial? Like, that doesn't sound crazy. It's too much. It's too much. All the Black people do not qualify now to be on a jury.
Yeah, somebody said they're hearing now that juror 7 isn't Black. We don't know. And really at that point, it doesn't really matter. Like, why would all of a sudden seem like your case is going down? you vetted these people. Why are you getting rid of jurors because you checking out facial expressions, how they may not respond to what you want them to, regardless of what it is. And then you're trying to find opportunities to pluck people off. Maybe. I don't know. It just seems suspicious. People say it happened all the time. The alternate, if somebody got injured, got whatever, where they had to go back and retry the case. But
This
either
this
way.
this needs to be a movie. It will be a movie one day. It'll be a movie soon. And this will be the new precedent for Rico. So it is what it is. But save me the sob story that Diddy's the only bad guy in this that Diddy's the only bad guy in this case. Everybody else is just poor victims. Even this new clean cut guy that's getting ready to take on the stand, he's no victim. You need to know he has a record. He's been arrested a few times for dealing. Now, come on. He's a college dropout, which is sad. Why would you do that to yourself? But what I'm not going to do is get up here and just act like, oh, Diddy ruined so many people's lives. Cassie would have been happy if Diddy wasn't around. She would have been the next Beyonce. Would y'all stop it? The next Beyonce. Oh my God. Girl, did you hear that one song she had out? That was enough. That was enough. Cassie cannot sing, but you don't need to sing to be a star. You don't need to sing to be a star. And she's pretty and she can dance. And that's all you need. And then would she have been a star without Diddy? Was she? Did you hear of her before Diddy? She's no Whitney Houston. Come on, stop it. They're talking about.
We got an update. Girl goes, what does Miss Ventura write? Question mark. Agent. She writes, can't buy Astro. It's too expensive. When should I take it? Question mark. Where is it? Question mark. Girl goes, Mr. Combs right. It is in the bag. It's the orange peel. So sound like she's asking him. She goes, what does Miss Ventura write? She writes, can't buy Istro. It's too expensive. When should I take it? Meaning the pill, I guess. Where is it? He writes, it's in the bag. It's the orange pill. So it don't sound like he said, yo, you better take that pill. She's asking for herself. When can she take it? And where is it? Okay. That was the update, Sharrell. Go ahead.
No, I said what I had to say. This case is done for me. I'm sitting here for my audience and for you, but I have mentally checked out. I'm going to let all y'all cry over Cassie and say she would have been a better person, but for Diddy, she did leave a relationship for Diddy. We should hear Ryan's side of the story.
Well, this is all crazy, but either way, like I said, at the end of the day, they taken a dysfunctional group of addicts with money or surrounded by money, Diddy's money. And now you got this, well, all these people partying together, whether you felt like they wanted to or not. Nobody forced these people to get drunk like they was, oh, Diddy brought these people on and he made them addicts.
So you guys, help me fill in the blanks here, okay? Like about 10 people have told me to investigate this Peter Nygaard. I think that's how you say it. Does anybody in the chat know anything about Peter Nygaard? So I'm going to read this. I guess what you're trying to say is that Daphne was caught up in this ring. Let's see. there's a guy named Peter Nygaard. I don't know who he is. Here's an article on him. It says on June 11, 2020, Jane Doe, you're talking about Jane, filed her Second Amendment complaint against Peter Nygaard and his network of privately owned companies, alleging a sprawling international trafficking venture with hundreds of survivors and dozens of enablers. Oh, wait a minute. It's my first time ever reading this. Since that filing, more than 130 women have come forward detailing their abuse at the hands of Nygaard. Oh, hold on. I got to do more. What does this have to do with Daphne? Was she in this ring? Is this why her name is an alias? Daphne Joy is not her real name, you guys. Whoa. Is there more to this crazy story? I can't keep adding on to this story. Someone says she was already doing her. I don't believe it for 1 minute that Diddy introduced any of these women. You could tell 50 Cent needs to come to the stand because I'm tired of it. They need to bring 50 Cent on the stand. He's on the sideline. He's itching to come on. Oh, wow. Daphne hung around his top women. I'm telling you right now, before I read any of this, I already knew Daphne was an escort. I don't think Cassie was an escort, but she was there for the money. Sorry, it's not. Let's tell the truth. Yeah, Diddy does need to take the stand, and he took the stand in the case with Shine. Take this stand. We want to hear the truth of what's really going on. We don't buy the prosecution theory is that these nice Christian girls were living a stellar life, but for that mean black man who came to town.
Okay, we got an update, Sharrell. Girl goes, what does Miss Ventura write right here? Question mark. Agent, she writes, I can't wait until we have a baby. Happy Father's Day. Girl goes, Mr. Combs right. What do you want to do? Baby? Question. Agent, she writes, I wish we could have freaked off before you left.
Who is this talking, Perry?
It's Cassie and Diddy.
I can't.
Yeah. So, you know, and it starts off, Gary go say, well, what does Miss Ventura, Cassie, right here? Cassie writes, I can't wait until we have a baby. Happy Father's Day. Girl goes, Mr. Combs right. What do you want to do? A baby? Question mark. Agent. He's speaking for Cassie. I wish we could have freaked off before you left. See, you go from baby to Diddy ain't saying, oh, well, we can't have no baby. We got to freak out. I wish we would have freaked out before you left. No man want to have a baby with a woman that's freaking off like that. But anyway, that's just my opinion of it. But that's what was stated.
So what happens in Hollywood is people come to Hollywood to make it. And it is full of people trying to make it, okay? A lot of people have this talent and they want to get it out and they want to share their talent with the world. But what people don't realize is it takes a lot more than talent to make it. So LA, the cost of living in LA is outrageous. You do not come to LA without any money or without a job. You will end up in Skid Row, right? So let's say, well, I'll just work at a restaurant because half of the waiters and waitresses in LA are actresses. But those jobs are taken. So it forces a lot of pretty women to go into escorting. And it's a way for them to make money and go on auditions and do all that until they make it. But not everybody makes it. Some of them get stuck in that lifestyle. And also, too, when you are auditioning, You got a lot of Harvey Weinsteins in there. You've got to, some women feel they have to sleep with these men for an audition or for a job.
Yeah.
It's just a crazy life. It's a crazy life. So when you go to Hollywood, you best prepare. The first thing that happens to you, you throw your morals out the window, right? Because you're trying to meet people. Half of these people are on drugs. They don't come to Hollywood like and make it and never get wrapped up in any of these traps. They all get wrapped up into these traps, and you have to be lucky and blessed not to become a part of that. Also, when it comes to KK, do you realize the reason she's not being put on the stand is because her and Diddy share the same lawyer? And I'll give you 2 guesses as to who that lawyer is. Who is the lawyer? KK can afford her own lawyer. KK needs to be on the stand. Is that fair? So look, if it's going to be a RICO case, let's make it a RICO case. We haven't heard not one peep from her. I can't wait to bring on the dealer. Let's see. Can somebody in this case start telling me the truth? Because I can't take, can somebody tell me the truth as to what really happened? Because you're all trying to save your ass right now, all of you. The judge doesn't want to get fired or lumped in the group of the attorneys that got let go. And it's so weird. A lot of you want me to hear your side of the story and how you feel. But when I tell you there's a whole nother side, you go running. Where you at, Lorraine? Seriously, when I tell you what really is going on, then you want to run and put smoke and toilet paper in your ears. And that's not true. That's not true.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. They run off.
It's a dirty world out there. And this is the dirtiest. I call music business Hollywood because they all live by the same laws. They do the same stuff. They come in, they start hooking up with people. Some become escorts. And I'm not just talking about the women, the men too.
Yeah, no. They do strange things for change. You know what I'm saying? And Cat Williams talked all about that.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
let's keep it real.
And then you guys can hear from Cat Williams and you say, tell the truth, Cat. Break it down. But when I tell you, no, he's telling the truth. You hate women. You hate women.
Yeah, you just don't like Cassie.
Yeah, you're shaming the victims. I wish Cat Williams would talk again and let y'all know just how seedy and dark Hollywood can get. It's not what you think. It's not what you think. And not only the men can be shady, the women can too.
Absolutely.
Daphne Joy was one of Floyd Mayweather's girls from Vegas. Ray J took Princess Love. Nelly took Miss Jackson, and 50 took Child. I believe it. I believe it. Now this guy, my best friend went to Peter Nygaard's island. He's got an island. She says he's into some very nasty things and he likes watching snuff videos while he's doing his freak off.
Oh, hold on. We got an update.
Good.
Okay, girl goes, what does Miss Ventura write? Question mark. Agent, she writes, I hate it that I don't use protection when I get high. I'm gonna get tested. Girl goes, Mr. Combs right. Let's freak off now. What does she write? Question mark. She writes, okay, what hotel? So she's saying, damn it, I hate when I don't use protection when I get high. I'm gonna go and get tested. And Diddy's okay, yeah, I'm cool with all that, but let's freak off now. Okay, what hotel? Do this sound like a person that's forced? I think they're doing a good job to reminding people later in the this trial that yes, Diddy's a monster, but 2 monsters can connect, or 2 freaks, should I say, or whatever. the lifestyle, like somebody just said in the chat. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
And let's talk about a real survivor. Let's talk about the beloved, belated Tina Turner that shared her story with us, so we would know what true DV looks like. I never recall Tina Turner saying, "Come on, Ike, let's do group SEX." If you didn't do what Ike Turner told her, she knew what was coming. He did her, he did the kids, he did anyone else. Period.
Hmm?
Do you think Ike was making Tina have group SEX?
I don't think so. I mean, I ain't never heard that. Like, I know he would make her, keep her in check, make her stay in, make her do all these things and beat her. But I didn't think Ike would be the person that wanna share his woman. But I don't know. I ain't never heard that.
I just don't understand. And even Tina Turner got away. I think that these text messages are damaging. I think taking the money is double jeopardy. You already took the settlement and you deserve that. Go start your new life with your new husband. Now you want to do both?
And then, and people will say, well, she would have nothing to gain from it because, see, she don't take the money. The only reason she's there, just complete honesty, is to get revenge that she's no longer in that spot. She's with the trainer now, not Diddy. She didn't win the race with these other girls, young Miamis and stuff like that. She's bitter still because she don't want to be with the trainer. She still wanted to be by Diddy's side, being famous, because nobody look at her as so much famous with the trainer. That's my thought.
I heard about this years ago. Daphne didn't have the celebrity to public back then, to go public. There has to be some reason that Daphne does not want her true identity revealed. When you give yourself a false name and have special, not meetings, but go into the judge's chambers with your attorney and you're talking about, how do I know my name won't be out there? How do I know? Is something else behind it? Because in this case, you're supposed to be the victim. So why are you so scared? And this judge, this worst judge ever, he's just dumb. Let me tell you what he did. So she's very concerned about having her name out there for a couple of reasons, but maybe it is this, she's into this ring. But you come in, nobody's supposed to say your name, right? So, but you described her. That's the first thing you did, was described her. Where are you from? Do you have a famous baby daddy? And how many children you have? 1. Okay. Then you let the jury and the people in the overflow see her face. Nobody went and dug up who she was. All them people in the overflow, bloggers. You think nobody in the overflow gonna say, yeah, Daphne came to court today, 50 Cent baby mama came to court today? That's the first thing you're gonna do. This judge is asinine. You should have had her in another room where you can only hear her vocals, and that should have been altered. That's true. That's the true way of keeping somebody's identity private. That's what I'm saying. This case is so messed up. It's so much mess to go around. Her real name, well, I don't know what the real name is, but we searched for her. Oh, okay. Whoa. Thank you. I'm gonna hold on. Child, y'all don't know what y'all did. I just want to know. You're up there playing innocent heroin victim. I just don't even understand why they didn't talk about Daphne's past. Why didn't they talk about Cassie's past? They did not talk about Cassie's past. And if she's going to be the center of the case, then we need to know everything. Sharrell, do you and Perry still believe that Cassie was still groomed? No, that was me believing that.
No, I ain't never believed it. I mean, because she the one left home and went with a 10 years older than her. I think that's what she was looking for, a man to provide a home for her, finances and stuff like that, a good life. No, she wasn't groomed. She was just one of those fast ones. I know it sounds harsh, but let's keep it real. If we can call a guy fast or out there, then let's be fair on both sides. I mean, you get some people who want it more than others and would do anything for it.
Now, I'm not shocked that Daphne could have been caught up in another ring. She is not innocent. She's been in the sex game a long time. You can tell when she wasn't at what they call it, hotel night, freak offs with Diddy. She was in freak offs with Kanye. When she wasn't freaking off with Kanye, she was freaking off with Drake. When she wasn't freaking off with Drake, she was freaking off with Future. And then Rick Ross' name has been mentioned with her too. This girl, they are portraying her as she's this innocent victim when she currently tells you that I'm on OnlyFans. I show a couple nudes, just a couple. Now, how about you go all the way?
Mm-hmm.
You go all the way on your OnlyFans. Now, don't start lying on the fans. They didn't check into her OnlyFans background. All it takes is one push of a button and you could see. So don't try to act like Daphne's no damn angel. In fact, if you would have told the story the way that it is that they buy their in-house prostitutes, and I don't know a different name, in-house escorts. That way they're not calling around town. And when I call you, you got to be on call. Now, he done messed up and took a couple of them on vacations. And then that explains why 50 Cent is furious. I give you money where you don't have to do that anymore, and you still do it. She still does it. And maybe it's all she knows at this point. Maybe it's all she knows. She's been doing this for a very long time. That's a whole different.
I mean, she take pride in. She said that she deserved an Oscar for it, for her performances.
She said she was the Kobe Bryant of the escorts. Jeez. I was telling you guys about my favorite, not my favorite, but a very tragic story is, do you guys know a girl named Amanda Smith? She was on Celebrity Rehab. Amanda Smith. Let me see if I can remember her. Amanda. Oh, that's not her name. Jeez, I can't remember this girl's name. She was so pretty. Maybe it was Amber. Let me see that. Maybe it was Amber. That's her. I'm going to show you guys this picture. I'm going to read up on, I believe it. I believe Daphne was caught up in another ring. I know for a fact that Daphne's not her name. It's another alias. There's this old actress, and her name is Rita Hayworth. I don't know if you guys know her. She's probably from the 40s, maybe 50s. And back then she was called a pinup queen. She's called a pinup queen. Okay. So there's this girl. Hold on. Perry, don't let me interrupt what you're doing.
Oh, yeah, I'm still refreshing. Go ahead.
There's this girl named Amber Smith. Very pretty girl, and came to Hollywood and, with her mother, and she reminds me of Rita Hayworth. That's why I asked you guys, do you know who Rita Hayworth is? And she was trying to make it as an actress. She came to Hollywood with her mother. So she started to have to do that escort stuff to make ends meet. She doesn't look real. She's real. And so what happens is sometimes the drugs come first and then the escort comes second, or vice versa, but they go hand in hand. I never really met a clean escort. They take something, and they said that they take them to get through it. But there's so many Amanda stories out there. So these people that are Cassie fans know that she got caught up in the system. Here she meets this rich guy. All she wants to do is be rich and famous. Bingo, I made it. But the rich and famous guy is a little twisted in the bedroom.
Yeah.
It's so easy to get yourself caught up into this crazy lifestyle. So what I wish they would have did when they were talking about what happened with Diddy, let's hear the real story. That way, one, it's the cat's already out the bag. Stop acting like you're innocent. Two, it could be another warning for someone coming in. But you find new people every year to sign up, come to Hollywood. I want to make it. Either the drugs come first, and I'm talking about real celebrities. Like, there's some junkies or escorting their lives. You wouldn't, but it's worse than a movie. It's worse than a movie. But this is how I see all those women, all of them. But they don't want to tell the whole story. It's crazy. See what you guys say. Yeah, no, she will not groom. I hope they get that big doggy lip dude. He had a child with a 16-year-old and abandoned them. Big doggy had a child with a 16-year-old? I ain't no telling who you talking about, because it could be anybody. The people in Hollywood are really strange. No, and I'm not trying to offend any of them. They're very strange. It's just a bad place. It's just a bad place to get caught up in. And I've known so many people, and they go with the best intentions, don't they, Perry? They go with the best intentions, and then
take on the world and all that.
Yeah. And most of these rappers are connected to the drug world. It's just a whole mess. It's a whole mess. 3 days of freak offs. This is crazy. Okay, I'll give you this one. KK's lawyer is also Tenny Garagos, which, by the way, Diddy is paying for. It's crazy. Which, while it's not illegal, it's not advisable, because it is a conflict of interest. It's a definite conflict of interest. You never know. You never know. Diddy could be like, I'm going to keep paying her because she knows everything. But I definitely think that, and we can take a poll. I definitely, this is my personal feeling, believe that KK is out of the country.
Hey, we got an update. Girl goes, Mr. Combs right. I'm locked in my bathroom talking to my therapist. What do you want to do? Question mark. The agent says, she writes, it takes Jules hours to get here. Hotel needs you to call to give Dave access. Girl goes, do you see Dave? Shirley writes to KK? Question mark. He says yes. So
now, see. I want to go ahead, Perry.
No, I'm trying to figure this out. So girl goes, Mr. Combs right. I'm locked in the bathroom talking to my therapist. What do you want me to do? Question mark. Then she writes, it takes Jules hours to get here. Hotel needs to call and give Dave access. Girl goes, do you see Dave Shirley writes to KK? Question mark. He said, yes. Okay, go ahead. Sharrell.
I want to ask the audience this question, and I want you guys to think long and hard, because I think you guys think that I'm judging these people. I'm not judging them. I'm telling you how the game is played in Hollywood. Now, let's say if you came to Hollywood and you couldn't get a job and it's so expensive out there. I seen like the other day, my aunt lives in a 1,200 square foot house. 1,200 square feet $1 million. I'm talking about Los Angeles is one of the most expensive cities in the United States. So you get there and you can't make ends meet and you don't have a Perry. See, I'm not judging. Would you do it? Would you guys escort? I'm going to take a private poll. Would you escort to make ends meet if you were in Hollywood and you ran out of money? This is how they get themselves caught in the situation. Let's see what y'all would do. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Because I'm telling you guys, I don't know what I would do. So don't think I'm judging you. I think I'm telling you how the game is really played. And let's answer that question. Let's be honest. Nobody could see who's punching in what. This is how you get yourself caught up in this. And I think that Cassie and what's the name? They were caught up. Hi, I moved to LA. Can you answer the question, Carolyn? You know how expensive it is out there. It's expensive. If you pay $1 million for a 1,200 square foot home, something is wrong with you. That is too crazy. You said you would just leave. I think I would too. I think I would leave, but you never know what they came from. Let me see. Let me go back and see these results.
Okay, and then what if a person think, well, hey, I'm on the verge, like most people go there and try to make it. What if you're on the verge of making it? Verge, and you feel like I might be having this role coming up in a month and a half. I've been networking and things are looking up, but you can't be around because you're broke. What would you do? Would you do it?
Sure, honestly, I would just have me one sugar daddy with some money. Most people are saying they would just leave, but that's the kind of thing that they're faced with. That's what they're faced with. I just met Diddy. He's the owner of Bad Boy. He's feeling me. What do I do? Go for the money and the possible fame, or stay with my boyfriend? I'll fly back. I'll fly back for the road. Like, this is the stuff that they're faced with, and I try not to judge them because they're not bad people, and they're not bad people for making the decision. Well, money's money, and then some of them, like Amber, who I just showed, was really pretty. You get sugar daddies real quick, but now you're in the business.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're in the business.
And believe it or not, and once you learn a craft with something, and you can try to veer off that, like say, if I was the escort, I can veer off of it. But as soon as things get tight again, you revert back to the thing you know you can make that hustle off of. And then some people start to realize, hell, it's nice and cooler or whatever, faster to make money this way, and it becomes their full career. And that's what it seems like some of these women are doing, and guys. And I ain't gonna just lead them up, but the guy's not on trial. But yeah.
Somebody's saying, a lot of you are saying, no, I wouldn't do it. Let me look at my poll really quick. Hold on. 74 says no. 26 says yeah. You might not do it, but somebody else would. Some of them would. So I don't judge, but I'm telling you what I know. I know street life very, very well. Very well. And so once you get into that, then there's a whole set of rules. Your life is crazy. Most of them are liars, especially when you bring drugs into the picture. And so when I'm listening to this story, I'm like, wait a minute. This don't sound right. Legal note. I lived in Los Angeles for 40 years. Women turn to strippers and men turn to escorts to survive in this city until they can make it. It's so common. And one time I was looking into a story with a famous person, and I think if you've been with me, you know who exactly I'm talking about. I'm looking into a story, finds out that the person is an escort. A famous person buys this certain escort every weekend, and end up meeting the guys, becoming friends with his secret boyfriend, and it's Hollywood's just crazy. It's just crazy. And so, but I don't judge these people. But when it comes to the law and the timing and them passing laws behind our backs, passing laws that doesn't fit our community, then I want the truth. I want the truth to come out. Diddy's going to jail anyway, either way, because the fix is in. He's high profile, he's rich, crazy story. The fix is in, so he's going. But let's just start telling the truth. Women, start telling the truth. Cassie's mother heard her sing. She knew she had no. But here's the thing, Keisha, is that you don't need talent to make it in Hollywood. And some of your most favorite people had to do what they had to do to make it, and you don't even know. You see, Al Pacino was a male prostitute. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon, and that's how I know that this story don't make no damn sense. Daphne, girl, you're lying. What's the girl, Bonna? Oh my God, you really were lying. You gave a crackhead answer. You made up a whole different date. That man wasn't even in the country. And then Cassie said, well, I don't remember her even being there. Girl, Bonna's lying. Who else? Mia. Oh, Mia. Mia's currently, I think she still works as vice president of Revolt. Mia, who are you fooling? He did not treat you bad. He put money in your pocket, and that's why you kept calling him. Now, if you keep calling him and begging him to be around him, now you want to say he's the victim. He made you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've heard about our beloved Ashton, who is very, very good friends with Diddy and had managed to go out of the country. He was very scared, they say, when Diddy first got arrested, because that's that girl. What's her name? Devaney. His name is on the list. You got a whole list of men in Hollywood that sleep with prostitutes. What's the A-class one? He dates models. He was in the movie The Titanic. I cannot think of his name. You're with prostitutes all the time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
They moved out the country, didn't he? Leo, what's his name?
He's on the thing and
yeah.
Well, Kate, somebody.
I want to say Leo.
Yeah, somebody. This is
Leonardo.
I haven't heard about Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
I hope I said it right. Leo DiCaprio everywhere. Like, come on, they all do it. They don't arrest them with Leo. His name is not Leo. Leonardo has got a reputation with sleeping with the hookers. They don't arrest him for ex trafficking. It's crazy. Ashton Kutcher? Ashton Kutcher was a big one. Also, Ashton Kutcher used to hook up with Rihanna. I'm gonna tell all your secrets. He used to hook up with Rihanna, who I love. I love Riri. So I'm not saying nothing. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. I heard his house parties were off the chain. He should be on the stand with Diddy. But they all are pointing fingers at Diddy, and he's such a bad guy. Leonardo, you were at the parties. You and Ashton, tell the truth. Tell the truth. This is what and that's why we're like, well, where are the other people? Why is this just Leonardo? Yeah, I did. It's Leonardo. I know his face, and I know his movies. He also was in a movie called Aviator, where he betrayed Howard Hughes. Is it Howard Hughes? Why can't I remember names? But he's a great actor, but he's also a slut,
Mm-hmm.
a rich slut.
Now I'm still with you with these updates. Just haven't nothing came yet. So I ain't
Yeah,
want y'all.
Ashton Kutcher defended Danny Masterson. Danny Masterson was a whole artist. I mean, this lifestyle that they live is crazy. Danny Masterson, you're famous. You got money. All you got to do is just tell people who you are. You don't have to pay for it. He's something wrong with him. Do you know what I'm talking about, Perry? Danny Masterson?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Y'all forgot Leonardo DiCaprio. He came up in the trial. He did. Diddy called him that Titanic. No, are you serious? No, I didn't know that. Child. I mean, be on the stand.
He was getting in trouble or being questioned about doing some freaky stuff, and came out. Ashton came out to support him, right?
Leonardo?
No, Madison, the guy you talking about.
Ashton Kutcher?
Yeah, came out to speak up for the Madison guy.
Masterson, Danny Masterson. Yeah, him and his wife. He has a wife with dark hair. She
Right.
looks like a younger version of Demi Moore. I cannot think of her name. Leonardo was first on a sitcom called Growing Pains. Oh my God. I remember that. He's a child actor. See, I don't remember that show, Growing Pains, but I remember his movies and his acting skills. Wasn't he in the Great Gatsby, something Gatsby? He's one of my favorite actors, by the way. Leonardo DiCaprio, Harrison Ford. That's her name. Thank you, guys. Mila Kunis. I don't watch a lot of TV, so I'll be forgetting. Living that lifestyle would end up right next to Diddy and the rest. They should be there. That's what I'm saying. There's other people that should be on trial here. No offense to Ashton. I like you. I don't think you're a great actor, but I think you got a good personality. But you're a slut, you're a hoe. And Leonardo DiCaprio, very fine A-list actor. You are a slut. He did. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? I love Rihanna though. I love her. But yeah, she hooked up with him. It was a lot. Sharrell, everything you have said about LA is true. I'm a musician. The music industry is brutal. I went to parties. I was naive, told empty lies. It'll chew you up and spit you out.
Yep. For real.
These powerful men in Hollywood. And what makes it so bad is these same men, not Diddy, because he's been outed. These same men are so respected among their peers in their communities, but they're sluts. And to have an in-house prostitute, what Daphne was, I'm sorry. Somebody you can call all the time and we'll just freak off. Sounds crazy to us. You can't get on the stand and say, well, I was his girlfriend. But every time I seen him, we had a freak off. No, girl, you'll start with the truth. You're the in-house escort, meaning I got you on standby.
Right. It's like a lot a lot of people hire maids, but they're live-in maids. They don't go nowhere. And then, sometimes if you're gonna have this fun chick, you just make her a live-in fun chick, easy access when you want it, whatever.
But can y'all imagine sleeping with that many people without a damn condom? Child, maybe 50 Cent didn't require one either. Wasn't there a picture of Britney Spears at one of these parties? My dear beloved Britney Spears.
And she said that it makes her upset when she get high and forget to use protection, that she had to go and get checked.
They haven't brought him on the stand yet?
No. I think either they milking this shit all the way out because either they showing exhibits. This is still the cross from the Penland guy. And then old boy's supposed to be next. And I heard we're supposed to be getting out of court between 3:30. It's like 2:45 back east.
So let me tell you about Britney Spears. I have a soft spot for Britney Spears. Don't ask me why. I just do. I mean, her music's okay. I'm not into it like that. It's okay. But my soft spot for Britney Spears is Britney Spears.
Sharrell, I got an update. Girl goes, you spoke on direct about Scholar, ? Yes. Girl goes, and the message about the cops are here, but there's not evidence of any 911 calls, right? There is not. So are they talking about the hotel scene now? Who is
They
Skylar?
were.
Okay. They said you spoke on direct about Skylar. Who is Skylar? I remember the name, but I can't. But apparently some kind of a message about the cops are here, but there no evidence of a 911 call.
Let me read the CNN. It says Delisa Penland, the special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, is back on the stand and being cross-examined in the trial of Diddy. Penland confirmed that all 5 of the they made the jurors watch this. All 5 of the explicit videos that the jury watched today was recovered from a Frank Black users. Let me stop for a minute, okay? Because this case is really bothering me. You show explicit corn videos. Perry, do you think that was necessary? In the courtroom?
No, it might be like sometime in like a M case where they might say we found it and the body was like this. Sometimes you get to have evidence just to show people how gruesome something was.
Perry.
And then at least you ain't got to explain, like, you ain't got to leave it to their imagination. Who was swinging across the room?
No, I got a new poll. Was it necessary to put up those videos? Okay. I wouldn't, I don't know what I would do. Now you gotta watch Cassie and Diddy and all these people. Child, was it necessary? But you don't.
We got an update. Girl goes, the photo of the detective's business card is the only thing about police. Right. Ejection sustained. Girl goes, you included a call between Ventura and Combs. Was that a FaceTime call? ? I don't know. But go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm doing a poll. I need to know if you guys think it was necessary to play the videos. Like, what did you get from watching it that you didn't get?
Well, you know what? No, for real though. Like if somebody say, somebody just jumped from a building and just grabbed me. Sometimes if you see it, you can say, well, no, you over exaggerated. But really by showing them, it might like, do this person look forced to you? And they just all laying back, willingly lifting their legs up. Ain't nobody pulling no rope, opening your legs
Harry,
up.
Shut up. No one needs to hear your opinion right now. You are too much. It's 50-50. Oh, you guys said yes. Why do I have to watch it? Why do I have to watch Diddy freaky ass in the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the left, go to the right. Oh, yeah, you got it, baby. Why do I need to watch that?
Here in that corner with one of those big rapper pacifiers, oversized pacifiers. Mm-hmm. Girl, go on now. Bang it, baby. Bang it. Now, lift it up now. Hurry up.
Okay, Perry, we got it.
Don't you get soft on me. Okay.
Let me see what y'all said. Y'all said yes, it was it's 52-48. I can't, like, no, I don't want to see that. No, I don't think it was necessary.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see the evidence, Sharrell. So you can't be on the jury. And
How do we know that? What's the guy that went on Armand's show? How do we know he's not on that? Like, I don't want to watch that. Once I meet somebody,
but there's evidence on what actually happened that night.
no.
Need to know. You need to know.
Here, I gotta go get my fan. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I just see that you got to know, like, because you want to know what the mood was like. Was anything freaky going on, like out of the ordinary? Was anybody being held by GUN point? Or was it just a freaky situation? You know what I'm saying? Like willing participants. Because you can tell from a video if somebody looked forced or whatnot. So I think it's important to see the evidence. I really do. Okay, so we got an update too. Gara goes, no further questions. Thank you, Judge. Redirect. Then the government says, yes, briefly, the hotel in Riverhead, who was there, question mark, the agent, says Sean Combs, Cassandra Ventura, and Clayton Howard. The government, the photo, question, wounds above eye, agent. So you can remember. So I guess they're doing a redirect. So maybe we will have time, and he sounds like it's not going to be long. And then we can go ahead and get the mule on here and see what the hell happened there. Everybody been waiting on him.
I really am. Callie says everywhere is going to be like LA. There's not millions of extra houses. They said that in Vegas, only 30% of the people are homeowners, and they're building big communities for renters. It's a house shortage. Well, not a house shortage. It's a that's this. It's a qualifying problem.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm. And they ain't even now trying no more. Like, it's a housing problem. That's why it's like that. But now they just building straight up communities, like whole things, but they're rentals. No
Yeah.
intent on selling anything.
Yeah.
Rentals
Like, you know
coming
how-
soon. Yeah, that what it says. It says rentals coming soon, and that's sort of how
Rentals.
it is. Rentals.
I
Yeah.
was like, what in the world? And Callie, since you guys had all those fires and stuff, so many people are moving to Vegas. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. But yeah, it's a whole freaky lifestyle, you guys. LA's just a different cup of tea. And in the entertainment business, it's just people are weird.
And Sharrell, while you was gone too, they actually finished the cross and then the wreck started. So hopefully they'll be finished in a few minutes.
When is Brendan coming on?
Well, I know he should be the next guy. He should be the next guy. Yeah, we were just waiting for this redirect to finish now. And he sounded like he's not going to be long with the redirect.
Someone agrees with you. She said we had to see it. We had to see if they were being forced. 3 minutes. You had to see 3 minutes of it, Tiffany. That's long. Let me hold my breath for 10 minutes. My breath. I might die if I hold it for 3 minutes.
Sometimes you want to watch like a longer period, like 15 minutes or stuff, because you really want to make sure that the initial 2 minutes could have been great, then shit went haywire. You want to just sit there and see was everything stable. 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Let's see who we got here. 3 minutes.
Something's really weird with what's really wrong with you, Perry. What does your therapist say about that?
What's that?
That you're
What happened?
weird. You
Why am I-
probably was at a damn freak off. Could you really go to a freak off where it stinks? Could you go to, let's just say what the freak offs really is, right? You got a bunch of addicts in there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in baby oil. Let's just really go over what we heard about these freak offs.
It
It
smell like the baby.
smells.
It smell like the baby department at Target.
What's up with the baby oil? Perry, stop.
They got baby powder and shit because they don't want you getting no rashes. Stay dry.
Diddy sitting in the corner with a ball in his mouth. Okay. Cassie's got a green wig on. So
Shit. And Diddy probably got a patch over one eye. Just some weird shit. I can see them just really getting freaky up in there. Mm-mm-mm. 1 hour. Oh, let's see. Something going on outside. Be back.
that was weird. Where's Perry?
Oh, man, I'm trying to see what was going on outside. You hear me? I'm coming back. No, I was trying to see what that noise was outside. You okay?
Yeah, did you see it kick me out?
No, I didn't.
Yep.
No. You must have said a bad word or something.
I don't know what happened. Oh gosh. Brendan, hurry up.
I know, shit. Everybody get up this morning waiting on Brandon and his ass in there now. It's almost 3 o'clock.
Yeah, Diddy sitting there in the corner with a damn green wig on. Say this is your landlord and they're kicking you out the house. And then you say, Cassie, that you'll do it if you'll keep the rent. They over there acting like it's a damn P movie. It's insane.
He be slapping it hard like, yeah, come on now. Go, Cassie.
Okay, Perry, we get it. We get it. Look, it smells like baby oil and bad ussy. Okay? Mm-mm. You over there, your co-star that you work with over there. It's just too what? What? Yeah. Hello, it's the pizza man here. That's insane. And then we're the jury, right? We're like, you don't want to see how somebody else gets down. That's just too much. That's too much for me.
Well, I mean, they judging this case. I think.
Yeah, you got people urinating. It's a mess. Like, what y'all doing over there?
Smell like one of those 7-Eleven bathrooms. You know, the ones they be outside now clean in the mud.
It smells like a urinal
Yeah.
at a Rolling Loud concert. Insane. This is too much.
Mm.
Do you think Diddy's gonna have freak offs in prison?
Nah. Well,
You think he's done with it?
if I say this, you're gonna get mad at me because then you just, oh, no, it's not gonna happen. I think Diddy will be having a freak off on the 4th.
You still feel that Diddy's not going to jail?
Somebody on that jury saying no, you know,
Perry,
whatever. That's just my belief. I could be wrong. You know, more than likely I'm wrong. I just still got a feeling that not everybody gonna buy into the narrative. Somebody gonna see.
I gotta do a poll because you out your mind.
Okay.
The fix is in. The fix
Yeah.
is in.
I see them trying to fix it. The defense ain't finished. They ain't even started.
Mhm.
I think they'll come in and polish up some things. Just like on that last cross, we had to listen to the boring ass prosecution go through all this stuff. they came in and showed the jury all the things they purposely left out. Can't wait. Me so horny. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And then that's why they got to show that videotape. They was like, oh, they just making it up. Ain't no girl in their right mind just broke out the chains, been kidnapped for weeks in that time. Let's get it on. Me so horny. Come on. Oh, shit.
Does anybody else get uncomfortable when Perry talks about the tapes? I'm gonna need you to like pull back.
Yeah, let me stop talking about those damn tapes.
Right now, to take a poll, we need to know where everybody stands right now, because it could change when the defense comes on. But as of now, is Diddy going to jail? Let's see what y'all think. And you're just hell bent on no, right, Perry?
Well, I know it's possible. So no, I don't want you to get me wrong. I know it's possible that people, and I see them trying to frame it that way. I think somebody is on that jury thinking, no, they ain't convinced me, and they ain't gonna get my vote, for this bullshit.
64%, yes.
64% what?
Yes.
Yes to what? He's going to jail?
Going to jail. I don't know why you don't see that.
It's
They're kicking off jurors left and right.
36% is still a chance. No, seriously. Right now, if we went down your chat, and say, do you think it'd probably be hell-bent to get 12 yeses in a row? Because that's all it takes, one. I'm just saying, it's 12 jurors. Only one got to say no.
Here, this is Andre. He said he was there. I was in the overflow room on day 20. The room was split on innocent. Everybody split. Our poll is split. We don't know. I don't know.
Trying to tell you.
What do you think, Andre? Do you think he's going? I think he's going. I think the fix is in. I think the judge is going to make sure he goes. Judges, team prosecution, there's no denying that. It's crazy. Someone said, yeah, the fix is in. The fix is in. Perry doesn't see it. The fix is in.
No. The fix is in, but I don't think it'll be successful, is what I'm trying to tell you. I see them pulling jurors. I see this. I see them allowing certain things in court and not the other way around. I just think we are hell bent now. There's a lot of people that's saying, oh no, RICO been proved 3 weeks ago. Where you been, Perry? It's hard for us to get 12 yeses in a row. That's all.
What are you counting on, Perry? That is a one standout?
A hung jury. A mistrial. I'm not saying they're gonna say, come out, he's innocent. I don't know if that will happen. I just think it'll be a mistrial or a hung jury or something.
They'll probably give him time served for trafficking.
Hold on. What did he say? He just dismissed the juror.
What?
The jury for the day? Hold on. So I knew they was talking about leaving between 3 and 3:30, but they ain't even finished crossing the guy. The redirect.
Why is not Brendan? This has been 2 days we've been waiting for Brendan. Let me double check you guys on CNN. Let me double check. I can't stand this damn judge.
Oh, no. Here we go. We got a new update. So it says, so the redirect, nothing further. Judge, jurors, you can leave for the day. So they ain't going to bring him on to tomorrow. Now, he was at the courthouse. Sharrell, he was at the courthouse. He was there. But I guess at this time, they was planning on dismissing the court between 3 and 3:30 today anyway. So
what's going on, y'all? They're procrastinating. Something's going on here. This is too much. You've told me 2 days in a row he was supposed to be on the stand. That's the only other person I want to hear. I don't care about these text messages because we already heard them. See what you guys are saying. They're dragging this out. They really are. Perry, it's going to take a miracle because this case should have been dismissed. All right, y'all. Another day. didn't want to come. So tomorrow I might not be here. I have to take my daughter-in-law to the doctor. How are we going to do this tomorrow? Because we can't miss tomorrow just in case he does come.
Tomorrow is a half a day. So tomorrow we're going from 9 to 1. Our time, 6 to 10.
It's only going to be one of us, either Perry or me, because the other person has to babysit our grandkids.
Yeah, right.
Jeez. All right, y'all. It is what it is. Somebody will see you tomorrow. No, I'm not driving. I would go with her, and she's driving me in the back seat with the kids.
Yeah, let me know in the chat what you think. Seriously. Now, I know we adults. That first juror being released, do you think it had a little something to do with race? Just give me your opinion on that. And do you think the fix is in? I'm saying there's still a chance that somebody on the jury gonna say, no, all this reading this fine print shit, kidnapping and all that stuff is not in my vocabulary, and vote against it.
We'll see y'all tomorrow. One of us will be here, not two.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
Bye, you guys.
Bye, everybody.